I agree with that. I second that.
Yeah.
And even, of course, these things are represented by symbols, and why is it that somebody watches my channel and then these things start popping up everywhere? you know
Yeah.
I'd love to take credit for that, but I know it's much bigger than my conscious mind.
Yeah.
I think we've said this about the past three chapters, but this principle of vibration is pretty crucial, very important part of the book.
Yeah. The granularity. It went over. I mean, it didn't mention granularity, but that's what it is.
Yeah. And thankfully, gratefully, I am to have come across the Vedic information and to go back to the Kybalion and just to apply what was being said about the principle of vibration and comparing that next to what has been said about the tattvas, because
Yeah.
that's what the
Okay.
tattvas are.
That. Yeah. That's like I know I'm on the right track when you are saying the same thing that I was like, because I couldn't not read that. Like I wrote in the notes like the tattvas and the just going from Purusha all the way to the Earth tattva, like how it is in Tattva Shuddhi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, he even laid out an example, and I always thought the example that they use about the spinning top in that chapter was really cool. But he was, I think, low key describing evolution through the elements, because first there's Akash and the Indriya stuff associated with that is sound, Shabda, right? And then after Akash comes air, and then that's touch, and then after touch is vision, which is heat. And the way he describes that spinning top is as it picks up speed, the first thing that happens is you hear the sound from low rumbling to the high pitch noise. Then it transfers to the next element, which is heat. He says it begins to heat up. Then he says it changes color, which is fire. He was low key describing the evolution through the elements.
Yeah. And it makes sense too, because their information is yogic. Um, like he even mentions like Brahmin. I forget which chapter, but he's talking about like he's like a breath of Brahmin or something like that. Talking about like the highs and lows. I don't think he uses that vocabulary, but it's not.
Hmm. Was that earlier? Did we pass that one?
I just had my book right here, but
Greetings, everybody in the chat. In case it isn't known, today we are paying special attention to chapter 9 in the Kybalion, the principle of vibration. And as I said just now, this is a really important one to pay attention to because this is one of the core principles of occultism, spirituality in general, hermetics, existence, consciousness, all that. Even as the chapter talks about, existence and consciousness expresses itself through different modes and rates of vibration, right? And that's not too far fetched because we know from high school that even hard, dense matter is actually moving. It's not still, right? Water, air, even the things that we can't see, the atoms, molecules, all that stuff, it's vibrating. And that's something that's covered in this book. But, that's the obvious part, or should be. The obvious part is, yeah, everything vibrates, even things that are hard and solid. But what's being discussed in this chapter is that understanding the principle of vibration, there should be a world of opportunity and possibility opened up at this point, because I'm sure it caught a lot of people's attention about how he talks about all manifestations of thought, emotion, reason, will, or desire, or any mental state or condition are accompanied by vibrations. a portion of which are thrown off and which tend to affect the minds of other persons by induction. Right. And he says that this is the principle which produces the phenomena of telepathy, mental influence, and other forms of action and power of the mind over mind, with which the general public is rapidly becoming acquainted with, owing to the wide dissemination of occult knowledge by various schools, cults, teachers along those lines at this time. So, honestly, if you're able to kind of understand what's being talked about in this chapter, you can catch a glimpse of how and why telepathy works, right? Now, with all occult stuff, whatever you learn from the movies is not how it works. You don't sit here and go, "Oh, buy me a cheese pizza," and it goes to somebody's head. Largely, what we call thought and the sound bites bouncing around in our head, it's not important. It's useless to a degree. There's not much you can do with it. It's literally just data making itself heard. So everything that you accumulated during the day or the week or the month or whatever, it's just bouncing around in the head. That has nothing to do with telepathy or psychic influence, because that's not even really your mind. That's just the surface level, the very thin layer of the mind. It's called manas. All the five senses and the data that it collects, it's constantly in this jumbled up soup. And we think that's our mind, right? But that is a layer of consciousness. And when I say layer, I'm talking about varying rates of vibration. So if that's the dense, gross layer, that's the layer of mind that's closest to the body, the very slow vibrating layer, right? What am I going to eat for dinner tonight? Oh, I need another cup of coffee. Oh, I got to piss. Oh, I wonder if she likes me. I wonder if she doesn't like me. All that stuff, that's the lower layer of mind. But those are actually fruits of a deeper root, which is consciousness happening at a higher vibration. Now, the crazy thing is, the higher you go in this vibration of mind, the more removed you are from objective reality. Means you're starting to come outside of time and space. So when you begin to penetrate your own consciousness at that depth, now you're able to come into a place, so to speak, that we do call akasha, right? Because that's the highest vibration of matter. In some places, it's called Shiva, because Shiva is not a blue dude in the sky. Shiva is a realm, a dimension of consciousness. When you reach this level or this realm, this is where things like the Akashic records and astral projection and telepathy and all that stuff takes place, because it is the center of everything, including every person and every person's mind. But again, to even be able to understand that, you have to be able to appreciate the granularity of the layers of consciousness. That is the most subtle layer of consciousness. That's why it's called Shiva and Shakti. Shakti is the most subtle layer of matter, but Shiva is the subtle layer of consciousness. That's at the core of everything. But the more dense it goes, now we start to have what we call mind in the West, which is your thoughts and what you went to school to learn, and your Photoshop skills and all that. Namaste.
Would you say those fruits and like the lower vibrations you're talking about, would that be like the root social matrix?
Yes. Yes. It may even be so that some people, well, shit, not some people, all of us, this goes back to the free will stuff. We think we have free will and choice, and we're thinking about stuff, but in all honesty, we're going along with that current of that dense vibration. It's a thick wave, right? Just flowing back and forth. Paparazzi, celebrities, Bill Gates has got a big ass garden, and all the stuff that people are talking about on social media, in your church, or wherever you go. That's like Amar said, the root social matrix, collective consciousness. There isn't much effort employed there. You're literally just being passed along. So it makes what
So
we're
as oh my, you go.
You're good. Go ahead.
So doing things like Tatwa Shuddhi, and how it basically like gets you out of that thick wave and up into the Shiva states of consciousness that you were talking about.
Yes. And on on page 72, 73, 74 of Tatwa Shuddhi, she goes into the different layers, the koshas. right? And that also refers to what we're talking about. And the practice of Tatwa Shuddhi, what it does is it enables us to affect all the layers of consciousness, all the way up to the Purusha level. And Purusha is very close to the Shiva level, except it's it's the highest level of the microcosm.
Yeah.
So when we do the exercise of Tattva Shuddhi, um, Shuddhi means cleansing and purification. The Tattvas are the different levels of vibration of manifestation. So we're cleansing our vibrations. We're cleansing our whole manifestation from the gross, which is Annamaya Kosha, the physical body, all the way up to the subtle. We're cleansing it by meditating on these yantras. Why does that work? When we sit here and we still our mind and we tap into those yantras, they're tapping into those subtle layers of consciousness. And since we are composed of those same vibrations, the yellow square represents a type of energy. The moon in the water represents a type of energy. The triangle, the red triangle, all those represents the ingredients that compose us and everything. So when we do the Tattva Shuddhi and exercises like that, we purify them, we harmonize them. So grateful to have this knowledge, this information. So even more grateful to have the karma to be able to put it to use.
And even like talking about it too, because I was reading the Katha Upanishads in the morning, and it was like Nachiketa's conversation with Yama, the Lord of Death.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was talking about like basically there's people that they don't even hear about like the Atman or the soul or like Purusha.
Mm-hmm.
And like just being able to have conversations about it is something that like people don't even hear it, let alone understand it. So it's like just to have a conversation about it, like that takes a level of like shooting, like cleansing of the tattvas to be able to have.
Yeah. What an amazing thing. You literally have to be at a certain level of purification to even receive this information. Wow.
That's why it goes like that's why I got reminded of like the wudu thing I sent you, because like in Islam, that's a like the water cleansing and all that shit, that's a big part of it.
Can you tell us a little bit more about Wudu? That video you sent me was great. I literally had to stop it and think about it. Like that doesn't happen often. I had to stop and think about what that man was saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, tell us about Wudu.
So basically every time or like before you go into prayer, you have to wash your body beforehand. So it's like you have to like you wash your hands 3 times, and then you rinse your mouth, your nose, your face, your arms, and then like you wipe your hair up and your ears down to your neck, and then your feet also. And there's like all this exoteric benefits and shit that people have done research on, but the esoteric, like it's literally cleansing all of the like you go through the different tattvas. That's what I realized.
Okay.
It's like with the yantra on Tattva Shuddhi, it's like you wash all those parts of the body that they like the yantras for each of the tattvas, you wash each of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Greetings, Shango.
So Shango.
Please, everyone.
Wow. That that makes sense. Okay, so that is a practice. The Wudu, that's a practice that is cultural. It's also very religious. And on the exoteric, you mentioned it's about cleansing the physical body before prayer, supposedly for symbolic reasons.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big spider. Ah, why do I do this to myself?
Wow.
And it's black too, just like the toy. That was also an esoteric level. What can you tell us about the esoteric level?
So one of the things that he said in that video when he was like cleansing, like he mentioned threads, and then that reminded me of when I was taking notes of Dr. Savoto's video of the 5 elements, he was talking about like the threads of the body and how the elements compose, like the body is composed of threads of each of the elements. So in that video, he talked about like washing the face is symbolic of you're cleansing the ego by saying like, I am not, basically like you're washing your face of, I am not this body. I am not my belongings. Like all the identifications of the ahamkara are getting washed away with that. So it's like, I've been doing them with like my mantras. And then like in Islam, that state that like wudu puts you in a certain like state of mind. And if you like go to the bathroom, like fart, bleed, stuff like that, your wudu breaks. So you have to like go back, you have to do it again before you pray or something like that. So it's like a state that like now looking back, it's basically like a level of like respect and building an etheric pattern for the ritual. So it's like just like little things that trigger you to be in a higher state of awareness.
Okay. Okay. Now you did mention the part about, you know, even if you fart or you bleed or you have to do something that's considered dirty, you break wudu. I can see that on the exoteric level. But when I mentioned that, I was watching that video and I had to stop it and think about what he was saying. He talked about the cleansing process on the esoteric level. And, you know, like you said, cleansing of the face. What he was talking about also was the cleansing of the mind, which is the face of, you know, your individual essence. But the part that really got to me was through this cleansing process, it's supposed to get you to a certain state of awareness that you see Allah, that's how you say it, right?
Mm-hmm.
In everything, right? As in not separate. And I don't mean the obvious, God is everything. I mean, like, I had to stop and think about the way that he broke it down. It was so clean. Basically, he said, you know, a couple people will walk into a clothing store and they'll see a glove, they'll see a pair of pants, they'll see a shirt, you know what I'm saying? They'll see a hat. But I don't remember the word he used for the spiritual person, but the spiritual person, the seeker, the one who is cleansed and sees clearly, he doesn't see a glove or pants or a shirt. All he sees is thread. And I had to think about that. That's how it is when you are able to see God, the divine, the all, Brahman, whatever, in everything. You start to dissolve those labels and distinctions, which are the illusion, which is a result of ahamkara gone out of control. Yeah, you want to know the difference between vinegar and bleach and water, but when it comes to like having a reaction to things mentally and emotionally, that starts to dissolve because you literally see God in all and you're able to live in harmony with that. I thought that was really, the way he put it was awesome.
Yeah, definitely was.
Peace.
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 Trav, you know what's important about what you said? How you start to see God in everything. So you said that Dr. Savota said you don't see the item, you see the composition of it, the threads. We are living in a time, okay, think about that concept. Think about that, you know, and I know you have. So the difficulty, think about the difficulty of actively and awarely living in that state of mind, in that state of existence. That's a state of existence that when you study the history of the philosophy based on the times that original philosophies came about, the origin of what you just said. and living like that, you cannot, they were not living in society like that. Once they've reached that type of existence, you're out of here. Not out of here physically. Well, physically, yeah, you've have, if you're capable of seeing God and everything and realizing that, and you being that as well, there is no need to be a part of any exoteric composition of what we call society, tribe, family, blah blah blah. But think about now the time frame that we're living in now, the people that we are now, coming to that realization. So we're not, I'm not gonna say, a lot of us may be at the cusp and veil of that experience, seeing the, because you know what science, when they say string theory, that's exactly what they're talking about. It's just called string theory. Yeah. The composition of the all coming from a multiplicity of directions, existence, thought, consciousness, and whatever. But the modern time that we're living in, this is what's making a more extreme difficulty of, once you start realizing, going beyond the veils of these awarenesses, because we're coming into the awareness of something other than what we were aware of before.
Yes.
So once you start coming into this new awareness within the same society, family, tribe, existence, social media, how we're interacting, we are actually developing into the evolutionary being, because we're not practicing these things in ancient times. We're in modern times. We face different difficulties. We face a different existence. Look at how we're discussing this electronically.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, just what you said, reaching a level of conscious active existence where you're so still. You've passed Jop. You've passed Dharana Darshan. You've passed mantra. You've passed because all that's esoteric. You got to look at that as esoteric as well. Those are just tools and technologies to get your shit together.
Yeah.
So you don't have to have a fucking tool to be in the existence of the all. You don't need that no more. You just fucking do it. So once you just do it and you're there and you've reached that shit, you don't need that's elementary. So so think about the difficult position that we're placing ourselves in, fucking with this, because this is transformative. We're playing with the fire. We're playing with it. This is big guns. This don't even got safeties on it.
Right.
All your brooms, all your sticks, there ain't no safety. Soon as you pick it up, it's firing off. So the whole thing is, what I'm saying is, we actually, it's no different than, and I try to give an example of what I'm really overall saying. It's like how the physiology of the human being is being changed based off them doing this all the time. Eventually, the human composition's head is going to be like this, because necks are redeveloped, or bone structures like this, because of looking down at your phone or your iPad or your computer. So the whole thing is what I'm saying. The same thing that we're doing as a tool, we're screwing around with these big tools that we're developing a new physiology and neurological pathways be differently than the ancients based off of the time frame and the advancement of technology and the different society structure that we live in now. We can't just separate ourselves as the monk, as the Brahmin priest, as the sannyasin. Now we can, holding on to the tradition of this philosophy, but we vibrate right now. So what I'm saying is, think about how difficult, and you should know, Amar should know, you should know, everybody else that's been doing their due diligence individually on their path. Mm-hmm. It's difficult to live this type of path because it's so obscure. It's obscurity that what we're doing. It's the true occult. The true occult is your inner work that you're doing that you really can't explain the individuality of your occultic work. You can try to, but then it becomes what? Misconstrued and misunderstood. And then it becomes, once that misconstruation, misunderstanding comes about, it now creates division of philosophy. Because that's what philosophy is, only a process of differing ideation of the human logical system trying to make sense of shit.
Yeah.
So just think about how difficult it becomes to make sense of this, of what's being discussed, and trying to live it in modern time with this fucking developed brain in the era of 2021. We know that this fucking Sivakananda books, some shit's written in 1903.
Yeah. Vivekananda in 1985.
Yeah, them books are not fucking new. And then think about their guru. Let's just think about time frame. Them dudes was born in 1850. Okay?
Yeah.
So we're in 2021 reading the books that they wrote based off of a system that they lived with gurus who had a guru, and it's been so long ago that they lived this particular process and mind state. And even with the Kybalion, think about how this very concept had to be lived based off of the particular time frame that you lived off of, based off of your experience of society or the component of humans that you were born into. So think about the componentry of human nature that we're in this day and time, trying to fucking explain this shit to a quote unquote advanced technological human being mind that's developed so many more millions and trillions of ailments that these systems address and help treat, but we got brand new ailments.
Yeah, literally new ones coming out every month, right?
You understand what I'm saying? Every fucking day, man. So what I'm saying, when you said that, the heaviness of just that statement and coming into contact with Dr. Savoda and them, I've been really thinking like, yo, it's the new development of difficulty in trying to practice an ancient system in modern times. You can never explain individually. You can tell them certain things, but the transformative nature of practicing those is occult. You can never fucking explain that, so another person can logically cognize that for their own self, so they can put that into their samskara and have a fucking memory. So if they hear it later on, they can be like, yeah, I heard that, blah, 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 blah. No, you can't do it. So I think that's the.
Look, that
Now, go ahead, Trav.
that brings up a very important point here. Godflow in the chat says it's difficult because we haven't overwritten the old program completely and thoroughly. One of the biggest issues here is that, you know, Mar mentioned that thin layer of mind that has all these thoughts and data, we call it the manas, that's a chunk that we find ourselves stuck in as a society, modern society. So before we can really take a hold and grasp the occult essence and nature of these practices and really apply them to ourselves, we have to elevate ourselves up out of that chunk of root social matrix. We really have to adopt a new mind. We don't realize how stupid we are. We don't realize how useless the thought patterns of modern day is. We put so much pride and credit on, you know, our thought process, when in all actuality, true consciousness is deeper than thought process. So until we come to a level where we can see that for ourselves, we can never really apply these occult principles. When
And
you're
that's
doing mantras,
mentalism.
hmm?
That's the mentalism. Because
Yes,
even because each one of these laws of hermeticists is twofold. It's useful and it's not being used correctly. It's the misuse, brother. Useful and then misuse. So based off of the developed thought of an individual, they will misuse information. They will misuse the knowledge, and the misuse is based off of as as you said, just this society. We think we know it all already. It's like you said, the question, somebody has made a statement as to what they said, we have to rise.
Godflow said it's difficult because we haven't overwritten the old program completely and thoroughly.
What's the old program? This is, it's not even old. We're developing the program right now. That's what I'm saying. The old program was the ancient individuals who created this based off of their experiences of a time where these motherfuckers ain't it was not connected to social media and news program giving you a instant screenshot view of worldly trauma all at the same time.
World trauma.
Constant work trauma from just a daily conversation. Everybody know every day somebody may approach you, or you may approach somebody, you may be around somebody that's got their energy is instantly fucking garbage, and then it gets more garbage based off of what they fucking think. And don't let this individual know you and know how you are and consider you an individual who got some kind of information or whatever. They might think you smart or some shit. Now, whenever they come into your presence, they try to be smart.
Oh boy.
And they keep blasting you with with odd shit. Like, yo, you know, I heard that, you know what I'm saying? That if you put an ice cube on your eyeball and it's in it just be some odd shit. So you're constantly bombarded with an instant manufactured trauma that you're gonna now have to keep digging. So you see what I'm saying? How you keep digging? And this is what anciently they had to do what? They had to get away from people. They had to, it's called isn't it
renunciation?
Renunciation. They renounce every fucking thing because they know there is no way that they were capable of continuously being in samadhi, living next to people.
In the chat here, Maureen, Grace, and Tisha, that's the book that I recommended to you guys, The Path of Nivriti and Pravriti. And that's one of the big things he talks about, the difference between living in the world and taking the spiritual path seriously. At some point, there has to be a level of separation. I mean, obviously, if you got a life, children, family, etc., you're not going to go off into an ashram. But it's a state of mind where you understand that this is the world and this is my spiritual practice.
Mm-hmm. And we got to become so potent. All I'm saying is we have to we're developing a more potent level of utilizing these ancient tools based off of that, what you said. We can't abandon our fucking family for the ashram to practice, because what all of this shit is nothing. It's all about samadhi. It ain't about being deep. It ain't about discussing it. It's deeper than that.
Yeah.
It's about being in the ultimate state. As when I first came in, originally we were talking about being in the, basically they Islam says you're in the bosom of Allah. Basically, you've returned back to the ultimate breast. That you being, there is no more closeness that humans feel than when you hold a brand new baby and it's so gentle, and you're staring directly into the face and you're absorbing every essence of this brand new composition baby, and there is no more intimacy than holding it up to your breast or your chest. That's samadhi. That's what we're trying to go back to. So
Yes.
think about, like I said, so the difficulty of us, who you see, the modern human being, think about the shit you done been through that the Sivakananda and these niggas ain't ever go through. They never experienced the amount of trauma that we have experienced in the modern times. So think about how we have to develop a different level of potent activity and practice to get to that level, y'all. That's all I'm saying. That's why when it becomes, it's to the point where some people, you have to reach a level where you just have to say namaste. You have to find that ultimate potent peace, because the more questions they ask, the more confused they fucking become. Because all you can keep doing, you keep shoveling this fucking hole in the ground, because the deeper you dig into the ground, the more fertile the soil actually gets. But eventually, once you reach that crust, you're gonna start getting into fucking old earth where that shit is now fucking fossilized. And then the human being, fossilization is called motherfucking calcification. So you can't drop no science on a fucking calcified mind, motherfucker. They got to do that themselves. They got to shooty that them fucking self.
Yes. Yes.
You
That's
can
the
say,
whole.
yo,
Okay.
man,
So
you can give them every week, Trav unboxing 90 books a week. You got to go buy the very same 90 fucking books a week and read them shits by yourself. Get your computer, your iPad, because you're gonna need multiple levels. Because that's what I'm saying. We modern, we got technology, so we instantly got to have multiple levels of communication. So you can keep looking up all these weird ass words that you ain't never seen before, and you are not gonna catch the understanding of that shit unless you go to a fucking Sanskrit interpreter or fucking dictionary or vocabulary about that shit. So the whole thing is, people, the modernized us, because we are an evolutionized people based from someone in 1850. We would not be able to be taken right now as we are right now and blast your ass back in the 1850 and think that you're going to instantly know how to live. The first thing you're going to want to do is call 911. Just come to an ambulance or something to save your ass in 1850. So what I'm just saying is, to everybody, and it's just based on what Trav said, that the difficulty of reaching that shit of what it is, this ain't about, and I don't mean no attack on nobody, but you know what it's like. A lot of people, they put their altars up and they take a picture of it and they blast it all over social media for people to see. The ancestors ain't rocking with that shit. The ancestors, you think, and the ancestors ain't what? It's about this chapter. Ancestors are vibratory energy that exists within your genetic structure, which are your genetic structure are nothing but the fucking gunas. Hot, cold, moist, very fucking extreme heat. Extreme heat is what in the guna? Shango. Shango represents fucking fire and movement and sexuality and machismo. Actually, Shango is very out of control. When you look at it, he's an uncontrolled fucking aspect of human consciousness that demonstrates itself as a ultimate alpha masculine force. No different than Oya is a representative vibratory force existing within the human composition, representing femininity, softness, motherly wisdom, and beauty. So all of this shit is difficult, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, Grace, you asked to see the cover. Of course, this is what it looks like. But essentially, this
and
is
tell them how many pages, Trav.
Oh, this one's very short, actually. This would be a great purchase. It's really short. You can read it in a day. I believe it's like 60 pages.
And tell them how many other books are just like that.
I mean, he's got a couple of them that are really short. And even if you just get one of them, it will adjust your viewpoint in the right direction.
That's like I said. Hold that book back up again. That book right there is what I said earlier. That right there is the stick without no fucking safety on that shit. Look how small it is.
Yeah.
Them shits is gats that fire off when you pick them up. You can't even pick that. You know, in anime, you know, so they're always mixing genetics and shit with robotics. So, you know, like the God arm. What's that? The God arm. I forgot what anime it was, but they were their arm, they had a particular weapon, and only they could touch that weapon and they would activate it and make it work. But if somebody else touches it, it will instantly fucking fire off. That's what those books are. That's why they're only 70 pages. That shit is so highly potent.
Yeah.
That it don't need 800 pages to break it down to you. It's like good ass. It's like the most potent trees you can smoke. You can tell like yo, this ain't 50, my nigga. This ain't backwood bush. This motherfucking a super sour space candy.
What do we say the first time we hear that? I can't handle it, man. It's whatever.
I can't handle it. And you end up like Smokey and Friday, motherfucking and Big and Debo's chicken coop. And only my mama can get me out of there.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Right. And to
This
connect,
shit should have a
connect that is because there has to be a certain mindset that goes along with that. Typically, somebody that's smoking that potent stuff, they've been doing it for a while. They've acclimated themselves to that. Their body can handle it. Their mind can traverse in those waters, right? Likewise with this information. You know, you could dive in here, but if you haven't been doing work to adjust yourself towards this type of inclination, a lot of it might not stick.
You know what it is?
I do recommend this because it's a good one to start with. But if you still, yeah, it's the approach. If you're still talking about what demon can I summon to get this, you know, money, sex, clothes, whatever, or if you're still scared of archons or what, if you're still in those levels of consciousness, these things might not be your flavor. But if you're trying to find what truth is, what light is, and how you can adjust yourself to become that, then you'll be in the right place with this book and these books that we've been talking about.
Even the Kybalion, people barely, the only thing they quote is as above, so below. And that's only a piece of the whole law. That's not even the law.
Oh
That's a
man.
cause. That's not an effect. That's the cause. That's basically the source cause. And everybody only quotes that. They don't quote as in the they don't quote nothing rests, everything moves, everything vibrates. Nobody quotes that one because they only it's compartmentalized consciousness. It's we become so unconscious of our original operating system, as the individual said earlier, that we have to learn to get rid of the outdated programs, but at the same time, you got to identify what is the outdated program, and it's not a collective outdated program. It's an individual, your program, because each individual is gonna have their own viruses in their computer system.
Yes.
Some people are so weak that they don't even need a virus. All you got to do is put a motherfucking dummy trapdoor. It's all they do is just put a little joke and fuck their whole system up.
Yikes. Like
Remember
that.
how Dave
Like that.
remember on the Chappelle show when he said when he did the skit, if the internet was real, if it was like, it was a physical thing, and he was just walking through, and the pop-up was the door open, and the dude said, hey, do you want to see? Of course I want to see a woman have sex with a goat. And he instantly went inside of there. That's what people are dealing with all day. A distraction. You wasn't even Googling that type of shit. So now that something else pops up, people are like, oh, what the fuck that shit say? The fucking sun is doing what? Now you
Yeah.
didn't spend 3 hours researching some shit that you didn't even originally get on the computer to fucking look for. That's how
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
how easily people are. That's the shit that's what I'm saying. That's the difficult, modernized, conscious mind that an individual has to fight against just to sit there at first, sit your ass still. Fuck
So we're dealing with
somebody.
the mind. We're dealing with a mind that's deeply engrossed in the material world and the five senses. When those five senses get a taste of something that might bring it pleasure, it's going to run at top speed. That's why these distractions are so much of an issue, because we lack control over ourselves. We lack mind control. Mind control, again, everything spiritual and occult in movies is going to throw you off. The real hoopla about mind control is controlling your own mind, right? So we lack mind control. Hence, we get carried away by anything that brings a promise of pleasure to the senses. But here's the thing: when for those of you who don't think that that's a problem, oh, I can look at what I want because it's just fun, clean entertainment. Well, here's the thing: there's a science behind this distraction, and the science is I can dangle the carrot in front of your face because I know it's going to lead you here. I'll, I don't have to give you what you're coming for because I know you're going to keep chasing it, meaning I can continue to empty your pockets. I can continue to cause you to put your email in my mailing list and all that stuff because you're going to keep chasing that pleasure that you don't ever get. And if you do get it, you're already pregnant with another one, with another distraction, right? So without mind control, we're going to keep being tossed around to and fro. Now, that type of existence is on a lower vibration. I remember Shango talking weeks ago about how being deeply engrossed in the five senses is the worst possible existence of a human. Who was that from Patanjali, or that was from
Yeah,
somebody else? Yeah. Wow.
yeah.
That's the worst kind of existence, being tossed to and fro, scrolling on your Facebook and clicking on every picture that appeals to your senses.
And can't get away from it. Actually get stuck. I mean, go back and watch that documentary on Facebook that shows the creators of that, the individual who created the very process of your phone scrolling. Somebody created that and implanted that shit into your mind, just not for you to scroll, but to get your ass stuck in that existence, in that action, not existence.
Yeah, look
It
at the
meant
subtlety of that. It doesn't end. It scrolls forever. So your mind is you're trained to look for the end of something so you can move on. But that's taken away from you. So you scroll endlessly. Does your Facebook experience ever end? Like you scroll until you get distracted, but then you come back to continue scrolling. Like it doesn't end. How many years have we been scrolling on Facebook looking for the
and
end of that?
they gave it to us for free.
And in the midst of that scrolling, hell, I just dropped $20 yesterday on an ad. Right? In the midst of the scrolling, we see something that they're gonna keep throwing something at you till it sticks.
So all I'm saying is, just to fight that, all I'm saying is, man, just because of what you said, that it just sparked me with that dialogue. That just to fight that, we have to develop into even. I guess that's why the Bible said, Jesus said, "You will do things even greater than I." We got to, my nigga. It ain't gonna be 8 BC forever,
True.
nigga. We in 2021. We got to be so much greater than. And I'm not taking away from their greatness, but you got to do shit greater than fucking Vivekananda. Look at the shit we got to fight against.
Yeah. This ain't going on in the Himalayas.
And they could have it there if they wanted to. They can drop a whole motherfucking television crew in the Himalayas and trick that shit out and have that shit wide open in Hollywood right now. The life and times of the Himalayan guru will be the hottest show on NBC. Nigga don't do nothing but sit in the fucking cave all night. Everybody watching that shit. So I'm just that's the whole show right there.
Yeah.
The highlight is when he switches to another asana. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, you see last episode, he went into a whole nother asana. I'm just saying, man, that people got to think we have to be gentle with ourselves. First, we have to be aggressive. But with yourself, when you become aggressive, you become more aggressive towards yourself. So you have to figure out how you got to approach. All I can do is equivalent this shit to sports, especially boxing. Don't go in the ring cocky. A boxer is actually really humble. Their outward display, of course, got to be energized and pumped up. But like, go back and watch Mike Tyson's Supreme Confidence video.
Yeah. Oh, I watched. Oh, fuck yeah.
He said he was scared the whole fucking time. The whole time he's practicing. He's afraid of what this man can do to him. We should be afraid of what I'm capable of doing and not doing as a human being. I should never look at myself as better than anybody else. I should be humble, and I should be capable of offering empathy and sympathy. That's what leads you into being in the bosom of Allah. You eliminate all aggression towards the next man or woman. You can't misuse nothing because you realize that the something that you're attempting to misuse is the all supreme. So what we call a sin is only a collective thing that you do unto yourself. And sin is nothing but guilt. When you start feeling guilty about some shit as a human, you didn't committed some very wrongful act that's made your vibration dirty. It ain't against nobody else, it's against you.
So let's go back to what sparked this initial part. We were talking about the purification and the cleansing. Now, I suppose subconsciously, I found that the chakra shuddhi and the tattva shuddhi was going to be extremely important. So I was in no rush to go past those exercises. And in doing them on a regular basis since we hit that chapter, I've come to understand a little bit more why those things are so important. Because while we can purchase as many books on pristine information, you know what I'm saying, the whole Ramayana and all the other books, Bhagavad Gita and all that, you know, how we all have a Bible, right, which contains holy information, but we don't have the mind to receive it. All these stacks of books, someone could buy every single book that I, put on my story, but until we do the inner cleansing of our elements that compose our body and mind, until we cleanse those aspects of self, we're not going to receive the depths of clarity. We'll only receive it at a surface level, right? So a lot of people will make excuses for why they don't say give up doing whatever, whether it's, drugs or food types or whatever. Instead of making the excuse, maybe explore how this thing may improve your practice, because we're talking about vibrations, and the human body is a vibration. It's a collection of vibrations, and if those aren't functioning at a harmonious rate, they affect the mind. So now the mind can't function at a harmonious rate, which means you can receive the information, but you're not going to receive the essence of it. I noticed that for myself, most recently, um, I began a cleansing process on my body as well. I've been bathing more. I've been washing my face, twice a day now. Wasn't always like that. I began to very take a lot more attention to what I put in my body and on my body, right? Instead of putting lotion on my skin, which is full of chemicals, I've moved over to do, oils that are natural, right? I've given up meat, not because it's bad to hurt animals, but because I I want my body to vibrate at the most harmonious level possible. And for that to happen, I have to cut out animal flesh. Pig tastes wonderful. It does. Always will. But it's part of the sacrifice for attaining higher states of consciousness. And I think a lot of us are going through right now a process of purifying ourselves in our own way. Please keep that up. Please keep it up and go as far as you possibly can handle at this time. Even those mantras are included in this purification process, because in doing these mantras, we're aligning ourselves, we're harmonizing ourselves with nature, with the subtle level of consciousness. Right now, there's a full moon in a certain place in the sky. That's a vibration. It's not just a big rock up in the sky. That is an expression of a vibration. There's a mantra for that. There is a vocal vibration that you can have going around your aura that will harmonize you with what's going on as above, so below. So what happens when you are literally in the right place at the right time on a consistent basis?
And come to the realization that the consciousness of the moon is an inner consciousness within your mind. You are the moon is you. The moon, you create the consciousness of the moon. So it vibrates up, it vibrates down. It's a giving, it's an exchange of energy. Like go to the last paragraph, Trav, of the vibration chapter, and where it says every thought.
Chapter 9.
And then the last paragraph where it starts off every thought, emotion, and mental state.
Oh yeah, that's where we left off. Perfect.
Okay,
Every
cool.
thought, emotion, or mental state has its corresponding rate and mode of vibration. And by an effort of the will of the person or of other persons, these mental states may be reproduced, just as a musical tone may be reproduced by causing an instrument to vibrate at a certain rate, just as a color may be reproduced in the same way. By a knowledge of the principle of vibration, as applied to the mental phenomena, one may polarize his mind at any degree he wishes, thus gaining a perfect control over his mental states, moods, etc. In the same way, he affects the minds of others, producing the desired mental states in them. In short, he may be able to produce the mental plane that which science produces on the physical plane, namely vibrations at will. This power, of course, may be acquired only by the proper instruction, exercises, practice, etc., the science being that of mental transmutation, one of the branches of the Hermetic art.
Wow. Think about how easy it is for them to do that now. By what? Memetics. How does a meme begin? The origin of a meme starts with an individual. Then it grows into its own essence because it was planted into the minds of others, and it goes from people, from person to person to person, and it just becomes a living internet existence. That's based off of the very same thing that you just read. Mental transmutation.
So just like there's a note. We know of a note. We've written it down. We've got a symbol for it. We can think about it. Some people can even hear it when they think of it. And we have a machine or a tool that can reproduce that note at any given time because it doesn't exist here, but it can be reproduced. Likewise, every type of thought, every quality of being can be reproduced at will. But first, you have to be in control of yourself.
You
So
know,
just like with these memes that Shango just mentioned, these memes can reproduce certain thoughts and states of being.
I was watching yesterday. I watched The Nun. You know what I'm saying? And they went to, well, it all began in this abbey in Romania. So they didn't. So you know what I'm saying, the person who built this abbey was into occult sorcery, and basically opened up a portal to what they say to hell, and he allowed Valak. He called forth Valak out of out of this portal. And Valak, if you know, is one of the demons of
Goetia.
Solomonic magic. So he didn't call forth Valak. Valak ain't playing no motherfucking games with nobody. You know what I'm saying? So it can terrorize these poor fucking nuns inside of this as time gone. But the whole thing is, they went into, after a particular point, they went into what they call perpetual prayer. They went into this vibratory mode of someone consistently was on their knees in this room praying the whole motherfucking time. They prayed in shifts. That's the same thing what you just said, the sound vibration. If an individual is consistently internally doing mantras, there ain't nothing that can that is nothing that should be able to break your force field, so to speak, unless you become distracted, and then now you didn't broke it. You see what I'm saying? This is where individually the work begins, because every thought, emotion, and mental state has its corresponding rate and mode of vibration. The individual has to do a self-analysis to figure out what's their fucking rate of vibration.
Yes.
You know why? Because you were born on a particular natal sign charts.
Yes.
Basically, your fucking Pluto may be dominant in your natal chart, and your vibratory level is Plutonian.
That right there takes it out of the realm of, the floating rocks and superstition, and it takes it into the realm of it being a science. Your natal chart is a description of what vibratory rates were present when you manifested. And
That
that's
that
important
that
because
zaps into you.
those same manifestations affect you today. They are how you express what you do today. So it's not like you're controlled by stars and rocks in the sky. It's an expression of energy. You're an expression of
That
energy, just like those planets are.
that has advanced from the beginning conception of the individual called you. It has advanced because planets move. You are the so below of the as above. So your daily movement Everything that a person does has this vibration. But if an individual is consciously, actively, and awarely always fucking doing the mathematics to somebody else's vibration, you're not doing self-analysis to vibe with your own fucking self. Or if a person is continuously influenced, because think about what I mean about new shit that we didn't created. I said the word influence and it just triggered my mind to be like, the new modern fucking millionaire is a social influencer. They call them that. They title themselves an influencer, meaning and then fucking occult. That's called fucking sorcery. That's called what? Mental magic.
Oh man.
So the whole thing, we constantly being socially influenced. So if a motherfucker, if you see somebody in their dressing style is what the trend is of this summer, they've been influenced. That means that they're an individual who doesn't control their very way they even fucking dress. You're a baby. But people like that always be wanting to debate against the newness of evolving into the higher self. They don't. That's what I said. Them are calcified people. They can't even vibrate hard enough to break the ice on their mind. Them niggas is 33 degrees. They fucking frozen. Nigga, I'm lava, my nigga. You can't fuck with nuclear fusion. I'm the activity of sun energy. How the fuck your frozen fucking consciousness trying to go with always try to niggas is trying to bop around. You understand what I'm saying? So that's a self-analysis. Now when the individual gotta say, I gotta check myself, man. I'm fucked up. You gotta accept the fact that as an individual, be like, yo, I'm not as fucking superior as I thought I was.
Yeah.
I have to check myself. And you got to check yourself consciously. Every day, every minute. You know why? Because you're constantly being influenced by something. So that's what I mean about the modern us. Boy, we fight and we're juggernauts of consciousness and spiritual advancement because look at the shit we gotta fight against.
And he gets better every
Constantly,
day.
niggas constantly trying to activate us emotionally. You can't even escape none of this. The very shit that we complain about is inescapable. Even if you don't watch the news every day, you're gonna scroll on your social media and a news article gonna come across, and whether you consciously read it or not, your motherfucking brain then sucked in the title without you even knowing. It cataloged that shit.
Right.
You don't have to fucking read it for the fucking light of your mind to have absorbed that shit in a time frame so swift you can't even calculate it. Light and sound vibration is one of the things that you can calculate mathematically. Thought cannot be calculated. It moves swifter. It's not even so we say thought vibration, but think about the fucking essence of it being cataloged and blah 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 going everywhere they need to go. That's not even a vibration. That is mechanism. So that's why I said, right? That's why I said in this chapter, every thought, emotion, and mental state has its corresponding rate of vibration. Corresponding rate and mode of vibration. That's two things. You got to realize what's your rate and your mode, meaning your modality. How do you operate within the rate of your vibration? And that shit is mad hard work. That's heavy. That's not light work.
Shadow
And you
work.
got people walking around thinking that they didn't already raised. They talking about their third eye open.
Right. No, you're having different types of thoughts. You're thinking about new things, but you know,
That's the
it's
first
just
degree.
saying you
That's the
meditate.
knowledge degree. That's coming into the consciousness of some data that's now, if you don't realize it, it's making you feel good that you know that you didn't heard something new, that you've read something new. That's a fucking rate in modality. That's something that you got to get over that shit. Feeling good about learning some new shit. It's not supposed to make you feel good. It's supposed to be like drinking water. It's something that you have to do.
Yes.
The only motherfucker that feel good about drinking water all the time is a parched nigga. Always parched all the time. Like, god damn, that water good as a motherfucker. And you can tell a nigga like, yo, I pissed all in it too, and it was cold, but it was good because the motherfucker is so parched, so unconscious of what they're absorbing. You don't even know that I didn't poison this motherfucker. So niggas is vibrating, and that's all Shiva is. Shiva ain't nothing but a vibratory consciousness that lets you know that that's the level that you actually have to reach to separate from Purusha is not matter, correct?
Right. Purusha
And
is the level of
Prakriti
consciousness.
is matter.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the level that we have to always go backwards. So Prakriti is nothing but another word for Malkuth.
Shit. The whole tree, honestly. Prakriti is the
Because
whole
it's
tree.
matter. So the more that unconsciousness or Purusha manifests its outward expression, that's what it does. Each filter, think of it as a cloud. Like a cloud filters dust particles that once they get heavy enough, it mixes with moisture, and that's what we call rain. So what we don't see happening is electroactivity in the atmosphere creating moisture, and then we consciously see the manifestation into what we objectify as getting wet because it's raining like a motherfucker outside. So to go backwards into that, the what you have to do in this form of matter, this vibratory density, because we done been filtered from Purusha through these clouds, and as it goes further and further down, that shit then got heavy and everything. Then the gunas then got stuck together. The vibration starts getting slower and slower and slower and denser. That a motherfucker can't, their consciousness is fucking density. It ain't even vibratory. Nigga is fucking dense consciousness. And that's all of us. Stephen Hawking, they said, was only using 4% of his whole fucking brain capacity. And we thought this motherfucker was a high a scientist. I think we're capable of using more than 4% based off of what the tools that we're adding on to our practices. So like a boxer, when you come into the ring, I'm not going to say boxing. I'm going to say that motherfucking Goku was a Kakarot. You know what I'm saying? Then that nigga became a fucking Super Saiyan. We got to become Super Saiyans in this day and age to go above. That's why Bobby said it in his language, that the return of the gods.
And anybody who paid attention to him back then knows that we are witnessing that right now.
We're witnessing what Bobby was teaching, because that was his time to vibrate. And I come from that time. You got to think, I was born in 1972. See, vibration right there from stuff.
What's going on, y'all?
Peace, man.
Greetings.
Peace.
Bobby Hemmett at his peak, the videos that people watch now, Bobby, a lot of the videos people been saying they come from 2003, but Bobby been doing his thing since like 1990, man. So
I have to meet you, bro. I'm not sure what that sound is, but I just muted you.
Probably a microphone just giving some feedback. But think about how we're not we're not just regular worshipers of deities anymore. We are vibrating our consciousness to the point where I'm a vessel for inviting every deity to come in, so I could express it and live the energy vibratory essence of the deity. That's what Bobby was talking about, the return of the gods. That's the Super Saiyan level that we got to be on now. Nigga ain't got no time to be worshiping no Orisha. Nigga, I am the fucking Orisha.
Right, right. So we talk about these deities and we talk about being these deities. Now, there's a whole slice of the human population that believes that these deities are objective things. And, clearly they're not. But what we come to find through study and practice is that these entities are tools, right? These entities are access points for subtle realities. And these subtle realities are around us at all times. For example, Shiva, right? On the exoteric, you hear Shiva, you think this blue dude with a snake around his neck and the biggest man bun you ever seen in reality. But in essence, Shiva is not a person. Shiva is the subtle state of consciousness that we're all seeking to reach. That's at the core of everything. It's not a place, but it's a state of mind, Shiva. And it manifests in the microcosm as Purusha, right? That's the highest. Say, for example, if we were Stan Lee drawing out the Marvel Universe, if Spider-Man could become enlightened, he would reach a state of Purusha, which is the closest he could get to Shiva, because he's still a comic book character. He's not going to ever be a person, just like us. We're in the microcosm. And as long as we identify and are attached to the body in any type of way, the highest we can go is Purusha. And that's not a bad thing. That's just putting things in perspective. But what must happen through the cleansing, the purification, the shuddhi, and the practice is we begin to identify less with this character, with this body, and more with Shiva itself. And that it takes work. It doesn't take just saying I'm God. It takes work. And the work involved is what we've been talking about: the cleansing, the purification, the harmonizing with the mantras and the rituals and whatever else we're doing, the meditation practices. When the energies of self starts to become harmonized with the essential nature, that's when we really start to realize that, yes, we are these gods, every last one of them.
And that's why after vibration comes polarity. In the Kybalion, because the Kybalion follows a particular pattern. This is not just this book. These each of these laws of the Hermeticists, they're not just haphazardly put from this one to that one. It's organized.
Yes.
So once you vibrate and come in consciousness, as the last chapter said, as one of the old Hermetic writers, he who understands the principle of vibration has grasped the scepter of power. So now let's go ahead and take that power and introduce you to polarity, meaning that now because you vibrating and you realize that vibration are rates and modes of experience and subjectivity and objectivity. Now we're going to show you that it developed into an opposite. You've created the opposite of yourself. So subjectivity is being looked at. People are not seeing the subjectivity because they're stuck in the realm of objectivity, the form.
Right.
They're not seeing that when you do a ritual every day, when you pay homage to your ancestors through libation, or you have an altar, you are experiencing that. You are creating the feeling of feeling good about Mafaroon, Yamaya, and you go through the motions. You're the one experiencing the modality of that. You're the one doing it. You're the one doing it, and you're doing it for yourself. You feel good about it. You don't know what the ancestors feel. You're the one feeling the feeling of them. You are the object. You're performing the object adoration to essences of in within the subjective. And the subjective realm is the nominal realm within your supra consciousness.
I mean, even think about like what you just said. You're the one feeling it. You, as the human individual, you're the only one with tools to feel anything. You're the only one with the five senses. So these entities, they can't feel anything. They're subjective. So yeah, that's exactly it.
And then we objectify the spiritual realm into thinking that it's going to have the same reality as we're realizing right now. We think the ancestors feel good about our rituals, which means that we're going to carry the same modality of feeling into a realm that's not physical. What are you going to feel it with?
Right.
Yeah.
You see how nuts we are?
Yeah.
These essences don't have any opinion about any of us. They are states of consciousness.
They're states of consciousness
Right.
that you can
Universe isn't
only
working in your favor.
quantify, and you can only quantify them by going into a particular state within the mind that transcends the brain.
Yes. Yes.
Hell would fall into that category, wouldn't it?
What would?
Hell. Hell would fall into that category, like people's, I guess, interpretation of hell. You know, they think it's this fiery place that you're gonna feel it, but you're not gonna have a body to feel those sensations. So it has to mean something deeper.
Anybody ever read this book?
Oh yeah. Damn, that's a throwback.
That's
a throwback.
This book is what exactly he's talking about. There's particular levels of hell for particular people who've done particular things. So that's what, like I said earlier, you create your own sin based off of what you feel guilty about or what you're regretful for. So the rapist is not going to be in the same part of hell as the arsonist or the liar. They all consist in a different particular vibratory level of a conscious expression within a veil that you can get stuck in, like the fucking horse in the never-ending story. That was the veil. It was just called the forest of sadness or whatever it is, and it overcame him that he was not strong enough to get out of that mind state feeling, the vibe of feeling, man, it just feels real fucked up right now. And then you get stuck in that.
Like the paragraph that we were reading from the Kybalion. And it talked about every state of mind is a level, is a frequency. And just like a piano, you can tap certain keys to invoke certain feelings. In other words, feeling in a state of depression or anger or any of that, there is an option to get out of it if you know the right key to press. Which would put things like depression into the realm of choice, which is a very difficult thing to hear and accept, especially if you are someone who's going through states of depression.
Yo, because what you just said is what going back to the Kybalion when it speaks about the musical scale and the different levels of the scales. Then it gets into, it says when the object reaches a certain rate of vibration, its molecules disintegrate and resolve themselves into the original elements or atoms, which we know as the guna, which is the essence of what we call elemental composition, right? So then the atoms, following the principle of vibration, are separated into countless corpuscles of which they are composed. And finally, even the corpuscles disappear, and the object may be said to be composed of the ethereal substance. Science does not dare to follow the illustration further, but the Hermeticists teach that if the vibrations be continually increased, the object would mount up the successive states of manifestation and would in turn manifest the various mental stages and then on spiritward until it would finally re-enter the all, which is absolute spirit. That right there is talking about once you get to a particular level of vibratory energy, you basically, it just said it all right there. I don't even need to explain it. I don't think.
In the beginning of this video, I was talking to Mar about how there's a subtle aspect even to that based on the Vedic information. In Tatwashuddhi, she describes the process of evolution through the elements. She talks about first there's Akasha, which is the space, and it is signified by sound. And in that example you just read, the first thing that happens when that top begins to accelerate is you hear the low rumbling all the way to the high pitch. The next level after Akasha is air, Vayu. And what we experience here is movement or the sense of touch. And she explained how it begins to get hotter, the temperature rises, right? After Vayu, we get Agni. And what we get from fire is form, because this is the first level of objective manifestation. So form. And in that example, he talked about how the color begins to change. In other words, when we talk about vibration and the tattvas, they're one and the same thing. The tattvas are an explanation of the levels of vibration and how they outfold.
It's always about vibratory energy. It's always about the rate and mode of perception. The person it has to be an individual work to realize what individually mode of perception. And it comes to a point where I believe I can say it, that each person is really doing it. You really start to be torn away. Once you start, because the veil doesn't just instantly fall. It starts to disintegrate, like it just said in the Kybalion. Mm-hmm. And as it starts to disintegrate, you start being able to see through. You start being able to see through it and start seeing into what's behind it. That is going to greatly rock you into a state that I can't even express. It takes you start becoming more like silent in your personal life. It just, because once you start seeing those threads, like you said earlier, it's humbling. You have no choice but to be in that expression that you can't. There's no description, so it only creates more silence because mind chatter is dissipated. Mind chatter that starts to disintegrate too with going through these particular veils. Because that was a process of dharana. That was a process of what we was reading in Dharana Darshan, Jap. So as you know, the more and more you use these mantras, as you advance, the less and less you need them. Mm-hmm. What mantra is Shiva reciting? Have we come across that yet? Is it reciting? Maybe he's reciting Om, but he's not even reciting. His drum makes that sound. Isn't it the drum that Shiva holds that makes the Om?
I believe so. I'm not sure. I think so.
So it's the activity. The drum represents the vibrational activity of his what appears to be inactivity. So you actually, your very molecular structure becomes the mantra. You don't need to cognitively say Om Namaya Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. You don't need to say that no more because now you vibrate in it.
Yes, yes. But just like that spinning top, it gets to that point. Just like you said, the
Yeah.
veil doesn't dissolve instantly. It has to be gradually
It
broken down.
gradually starts to disintegrate. And
People
that's why
trip
a
on
person
mind.
has to be, and that's why it takes these steps and stages, because if a person goes through, tries to screw around with that too fast, and if it opens up, like people say, well, I got my chakra open up instantly, you will be fucking in the cuckoo house. A motherfucker can't even take somebody's speaking ill against their mother. That vibratory energy would drive someone off the deep end to punch somebody in their face. So you mean to tell me that there's people walking around here that instantly getting chakras opened?
No. The more you
And then the
know, the
next
more
day
you
they go
can
get that, and
bullshit.
the next day they go get their hair done. I'm just saying, they go to get a, something. They have to go to the barber the next day after that.
You know, they say it's a lot of people in Israel that go there, and the shock of visiting the Holy Land sends them into what they call Jerusalem syndrome. And so it's a lot of people in from like I guess westernized cultures that visit there and end up in the crazy house because the shock of something like that, and what they've been studying their whole life and visiting that, and the shock of it sends them into this like almost like psychotic state. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's
Because they created that vibratory energy that's over there. Think about
yeah.
what's being done over there. They're in perpetual, there's people that's like I said about that movie, The Nun. They're in perpetual prayer and meditation. They're doing shit. Go to Mecca, go make a Hajj. Why do you think Malcolm X had to change? Malcolm X went over to fucking Mecca and came back a whole nother person. They had to take him off of here based off of that shit, man. You got to take this motherfucker. You got to kill this man. He didn't went over there and stepped his nigga went to the pyramids and shit like that.
Look, people
How
don't
you think?
understand. This is what happens when you tap into these vibrations for real. It's not just cool for the internet. This
I'm gonna
is
tell you something,
real.
Trav. Do you realize Brother Polite went to the pyramids and laid? There's some kind of a ritual. He went and he laid down in that fucking box, that alabaster box that they got inside the pyramid. Now he's in Hollywood. I'm
Hey,
just saying.
That's that initiation. Yeah.
It ain't no different than Panic. Y'all see all them? If those who watch Panic for years see that this man's house is filled with so much fucking relics, he has no choice but to be who he is. Yeah, the Alchemist and Bobby too, because they talked about that in that movie. They supposedly had the blood of Christ inside of this little glass orb thing, and they put that on the demon, and that takes the demon down. But the whole thing is what it is. It ain't just you getting stuck in the religious concept of, oh, they got the blood of Christ. What about? No, they fucking with relics that got some type of vibratory energy on that shit. That's what's, it is no different than a seal or a
or a
sigil,
yantra.
the seals of Solomon, or a yantra.
Or this thing right here, right? And you can get these from
Yeah.
these Bij mantras as well. We're talking about vibrations that have been here longer than anything that you know. Of course, it's going to incite a change, especially if your reality is faulty and thin and crumbling, anyways. Why not latch onto something that is very sturdy and substantial?
How many Catholics do we have in the house? And that right there has a vibratory energy of which is called a bija, and you're able to vibrate it, and it'll change your whole life.
Man,
Everybody who been to a Methodist church when they go, Lord, have mercy upon us and upon our hearts, and they do all of that chanting and shit like that. That's vibration. Ain't no different than Catholic school. Catholic church, that shit is mantras. They come out there and they speak Latin. They blow around some myrrh. You know what I'm saying? That's why people like black churches. And God,
Yes, yeah,
they call
yeah.
that
Same,
they
same
call
practice.
that they call that the preacher's wail. That's a vibration. That should get,
Yeah.
and then you mix that when he say something, the motherfucker cut his eye over there at the organist. Now the organist start going dun dun dun, and then God said walk on that water. That shit gonna raise the energy of the church.
Yeah.
Now you got what's called now the spirit as for fucking filling into the place, and your grandmama then passed out in the back fucking pew.
And right after that, they pass around the collection plate.
They hit you with the motherfucking collection box.
Right
Because
after
you know
that.
what? And there's nothing really wrong with that, because you know why? It's all a currency. It's still vibrate. Is it money vibration?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
So why not open up the motherfucker? Why not open up the floor for currency? Shit, we didn't open up this mind in here. Let's get paid for this act.
And to be quite honest, that's providing a tool for transformation. There's people in that church who are in it, believe, and feel the power, right? And when they put that money in that collection plate, they know that it's being transmuted into a spiritual blessing, and it does for them. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
So what kind of? So what is that called, Trav? What is that called? Money magic?
Oh.
Isn't it the same shit we do on the altar? People, we've all made them trays, and you put your money on there. You put your pennies and all of that shit all that particular trees.
I got a collection plate on my altar.
And you believe that it's gonna work, right? That's why I don't shit on nobody that's religious. It is what it is.
Right.
Yeah, Trav. Yeah, Trav. I when you said what you just said, and what y'all both just said, I had to pull myself back from shitting on religious people, because you do start doing that once you realize, you know, the kind of trap of it and all. But then when you raise to a higher level and you start to think about it the way that, you know, we're talking about it right now, it does provide a tool of transformation for the people that believe, because belief is the biggest thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, diving into something wholeheartedly, you know, and it will transform you, because it's a mental thing. It's mental transmutation, you know. So once that vibratory energy is in that church and they paying for it as that exchange of energy, you know, they giving something to get something, you know, and if they do believe enough, it will incite a change in their life. And I didn't seen it with my own two eyes with my family. So I just leave it alone, you know. It is what it is.
Yeah. Higher level of awareness.
Rate.
You start to see, you know, that there's only two paths: moving towards the five senses or moving towards God. It don't matter what you call it, or, you know, Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, none of that stuff matters. It's all titles. When you get to a certain point, it's just like the analogy that we gave in the very beginning. Some people see the gloves, some people see pants and shirt and jacket. All I'm seeing is the thread. You can call it what you want. You're either doing the work or you're not. You're either wrapped up in the Maya, and that's where you're supposed to be, or you're unraveling it, because that's where you're supposed to be.
And all of that is what body language and the science of reading a body language and the science of reading, of knowing how to utilize NLP. You can go get the dictionary of body language, what everybody is saying. Joe Navarro, if anybody have heard of Joe Navarro, wrote those books. I believe he used to work for the FBI or some shit like that, and that's what he did. That's why they always have somebody when you be interrogated. They're not. It ain't about what you're saying verbally. It's about what you're not saying that they looking at. They looking at how you sitting up, or if you looking around and all kind of shit like that. That's the vibration that we able to use when you deal with people. So
yeah,
so
no, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you good.
I was just gonna say nonverbal communication is probably like 75% of communication. You know, most things communicate through nonverbal communication. I think we talked about this before. So yeah, you're right.
You ever read the Nox Umbra? You heard of the Nox Umbra, Trav, by Michael Ford?
That might be one that I downloaded but didn't read. I don't think
It's
so.
one of them. It's a book basically of vampiric magic and shit. You know how to, you know, what I'm saying, vampiric essence of things. And he's saying, I just was looking at this part, and he said the harmonic vampire is one who has isolated the psyche, understanding that we are spiritual beings within flesh. We can thus control our immediate surrounding world. As we are born in darkness, we are nourished in the shadows. As we are strengthened in the noon sun, which is the time of Shaitan, we create darkness and shadow equally. The Ahramanic vampire seeks the in-between or neither world of twilight, from which the shades of the dead commune with the living. This ain't nothing but a whole nother language of what we said about breaking these veils, going into the consciousness. He didn't already hit you in the beginning that the veil is one who isolates the psyche. What are you isolating it to? You're isolating it. Basically, it's the same word. You're concentrating the psyche, pinpointing it on one thought, and that one thought is the development of the vampire lifestyle. You're saying you're going into the darkness, or you're born in the darkness. The darkness is the Purusha. It's the unknown, it's the subjective realm. So all of this stuff says the same thing. He says again, the Aramonic, and I'm probably saying that word wrong. The Aramonic vampire is one who separates the psyche from the natural order and masters the night side or astral plane within our physical world, which we seek to control from within. The forms in the night side of which we assume, bat, wolf, moth, or a hybrid of each and others, are the extensions of our will and desire. So instead of utilizing it, how you just say you go into the contemplative world of Shiva, because it's a world that he's creating by being within that state of mind. The same thing right here is when you go into these particular realms of the mind, you create what you begin to identify what you want to use it for is your own will and desire. So that's why you can't place one particular consciousness of those worlds for every single being. It's a difficult process to really get, like I said earlier, to get into these worlds, to get into these realms, to vibrate at that particular rate of speed. When a person is always in their fucking mind feeling some kind of way within, as he says, they seek to separate from the natural order. If you're always in the natural order of society, you're always going to be emotionally manipulated.
Yes.
That as soon as somebody says something obscure to your weak ass path, you feeling some kind of way, man. Fuck that shit. They don't know what he's talking about.
Instantly. We're talking about nature, right? Nature, it is a force in itself. It's mindless. It is automatic, autopilot, prakriti. Nature is signified by it's working in loops and cycles and circles. That's how you can tell it's nature. It doesn't require thought. It's a pattern, right? It's a circle. So you don't have to think about it because it has a destination that it's going to go. And the collective consciousness is governed by those loops and cycles and patterns. As a matter of fact, the mind is designed to work that way on loops and patterns. Now, what the ancients did when they understood that is they filled those loops with mantras, right? Japa japa. or any other type of bij mantra or whatever type of mantra. And with those loops going around, it's like having a vehicle, right? You have the gas and all these fluids flowing around in the vehicle, and it produces, gives it the fuel to move. Likewise, those loops going around in our heads, it has a very real outcome on what happens in our lives. They say your thoughts create your reality. So what happens when you purify yourself, and instead of having impure thoughts circulate in your system, you have pure vibration circulating in your system? That has a very real effect on your outside.
And you can transform the low level energy of thinking about yoni in a sexual sense and transform the thought of thinking about it in a higher sense. You can meditate a practice of the beauty of a woman and relate that to the existence of life.
Absolutely.
Just contemplate the practice of that another human being only manifests itself through the beauty of a woman's body.
Absolutely.
Not that I want to blow her back out. And listen to how we talk about it. Blow her back out.
Right.
Like, you know,
It's the language and it's the judgment that we place on those type of things. Of course, sexuality is natural. Of course, it's a part of this existence, but it's everything that we attach to it that corrupts it, right? There's nothing dirty about it, nothing bad or sinful or naughty. It's the words and the phrases and concepts that we attach to all that um makes it impure in our system. So
so
when
when
those
you
thoughts go through us, it's the nasty thoughts that we attach to it that gunk up the system, not the idea of
as
sex
the
itself.
British came over there and just so happened walking through India and come upon some nicely tree area, and you see a man meditating. He has absolutely nothing on. He's in the asana, but surrounding him, laying on the ground with all their feet together, legs bust wide open. He in the middle of that, meditating. And here you come, you walk up on that shit and think, well, what the fuck is this? What kind of sex act is this? What kind of perversion is this? It ain't nothing perverted about it. That was a meditative tool, a ritual going on in a tantra practice. But all you saw through your perverted lens is legs and yoni bust wide open. That's all you saw. Because you, a horny dog, and got turned on, and your pecker then woke up.
The pecker
You
wood.
didn't objectify the whole practice as sexual perversion.
Right. Whereas the yogi in the middle and those women, they don't see, oh, this is a sexy, horny thing to do. They're seeing the root of this. They're seeing the deity in it. That's why
Because
they're
the
able to do
body
it.
is nothing but a fucking tool. So the vibration that they're creating by this symmetrical form that they didn't create it, if you look at it from the top down, you will see a yantra. And then by basically it being a male essence in the middle, you're seeing the black dot, which is representative of this conscious, highly contrated essence of consciousness, surrounded by these women who are creating this form, and their bodies are the component that brings forth Purusha into Prakriti. No, but your horny self didn't ain't see. You can't take your eyes off of that fine brown skin one over there, because now that's all you see.
Yeah.
Her stomach so well shaped. Spiritually, energetically, they're not even there. They're in the motherfucking nether realm some fucking where.
Connected with a subtle essence.
That's all I'm saying. That this everything is it's transformative, but it's an individual basis that a person has to individually work on themselves to get whatever is their garbage essence together. And it goes, and it's no different. And it's not just about naked bodies. The gurus was meditating in the fucking in the Pyre where they burn dead bodies at. There's somebody right in heavy meditation right there. They didn't burn 90 bodies today. This nigga been in meditation all night, right next to it. And his meditation might be upon the process, the process of life, living it, and then dying, and then being burned again, being returned to the ethers.
Mm-hmm.
Not because it stinks and it smokes. That's the human body can't get. He don't smell nothing.
So this is getting closer to the origin of the oath of the abyss, right? It's not just this mystical, cool thing that Jack Parsons said or Crowley talked about. Again, everything's taken from the Far East, but this is coming to the closer to free will, unconditioned consciousness. Everything that we place on these things, these labels, those are conditions. But being able to be in the presence of, 12 busted wide open yonis or bodies that are burning all day long, unconditioned consciousness is able to see the divine within all of them or none of them. Unconditioned consciousness is able to see the divine at all times. That's the oath of the abyss. That's a higher state of awareness. That's what all these practices should be getting us to. If you're just feeling that way during your meditation, but then you go out amongst the world and you're back as a regular ass human, talking, debating, gossiping, and all that shit, it's not really working yet. You should be able to take that awareness of God in everything. You should be able to carry that 24/7. Because it's only when you get to that level that you can really start to penetrate the deeper meanings of these things, these concepts.
This shit keep going deeper and deeper, Trav, man. You know what I'm saying? It's just continuously there. Like how we say the rabbit hole. The rabbit hole is infinite. Alice only created she had to face her own shit. That was her own shit because she was being subjected to a lifestyle that she did not necessarily choose to want to live like that. So she had her victories and shit. That's all she was experiencing when she landed to the bottom of her rabbit hole. But the true rabbit hole, that shit don't got no bottom. Because it keeps unfolding and unfolding like the universe. Like you mentioned mantras. I got this book called Secrets of Yantra, Mantra, and Tantra. I think you have this. I think you have the same book.
Secrets of Mantra, Yantra, and
Secrets of Mantra. Secrets of Yantra, Mantra, and Tantra.
I think I don't have that one.
They got mantras in here that you got to say 10,000 times.
Yes.
I had to learn what the word lock, and I might be saying it incorrectly. L-A-K-H, and it's a Sanskrit word for one. It pertains to the number, and that thing is a 100,000. You can heal your eyes with a runa mantra, but you have to repeat it 10,000 times.
Is that the one written by Chowdhury?
Yeah.
I'll have it soon.
So it's a good book, but the whole thing, like I said, these practices, man, basically I'm just going to say individual has to know their rate. I'm going to go back to the Kybalion. Individual has to do a self-analysis. Then you have to continually develop a process, how you're going to take care of yourself. So everybody has a natal chart, and you have nakshatras. And each nakshatra has a mantra. So each individual has their own individual mantra that once they know thyself or study thyself, you'll come to realize that you can create or discover the mantra that's particularly for you,
Yes.
and change your whole vibratory essence of who you are. But like I said earlier, it's a hard fucking task.
Hard, until you start to become more acclimated to the mindset that we're trying to go to.
You know something like how we read the initiation into hermetics, and we read uh uh Kabbalah, Kabbalah book. That was almost baby food compared to what the Vedic science is explaining. It's explaining the same thing. It's not to take away from mystical Kabbalah. Thanks, Jason. That it's not to take away from it, but you can empower those even deeper once you do this particular. Once you, with the tools of the Vedic science and Ayurvedic science, because those are two independent sciences, you can mix that with the initiation into hermetics and mystical Kabbalah and open up a whole nother realm of consciousness with that.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like mystical Kabbalah is giving us like a overly technical left brain analysis of Prakriti.
Yeah, but it's useful. But that's, I think we mentioned that when we first started talking, that this thing that they be running us around circles to get to, just like them books that these guys write. There's 75 fucking pages. How many pages is in the mystical Kabbalah? Like 380 or something like that.
Close to 400.
So the whole thing is, it didn't have to. It don't have to take that much writing to explain certain things.
Yeah. And just before that, Vivekananda was writing these other books that were just as clear as day. So I don't know why they made it.
And it's a science behind that, because the mind starts losing interest in long drawn out shit after a while. So maybe if the book would have been written in pieces, 75, it would have been a whole line of books of mystical Kabbalah explaining each particular component in 80-page books.
Oh hell, maybe it was supposed to be like that, maybe
yeah.
Who knows?
So the whole thing is, because a lot of those writings, when you know the history of those occultists, their writings were basically all notes. You know what I'm saying? That they just develop it into a formalized book. It was basically they was their grimoire notes from studying other shit. So then they just say, you know what, this will make a good book. Let me compose it all together. But if they would have kept it like in a notated type of form, a lot of it will be easier digested. A lot of people right now still reading the mystical Kabbalah. They ain't even rocking with this shit. Them niggas is fucking like whatever with that yantra shit.
Struggling through it. More power to y'all. Get through it. Finish it, please. It's worth it.
And that's all based off of the rate and mode of their vibratory level. So once you come to that, be like, you know what, my mode, because there's an absorption rate that each individual consciously radiates. You know, that's how we absorb this stuff. That I'm not going to absorb it that swiftly. You got to think about how many books Trav, like I said, I jokingly say 90, but just the rate of books that he puts up, I'd be like, God damn, how the fuck, this dude is. So it almost, individuals who communicate with him personally, it makes you check your own self-responsibility, that if you actually true to this and you want to communicate with him on a particular level, you have to do your due diligence of reading the same shit, or you're going to lose ground. It's like the military. They really want everybody to fucking make it. Like the Marines, they don't really want you dropping out at the fucking training, but they do got it there for you. You can drop out if you want. but they really want everybody to make it.
Yeah, that's I think that's a really great system. The tools are there for you. Now it's not on lack of tools because you didn't make it. It's not on lack of guidance. It's a lack of what you got inside.
What are the will and desire as the Kybalion ended with that chapter, based off of what you have within your will and your desire. And that's even a self-study. What is your individual will? What empowers your will to desire? What is your desire? I wish I had the book Think and Grow Rich. I think there's a whole chapter about desire in that book. If anybody's ever read Think and Grow Rich, I think there is a whole chapter about desire. So what does an individual desire?
It's chapter 3.
Chapter
It's
3. Okay, see?
The starting point of all
Anything highlighted in there?
No, I just looked at the table of contents for the desire.
Isn't there a chapter on will too?
Desire.
I definitely knew it was a desire.
It's persistence. I think it would fall under that, but it's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't say will specifically.
And they talk about subconsciousness and all of that shit inside of that.
Yeah.
In that book, that right there was a very important. I think that book was written in 1903 too, wasn't it?
Let me check.
After Vivekananda visited his city.
Exactly.
Holy.
These folks here are something else, man. Vivekananda did a world tour. Now everybody's spouting off books. Y'all silly.
Talking about subconsciousness.
Hey, talk about what what Kybalion was talking about, how, you know, the thoughts throwing off vibrations and other minds picking up.
Yeah. It was around 1955, I think. I don't know the specific.
No, heck no. You gotta think he was Napoleon Hill was hanging out with Andrew Carnegie.
Dale Carnegie. Yeah. So one of those guys was he was a copycat of the other dude.
You gotta think he interviewed the Henry Ford, man. That's definitely wasn't motherfucker 1950.
I mean, this is an old ass picture. He looks pretty old, and the picture says 1955.
Look at the original, because you know they upgrade the books. So look at when it was originally copywritten, and I think it was like the 1903 or some shit like that. But basically, what I'm saying that he was talking about desire. They have this, the information that's been floating around for so long, and as Trav said, once Vivekananda came to town, now all of a sudden here we go with, let's just now think ourselves into wealth.
Yeah. But hey, without him doing that and without these folks writing all their books, we wouldn't be here today. So praise white Jesus. If that triggers anyone in the chat, please let me know
When was Think and Grow Rich written?
so that I can say it again.
Since you're asking that question, you probably picked up on someone's trigger vibe.
It actually was written in 1937.
Okay.
Thanks, Grace. Oh, she left.
So you got to think the 1930s. I do the science to time frames and dates, because you can tell what particular mind state that the human consciousness was in at, during these times. If you do the science, if you do the time from the 1930, that a lot of that was going on.
Mm-hmm.
It was becoming a particular age of mental awareness and evolution. You got to think 1930 when you want to deal with the Nation of Islam, that's when Master Farad Muhammad made his appearance here in North America and came looking for Elijah Muhammad to teach him that science. The Supreme Wisdom Lessons was a conversation between Elijah Muhammad and Master Farad Muhammad between like the time of 1932 to 1934. So when you deal with these dudes with this, in the Kybalion, so the Kybalion is supposed to be an ancient text.
I just saw something here, Shango. I gotta double check it before I say anything. Because I don't want to miss out. All right, let me check. Let me check. That book you mentioned about the mantras, you've been telling us about for a while. I know you got a PDF, but I looked on Amazon. Apparently, there was only one copy left at $23.45. All the other ones suddenly jumped to 77 and up.
And here's a secret about the PDF. I don't recommend anybody downloading the PDF. You know why? Because throughout the book, there's certain pages that are missing.
I had to cop it because that was the last one at $23. The rest of them were $70.
Exactly.
Oh hell!
And that was and that just happened because I've been debating. I don't know what's wrong with me. I have some problems that I be dealing with. Like, should I buy this? And I didn't buy it just a couple of days ago. It was 12 left. So you just looked today and there was one, and now you didn't bought the last copy. So when they come back out, each book gonna be $70-something now.
Yikes. On a side note, I noticed one thing I've known about myself, just through my life and looking at different things. Whenever I enter something, I always find that the old way ends and it starts a new way, which is more difficult. For example, being in the military, I remember there were a lot of policies that were changing that used to be pretty cool. And then a bunch of new policies started that were a lot more difficult. Or like a lot of jobs I've been to, like say it may have been a new company and everything was really lax and cool and fun or whatever. But during my time there, that kind of changed and became something more difficult. I'm looking for which one of my nakshatras that might represent, because that's a consistent theme, how I arrive during a transition period. And I mean, I can even see that right now with all the spiritual shit that we talk about right now. This is an end of something and the beginning of another.
What degree is your ascendant?
My ascendant. I'll pull that up for you.
Because if it's an early mula, that's a Gandanta point. Because it's a transition between Scorpio and fire. Or I mean, water and fire. Like Scorpio to Sagittarius.
Okay.
Amar is real good with the Vedic astrology, man. You would make an excellent Jyotish practitioner.
Yo, I literally like picked that as my sadhana, like Jyotish, because it's like it's a whole sadhana.
I think you're heading into that, just like how Christian breaks that down. You're able to break that down too, man. You know.
I'm gonna get on it more. Wow. That's literally at the Gandanta point, because it's from 0 to 3 degrees.
Amazing that you said that. I was doing some study on my ascendant and my moon. I'm Mula, which is the roots, and Rohini, which is the seed. So those are the two forces that make up how I express everything I do. Pulling up the roots and planting a new seed.
Wow.
Recently, I've been getting a lot more into this Vedic astrology stuff. You know, I'm trying to get to where you are right now and trying to get to where Kristen is ultimately.
After reading I'm only like 50 pages or 60 pages into the Light on Life book, and I feel like I had to scrap everything I learned before, because like the Ayurveda and like the Vedic philosophy, Samkhya, all of that shit is like compiled in Jyotish. So they use like the Samkhya philosophy is used in Ayurveda because like all the gunas, they come from Prakriti.
Yes.
And Samkhya is the philosophy of Purusha and Prakriti.
By the way, Shango, you've got a certain position in Taurus. Kristen has been going off about how today, well, excuse me, did you happen to come the past 2 days come across, oh, there she is in the chat. Did you happen to come across anything abundance, related yesterday or the day before? And it might not have been as profound as some other people, but you're right on the outskirt of it. It happened at 21, 22 degrees. Yours is at 24.
I think so, man. Yesterday, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a good day.
Yeah, you're Saturn in Taurus. That it's at 24 degrees. Yesterday, Kristen was talking about how yesterday a lot of people who have, oh yeah, there she is. She says exactly 20 and 21 degrees, they will be directly affected by abundance.
See, that's something I got to get on to. See, that's why you have to actually be on this every single day.
You do, and I learned that. See, because, oh shit, Kristen. Anyways, I'm catching up, and I'm excited about it now. But I've been trying to figure out the mantra stuff, right? And the first thing I thought was, okay, let me, since Monday for the moon, Tuesday for Mars, Wednesday Mercury, etc. Let me do the mantra for that planet, and then the position of it that was in my chart. And maybe that was good for me karmically, but the way that it's supposed to be done, according to what Frowley wrote in his book about mantras, was that you want to do it for where it is now, because it's putting you into alignment and harmony with where things are now.
Yeah.
So really, I can't make a playlist for every Monday and every Tuesday. I have to sit up here and look at what's going on and then do the mantras for where it's at in the moment.
Mm-hmm. And that's important because that keeps you, it goes back to the vibration. Mm-hmm. It keeps your vibration in alignment with the planets, the planetary alignment. So you're not just being influenced by the planets. You're influencing your own self. You are your own. It's not even like you're really influencing yourself. You're living in the awareness of the now.
A good way to look at it is both you and the planets are a manifestation of a subtle essence, right? So there's a subtle essence, and as an effect of that subtle essence, the planets are in a certain position. At the same time, on a lower arc, as a manifestation of that subtle essence, there's you and your life. That's why you can look at the planets and see what's going to happen. But if you look at that third connection point and focus there, now you're in harmony with all things. And this place is Shiva.
Yeah.
That's why that Om Namah Shivaya mantra I do with no matter what, because that's tapping into that subtle essence of where everything comes from.
You know, something that shook me at my core of just being aware of like once I started really looking at the lot in the chart, that shit it shook me almost to my core to see the activity of myself. And when I had got to understand, like to a certain level, I had to understand it completely at all. But I'm saying a level of understanding when I was looking at house 4, 7, and 10 and 11 and like 6 in these houses. I don't have no planets in these houses. But of course the houses have, with whether like house 4 is, is a Capricorn house. You know what I'm saying? Like it was in the sign of Capricorn. And then also Capricorn, the planet that controls Capricorn is Saturn. So that energy is still there. But once I looked at this overall and I came to some kind of understanding, I was like, yo, that's why I don't have a particular, I was always good at not having an attachment to particular things. It's like I almost saw it was like a destiny, like the way that I saw myself. It was almost like sad, but it was awareness at the same time, because I don't know how to explain it, because it's not necessarily barren. They're not just barren because you don't have, Christian probably can explain it better, but it just like shook me to really come to this particular awareness by really looking at this chart and how seeing particular houses don't have planets in there. And then once you understand what this house represents, and it just was like, man.
Yeah. What it represents and how it affects the other houses. It's just
How
like
yeah.
Kabbalah. They all touch each other. They all are in a relationship with each other.
Yeah. And
They say the
between
Vedic is more accurate. Say the Vedic astrology is more accurate.
That's
yeah.
That's an understatement.
What's a good Vedic astrology? I gotta try it now.
You were breaking up. I can assume what you asked, but you were breaking up.
Good book for the Vedic astrology. Anybody have any good book for it?
So there's a good fundamental thing that you can get, and there's a good in-depth one that you can get. Where you want to start?
I want in depth.
I think Amar can answer that question.
Because I figure
The book is called
Yeah,
Light on
yeah.
Life by Dr. Savoto, Robert Savoto, and one other person. I don't know his name though.
Yeah, if you want the in-depth, if you want to skip past the fundamentals, go ahead and get this bad.
Yeah, it's Light on Life, an introduction to astrology of India by Hart Defoe and Robert Savoto.
He got the copy directly from India, so his cover.
Mine's just like this.
His came out in the Himalayas. Mine came out of Amazon.
And Frawley has a good book too. It's called The Astrology of the Seers.
yeah, that's the one I have. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it breaks it down pretty.
you said that's Crowley.
No, not Crawley. His name is David Frawley. He's like a
Oh, I about to say.
yeah. He's like a white guy that did all the like. Yeah,
He's certified though.
yeah.
I say that one that Amar mentioned was more in depth and more advanced because it goes into explicit detail, deeper than just the surface level, which is good if you're going to tough it out like Mystical Kabbalah. But as with everything, I always recommend fundamentals because, got to have those basics.
I mean,
Kristen knows a lot about that.
like using the cards hand in hand with the book is like that shit's perfect.
Yeah, that's right. Y'all do have some cards. Yeah.
What's up, Kristen? Excuse me, Michael Jordan.
What's up?
What's up, Kristen?
How are you guys? I was trying to hold out, but I kept hearing you guys talk, and I'm like answering while I'm listening. I couldn't help it.
So this is how we summon a Kristen.
Yeah. I'm doing a road trip today, but I can't stay away from you guys.
Road trip.
Road trip. So did you experience anything secondarily or firsthand, Trav, that you at all yesterday or the day before?
Yeah, so my son actually had it in his chart, and I
Right.
assumed he would be with his mom and that I would be giving her money, but he actually stayed with me this weekend. One thing that I learned that I'm actually improving is usually when I would be doing my meditations and like they would come busting in the room or whatever, I get pissed,
Yeah.
"Oh, you're interrupting my meditation. I'm trying to be peaceful and I gave you the tablet so you could, be quiet and leave me alone." That's how it used to be. But you don't really notice that you change until it happens again.
Yeah.
I'm doing my mantras and he comes busting in like, "Oh, my brother won't let me play Minecraft, da 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 da." And it literally didn't budge me. Like I was still saying my mantras, and in between them, I'm like telling him what to do. Okay, well then grab the tablet. Okay, well then go get a snack and then calm down. Om Namah Shivaya. Okay, well, maybe we should take a
That's
break.
great.
It didn't like piss me off or nothing. I just kept going. And,
That's
it
awesome.
happened about 4 or 5 times, but each time it was, I don't know. I was proud of myself in that moment.
No, that's good. That's
Yeah, that's
fantastic.
super dope.
That's growth.
I be doing self experimentation, right? So I've been wearing these Rudrox pretty much since I had got them. So maybe the last 2 days, 2 or 3 days, I had took them off. Hold on. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. I had so for the maybe the last 2 days I haven't had them on. Hurry up, because she's gonna go back out. All right. But I was feeling weird. I was feeling drained. I was like, is it really these freaking bees, or is it my
Oh, well,
mind?
the
Like,
moon was causing people to be drained too. I know lots of people were talking
yeah,
about that because the full moon in Leo went through, all the nakshatra Uttara and Purva Falguni and then Maga. So certain people were energized, but then there would be moments where there would be drain happening. I saw a lot of people talking about being drained. So
that might be it. So I put
yeah,
them at
because Leo, think about Leo, doesn't he get lazy, right? He gets lazy, he kind of chills and wants to
yeah.
relax. He's the king. So that can happen with the Leo full moon.
It was I felt totally drained. That's why I said I said, I wonder if he's taking these bees off after a certain amount of time. Because these, they have a particular vibratory energy. These,
Yeah.
I don't even know if I really want to say it, but it's these change you. There's something happens when you start wearing.
For sure.
When I started wearing these, you can feel it. Like Travis says, there is no aggression. Like you don't feel nothing frustrates you. Everything is calm.
Yes.
Like your reaction to stuff is totally in calmness.
So the storm is no longer on the outside. Because for me, an Ardra native, I get stormy. I get like some of my responses are like, what? Like, and then I'm like, okay, calm down, chill out. It ain't that serious. But so I'm wondering if something with those beads, if they are like moving the storm from the outside to the inside and like breaking apart the things that need to be broken apart so that you can heal and grow, as opposed to it.
That makes sense, Chris. Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, so you both are Ardra natives. I got a lot of Ardra in my chart. I believe
Ardra is my moon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you are an Ardra.
Yeah, straight up.
With that,
I wasn't like a quick temper, but once I tempered up, I had to finish it.
Yep.
I was
same.
It was, but I don't feel none of that no more. It's weird. Like I said earlier, it's difficult to really explain your self transformation to another person can really get, kind of like, experience it, but it totally makes you feel calm.
That's awesome.
And when you use them for your mantra, because there is 108, so you can do them on, So
right.
I mean, it is like me personally, just to say it's not. I can I don't even know how to say it. That it really becomes like an automated thing. I'm not just doing a mantra. It's like I can just quickly go into a transcendental state where I'm like really into whatever realm that I go into, and that's where my information is coming from.
Nice.
And it kind of makes me really hesitant to really try to explain a lot, because I just like, you don't want to mess it up or something like that. But it's mixing it with this, really getting into the Vedic astrology, as Chad said, dealing with changing your diet to become more lighter. That's what the process I'm in now is eating lighter. So I haven't eliminated meat, but I was never like a big pork eater. I never was no pork eater, or I don't like eat big steaks and stuff like that, or really hamburgers. I do really chicken and rice and, you know, potatoes. I do like bulky. I was really a bulky food type of eater, you know, more like that. But now I'm eating more lighter and mixing that with all of this, with the mantras and the particular asana and stillness. It is a life changing experience.
Yeah,
I
that healthy
wouldn't,
eating, man.
yeah, healthy eating.
That healthy eating, man. It's like you gotta have that as above, so below, because it's gotta be the reflection of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
At least the effort of it. You know what I mean? And
it's
just
good to
being
clean your
light.
body out.
It does, man. And being light is just the equivalent of light, which you're trying to get is,
Yeah,
knowledge too. So
yeah,
even matching those two up and just the feeling with the want of it, you know what I mean? It's just a way of looking at that too, you know what I mean? Why it makes it work for you, you know what I'm saying? And then
yeah.
you become light in meditation, you know what I mean? And these real-time worlds and all of that too. It's a photon.
Because yeah.
Hey.
Django, did you ever hunt or like were into hunting?
No, not
Oh,
animal.
that literally, Trav. I was literally looking at that too. What the fuck? Like that's why I asked if
What
he
does it
had
say?
hunting, because that's wild.
Oh my God! Look at the arduous career in the butcher. I used to fish. I was a big fisher. So
I
I
mean,
guess is fishing
yeah, because it
considered
says
hunting?
this nakshatra is also connected to hunters and animal killers. This residing deity Rudra is the lord of wild animals as well as storms. Thus, a sattvic or vegetarian diet and practice of ahimsa, non-violence, is advised.
I always loved terrible weather.
That's it. Ardra is the storm, so
I
yeah.
like storms too. I like rain and storms. Something about
Yeah.
it is it smells good. It feels good.
Inclement weather. Whether when I lived up north in Connecticut, snowstormy, um, like blustery, snowy, blowing, where it made everything. It made bad weather makes everything equal. No one escapes bad weather. I kind of always enjoyed that.
I like bad weather too. I'm with y'all, man. I like rain.
Yeah.
I'm like one of the only people around me that likes rain. Everybody be complaining, but I'm like out there in it, just watching it. You know, it just does something to me.
I didn't
Same.
I didn't start your chart, but do you have Ardra in your chart?
Hold on. I'll get right back to you. Kristen probably know better than I do.
I'd have to I'd have to look again. I'm actually not in a place where I can look on the phone at the moment. But
Everyone should
Swati, you have Swati. So Swati is the breath in the air and the Maya. So they also love storms and wind. We talked about this before, you and me stuff, about how we like the storms and stuff. Yeah. I mean, I even take pictures of storms. I go out and I know this sounds a little weird, but I like communicate with the storm. And I'll be out there and I'll say, I'm going to count to 3. And on 3, give me a good lightning strike. And that shit happens like 19 times in a row. Perfect. I'm like,
man,
what are the chances?
Man, I had my little boy believing that I could make the lightning strike by doing it. I got this stick that I made. I was like a staff. And I was outside one day and it was living in Dallas, and every time I staff the lightning strike struck. So now my little boy was in there looking at it. So now he believes I made a lightning strike. Now he's 9 years old and he still thinks this.
That's so cool.
It's crazy.
That's because Swati rules Maya and the reality and illusion and stuff. So we could easily mold the reality around us.
Swati. I got some of that too.
Yeah.
My ascendant is in Swati.
Yep.
And my Mars in Libra is a Swati, and my ascendant is Libra.
Yep. So you got Swati in 2 places?
I have Swati in
Your ascendant and in Mars, right?
Ascendant in my Mars.
That's so cool. You know, that's cool to have your Mars and Swati, and that's why I feel you have a real. You know, we talked about your mafia stuff and like the Ardra and hot stuff.
Damn.
There's
Yeah.
something really cool and calm about you, like reserved. Like you're not someone who just got a loud talk or nothing. You know what I mean? Like someone who would be aggressive and just talk a lot of shit. I don't feel that. I feel more of a real calming, more gravitas from you than
never,
you know what I mean?
I don't like that. I never was a yeller or an arguer. I don't like arguing. You know what I mean? I'm not the arguing type of individual.
Yeah, I could tell.
Not that I'm gonna back down. I'm just not gonna argue.
Right? No, an Ardra person wouldn't back down. That doesn't mean you don't get mad or that you can't like beat someone's fucking ass. It's just that you're not one of those people who talk a lot of shit just to scare people because they're really afraid to fight. So they just do a lot of talking.
I don't like shit. I don't like shit talkers. I don't like shit talking. You know what I mean? That's not
right.
Yeah, I never liked bullies. I used to beat bullies up. Just,
Same. Same. Yeah. Oh my God, it's a beautiful day today. Everyone else have a nice day where they're at?
And it's so nice. I was outside, the wind was blowing, and it like took me back to childhood. Like something about the way it felt and smelled. Like I remember that same wind from decades ago. I was
That's
like
funny.
8 or something. It was a nice moment.
Nice.
It's about 80 something here in Florida today.
Oh, nice.
Sun
I think it's like
shining.
55 right now in Ohio, which is nice for us. We're all in shorts and shit.
Yeah.
People are riding their motorcycles.
Oh my goodness gracious. For anybody who hasn't heard of the channel called Tapas 2017, he's got some advanced information on Samkhya and this Vedic stuff. He just posted a video yesterday about the ego. I'd recommend checking that out. Shout out to Tree Marie. I found her in the comments. She posted it, but I found it on my own, and then I found that she posted it.
Nice.
Same vibe though.
Same vibe.
So name.
Was that?
Say that name one more time.
I'll do you one better. Bam.
You said Tapas 23.
It's in the chat. You're breaking up, so I think I'll just post the link directly. Thank you, Kristen.
Sure, for what?
You said sure before I even said what it was.
Yeah.
Well, just for being a highly condensed packet of beautiful data and coming to share some of that with us, I'm extremely grateful because this is definitely taking me to a whole new place that I didn't know I wanted to be. Namaste.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure.
It's my pleasure now. Now we both pleasure.
Hell yeah. It's our pleasure.
Our pleasure.
Our pleasure. I like that. Our pleasure.
Our pleasure.
Yeah.
Aaliyah,
I'm ready to go buy plants.
What was that?
So Aaliyah, how are you this afternoon?
I'm awesome. How are you guys?
So good.
Hey, when you say the mantras based on the where the planets are right now, you just look up, like, for example, moon and Virgo and the mantra for it, or what pada it's in right now?
So the approach that I've been taking lately is every day is ruled by a planet. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I figure out what day it is.
So what's
And
today? Sunday?
yes.
No, today's Saturday.
No.
Saturday. Oh no, it's
Sunday.
Sunday.
It's Sunday.
It's Sunday.
Sunday is ruled by the energy called Surya. So there's a Bij mantra for Surya, both a short one and a long one. I do both of them. Now, if you want to get fancy, Surya is located in a specific place. Right now, I think we're in Pisces season, crybaby season. So if you
Yeah.
want, you could do the Bij mantra for Pisces if you want. But my focus really is also the moon, what nakshatra the moon is in. So I'll do the mantra for that specific nakshatra. I believe today it's in Purva Falguni.
No, not anymore.
It's in Maga.
Yeah, it's moved. It's actually moved out of Maga or moving out of Maga soon.
Okay, so it's in Uttara Falguni.
No. It's in Maga or moving out of Maga.
Okay. Well, either way, whichever one it is, there are websites that
Sorry.
track where it is,
Yeah.
and you can do the mantra for them. So what I do is, this is still relatively new for me. So what I'm doing is, whatever day it is, that planet's mantra, and then whatever nakshatra the moon is currently in, and then I might add some other stuff too.
Okay, got it.
Hey, Alex, how you doing?
Hey, let's see, last night I did a mantra for Rahu, and
Yeah.
I also fell asleep to one that was for Venus, because my Brahmacharya dasha is in Venus and Rahu right now or whatever, and it sucks. Pain. So trying to help out with that.
Good idea to embark upon that Rahu mantra. I was also doing a few of those yesterday. With the Rahu mantras, I mean, it's nothing that I could really explain, but I definitely felt something there.
Yeah.
I'll definitely
yeah,
feel it
definitely.
again. It felt so different that I had to go back and do those mantras again, probably 3 times.
Just to like kind of expound upon that energy.
It felt very correct. It felt like I was very much supposed to be doing that.
That's how I felt last night too.
Excellent.
Trev, it's in Uttara Falguni.
I was right. See?
Yep.
I know I'm talking about. See?
It's moving into hostel soon.
Oh,
Hasta la
I'm
vista.
I'm Uttara Palguni.
Me too.
Oh, cool.
Y'all had a sweet full moon last night.
Hell yeah. The last 3 days, the moon was very powerful.
Yeah,
There,
yeah.
In India, they celebrated the Maga full moon, which was all about, they want you to fast and take care of your body that day and focus on cleansing so you can receive, your blessings. So it was a good day to fast. The last 2 days were good days to fast.
God. I'm sorry. I just was looking at something, right? And I was looking at Ophio's book and the art of astral projection. And in the beginning, he was talking about when he mentioned some part one, the basic theory. And he was talking about like theosophical books. And he mentioned Helena Blavatsky, right? But he mentions like the Theosophical Society. And guess what? Where it was originally headquartered.
You're breaking up.
In Adyar. That's something that's going on today, right? A lot of breaking up.
Yeah. And you guys were talking about frequency and vibration earlier, and then there was that really weird tone that was over the.
Oh yeah.
But the Theosophical Society's original headquarters was in fucking India.
Yeah.
Headquarters is in Adyar, Madras, India. or Adyar, India. And this, the Theosophical Society dealt with the Indian philosophy. And you got to think that's where a lot of the other offshoots came from. It came from the Theosophical Society, and Besant, C.W. Ledbetter. When you get it, when you in occultists would know those names. People who've read occult information, they've all followed. They all went to the east, and then they became bridges from the east to the west for information. So I'm just saying, I'm sorry to have interjected in it, but I was just briefing through it, and I looked at him and I said, because I went back to Ophiel just to see if he mentioned anything about, to see if there was going to be some correlation between Indian philosophy and his books. And now I just see it right there. They all took Indian philosophy and they just reinterpreted it into their own individual writing system. That's super crazy.
They got away with it for this long, and nobody checked them until now.
There's a girl online who was part of, she calls it a cult now. It's one of the yogis. I forgot his name. I can't remember his name, but
Nityananda.
Yes, that's the one. And she was calling out, what's her name? Teal Swan, for charging what you get for free in all over the place. She was repackaging all of this information and charging extremely high amounts of money for it. And she was calling her out for it.
You telling me she's repackaging Nityananda's work?
Yeah.
Are we talking about Niranjananda?
Mm-hmm.
That's something that an individual has to get over too within their own self, is to have, because the person may have gravitated towards Kemetic science. Kemetic science was high science. That was not there. There is no. You're not going to really find a system how the Vedic sciences has everything broken down. It's just amazing to me, man, how they like you just said, she repackaged.
Yeah.
Something that people have been doing for thousands of years that no one charges for.
Yeah. Well,
and they're charging like 10 grand to come to these seminars.
Yes. She was repackaging not just her guru's information, but a lot of the stuff you find in the Vedas in general. I mean, if you listen to her, it's obvious. But then that's the other thing, is like when you've come to find truths, they are going to all sound similar. How are you? They're all going to sound the same. You know what I mean? Just like different cultures have the same different names for deities that are the same. It's because it's the copy of the skies. You know what I mean? So you're going to have repeating information to a point, but apparently it was like blatant plagiarism.
Hey, I got a question for you. When you talk about this, because I mean, I've heard in past conversations that you say that when you do come into this information, this information grants blessings in the form of, sometimes monetary things,
Indeed.
because y'all said in the past that you don't see these yogis running around here being poor. You know what I'm saying? So could that be what Teal Swan is experiencing there? Could that be this information, just because she's taking it to heart, maybe that it is that we are looking at the blessings that is reaping up on her? Or I'm just trying to see it in a different a different way. I'm just asking.
That makes complete sense. And actually, for me, it is exactly how it's supposed to be. She is doing what she's supposed to be doing, right? I have no qualms with her doing whatever she's doing, and people that will pay are going to come to her. She's going to attract what she does. My only thing was saying that, yes, a lot of the stuff that people are selling are repackaged things from the Vedas. So
Right.
yeah,
The only
but
wrong in it
either
is
way, you're going to either pay with money or time in research, because
Exactly.
nothing,
Yeah.
you're going to either pay someone to teach you or give you, which you can only teach so much. You can't give people experiences, you know, or you're going to fucking pay in your own time and research, and you're going to have to pay one way, you know?
Right. Because everybody don't have access to like a group like this.
Exactly.
Or, you know, some people are on that Till Swan wave, so that's why they, you know, how they would get it. You know, the same way that the Theosophical Society went to India and brought it back to the West. I mean, how would
Yeah.
it have gotten here, you know, if it wasn't for, you know, that bridge, you know? And
The word
now
of mouth. Yeah.
yeah, but now since the gate is wide open, we have access to the original thing, so you can critique it. But for
Yeah.
a time, that was the only thing that existed as the bridge to this information. You know what I mean? In the West.
Absolutely. But you know what? Then there comes a point when, okay, I'm bringing this to you and this is where it came from. Not, hey, I found this myself and this is what I've come to realize.
Yes.
So that's where there's a thing of,
I got you.
giving props to the person it came from,
The
as we all
integrity.
should. Yeah, there should be something of that there.
Right there.
being you have to reveal, you have to like give the source. It's kind of like Bobby. Bobby never came, he never stood up there and gave these lectures from his mouth and never disclosed what book he got it from. He told you every single source where he got it from. Some of these people that's charging these big time money, they're not revealing, as Christian said, they're not telling you this is where the source comes from, where I learned it. No, they're just giving you all information, never revealing the source. So you know there's some people out there that's believing that shit's coming from them. And, Trav put in the chat, and on page 119 of Tatwa Shuddhi, it says effects of Tatwa Shuddhi Sadhana. So basically the effects of purification practices. So it says Tantra considers that Shakti, the active energy principle in each and every speck of creation, grants favors easily. As Tatwa Shuddhi is a tantric upasana done to Shakti, the results have been known to be quicker and more powerful than other sadhanas, which is a practice. These results accrue as both material gain and psychic powers or siddhis. Though the results come without much difficulty, here's what you said. If they are not properly utilized, they can cause a serious imbalance in the aspirant and ultimately lead to destruction of spiritual growth. This is why the Shastras emphasize that the practice should only be done after initiation by the guru. So she had a guru, and she was initiated. But once you start disseminating this pure information and making it impure by not telling that that I'm just giving you information that my guru has given me based off the Vedantas and the scriptural writings of India that you can go read for yourself. No, they're just saying that, I have the best system that can possibly be utilized. So that's like I said, that leads to destruction of the spiritual growth, because the person is going to start having faith in who? In you.
You, okay. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Instead of having faith in their own self abilities to go and research this information that has the proper tools to fix you, now you can be your own self savior. You can't spiritually grow serving another and worshiping them. What type of evolution is that?
Got you. So it's the context with the information is given, is what you're saying. Yeah. Got you.
How disappointed would you be if you've been given information for years and years and years by somebody that you developed? Because we're still human. We still gonna have to fight these emotional attachments. that now you didn't develop an attachment to this information. If say like it was your father. If you thought if your father was this man that you always looked up to when you thought he did this, and it was always my dad always did this, then you found out your dad was a total bum that got everything that he needed from somebody else, and it never was him that gave it. You would be totally disappointed with that shit. You know what I'm saying? So people are feeding other people information that they didn't got from somewhere, and they're making it seem like it come from them. Even Helena Blavatsky in her books tells you that the information that she has obtained came from the ancients of the East. And that's how she lets you know, even though she wrote her own books, she lets you know, like, hey, this information comes from the East. So what better way than to develop a global society, because there was a society, it's called the Theosophical Society, to establish a society in India where we can get the information from the source, funnel it straight through us out to the West. So that's all that's what they was really doing. So even there's even a reality for me that I can see with this information, the Vedic information. I personally feel that one day I would need to meet a guru who's been doing this. Someone who's really practicing it from the perspective of like bhakti yoga, dedicated to a particular deity, and see how it is, instead of because we can do, like I said earlier, is a superpower for us to utilize this in these day and times because of our new challenges as modernized people. But a guru who's still doing it the same way that it's been done for thousands and thousands of years, that would be pretty awesome to get that information and see it really happen. You know? Tatva Shooty really is an excellent book to really study.
Tatva Shooty that shit's gold for sure.
And it's only
Yeah,
87
mine will
pages.
be here on Monday.
Matter of fact, I think it's like 100 and some pages.
Yeah, it's only what?
Yeah, mine will be here on Monday.
Okay, yeah. You're gonna enjoy it.
Okay. I got that one, and I got a few coming. The Rana Darshan coming, and then the Raja Yoga book, and then the Janana Yoga book.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. Even better than the book, like the practice of Tatva Shooty, that is like super, just that shit changes you for sure.
Just like the back of the book said, Tatva Shooty is an ancient practice of inner purification. And then it goes on to say that it's Tatva Shooty is an advanced practice which may be performed as a sadhana, which can become that can be just your practice. So you don't have to go no further than Tatva Shooty. That's just what you are. Or in itself, or as an adjunct to Kundalini Kriyas and other higher yogas. So it's a tool within a tool that's also a practice. So your particular practice can be just for purifying yourself.
Yes, that's the important first step that for some reason people like to ignore, maybe because it's difficult, but we're entering into a realm of pure information, of pure data, of pure vibration. We're entering into a realm of purity. You can't behold that if you are not pure. You're blocked by your impurity. When we see the Bible and stuff, and all these other religious books, people often misinterpret them, and they say that God is so holy that he can't behold man, he can't face man. He's turned away from man because he can't face their sins. Well, that's going to bring a lot of questions about, well, shit, is he really God if he can't even look me in the eyes because I'm so dirty and messed up? That's the exoteric view and the incorrect view because it's attached to objectivity. The truth of the matter is, what that's talking about is what we call God and pure consciousness, or Shiva, is so pristine and unconditioned that we as humans lack the instruments to perceive it, right? If you look at Tatwa Shuddhi, I believe it's page 72 or 3 or whatever, it talks about this in the Akashic realm. We lack the instruments to perceive these things. So what we do with Tatwa Shuddhi and Chakra Shuddhi and mantras and eliminating meat from the diet and Rudrakasha beads, we're purifying ourselves so that we can slowly develop the instruments to perceive this dimension of purity, of Akasha, of Shiva.
And become a better purified evolvement of a human, of a being human, purifying the human essence into a more finer, subtle. It's no different than going back to the Bible, that Jesus could be considered the Prakriti of Purusha. He was the physical form of what they call God. And before he could do what he's supposedly do on earth, the nigga had to be baptized by John the motherfucking Baptist.
And what is baptizing? What is that process supposed to be?
A cleansing process.
A cleansing process.
Purification.
They call it being buried in the baptismal pool of Christ.
Cool in water. And what was Amar talking about earlier? He was talking about wudu. That's what we find in,
exactly.
what we find in it escapes me. What's it called? Islam. Shuddhi comes first. You got to wash yourself first. So people going into this science with funky ass mindsets and dirty ass bodies, thinking they about to manifest some power. That's not how it works. It's not making sense to you because you're unclean. And I don't mean you're unclean. I don't mean sinning. I don't mean because you watch porn. I mean because your mindset is inharmonious to the nature of that which you're trying to perceive.
You can't even walk into a temple. You couldn't walk into a temple and perform salat without even first stopping off into the purification area or the bathroom and performing wudu. And if you're in the desert or an area where there is no water, you're supposed to do it with the fucking sand.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even need water. You use sand. It's because which shows you it's an inner purification. It's not necessarily me washing the body.
Right. That's the exoteric
Sadhguru speaks about, I think I sent the video, Sadhguru, are we showering wrong? Sadhguru has a video called Are We Showering Wrong? Basically, it's not about washing yourself with nice soaps. It's about dipping yourself in water for purification, washing off, like Trav said, the bad vibrational energy of life. I'm that kind of person. When I go out and shit like that, I be around people. I come home and take my fucking clothes off and shit. I never sit on my bed with my outside clothes. I never believe it. I never do certain type of shit like that. And that's been for years. You know what I'm saying? I just don't do it. But now with this, you know that you have to begin to wash off or simulate, as Sadhguru said, you're supposed to simulate dipping yourself into the Ganges River, washing away the impurities of your inner self.
Like you're saying, it has less to do with the actual physical process. It's meant to be symbolic, right? The physical washing and cleansing. Obviously, if you're funky, take a bath. We're adults here to know that. But this is the equivalent of using crystals and charging your water up under the moon. Yes, these things can work, but only if you got the right mindset and intention behind what you're doing. The average person is going to look on TikTok and put a bowl up under the full moon of water and come back and sprinkle it everywhere, thinking that it's like magic or whatever. May or may not work. But someone who understands the symbolic process of it is also doing this on an internal level. So likewise, this cleansing, it's not about how you wash. It's about the mindset that's going on, the intention behind this process. When you undertake this cleansing, the wudu, or if you are doing your baptism, right? That's why it doesn't, if you're a kid and you do it, it's not the same. That's more for your parents and your grandma to smile and shit. But
it's supposed to be for people
the,
who are of age and they're able to comprehend what's going on. A child don't know nothing about that.
And make the conscious decision to do that.
Conscious decision likewise, to do it, exactly.
When you're doing this talk with Shuddhi and the chakra Shuddhi, you go into it knowing that you are purifying yourself step by step. It's not like you're suddenly, oh, I'm Christ now. This is going to take place over weeks, months, maybe even years. But the intention is to purify this vessel to receive. Kabbalah means receive. You got to purify yourself to receive.
Self-initiation. That's the beginning point. It's not just about a guru or a priest initiating you. It's about your self-initiation. You have to, you are accepting the process of change. You are going to change and begin to go into action for developing yourself into a higher vibrating being. And then once you do that, every other being you come in contact with, you always create the situation that's going to be conducive for goodness. You don't come in contact with gripey, grumpy, dirty people no more. I know I don't.
Me neither. As a matter of fact, you'll start to find that certain people move out of your life or your home.
They get away from you.
For whatever reason.
They get away from you.
It's energetic. You know what I'm saying?
It's not a negative.
It's because what you're doing is you're going through an internal process of harmony, and things that are in your life that are causing disharmony or are inharmonious by your nature, they're going to dissolve and fall away by any means necessary. It's better to work from within than to try to force shit from without.
And the human being is manifested to be we are social creatures. So to ever get to the point of becoming a sannyasin where you renounce being in, that's only for the purpose of that's the highest level of sadhana. Once you separate from what the composition form is crafted to be. The human being is crafted to be we're mammals. We are a social, interactive creation. So you're always going to have an interaction, but once you vibrate higher, you only vibrate with energies that are similar to what it's no different than wealthy people don't hang with broke people. It's not that they really don't got a problem. They don't sit around talking about broke people. They busy doing wealthy shit.
It's more about
harmony. They don't vibrate with broke mother. It ain't about you being broke and me being wealthy.
There's nothing to say to a broke person. If you're wealthy, there's nothing that you can really talk about with a broke person.
You can't.
Matter of fact, you can anticipate what they're going to be talking about. Hey, can I borrow? Hey, can I get?
Let me already know.
That's
They say you make within like 10 to 15% of the people that you hang around. Like as far as your income, they say it's like within 10 to 15% of the people that you hang around. So if you hang around broke people, you're gonna be broke. If you hang around people that's doing something and making moves, you're gonna be doing something and making moves.
So think about the neighborhoods that people, and I'm gonna go back into sorcery. Think about the neighborhoods that people have been designated. Like my daughters, as I was talking about the hood, I said, what designates a neighborhood the hood? Because it's black people living over there, or is it some activity? It was like, I don't know. I made them think about that. So certain neighborhoods are forced to be designated these particular areas based off of the energy of the mind of these geographical areas that creates it to be what it is. So if a person who live on a particular side of town, you start making some money, but you never move out of that side of town and you bring fancy cars and expensive clothes, to a dilapidated neighborhood, that really shows you what type of energy that you stuck in, because it should be an advancement. As you advance in finances, you're supposed to advance in geographical areas and also connections. So it's the same thing with a person. Once you advance in spiritual evolution, so should be the individuals that you are in social proximity to.
So we're talking about the law of correspondence, really. I mean, it's still vibration. It all comes together, but this is also the law of correspondence.
Damn, so it's vibrating, and then the next chapter is polarity. So you will vibrate the creation of the individuals that's the polarizing of opposites.
It has everything to do with what's going on inside of you. Everything. That's why they say you attract what you are, you know? There's truth to that. So if your insides are not pure, and yeah, of course, physically, but more importantly, the physical is an effect of the spiritual, right? So if your spiritual level isn't purified, you're going to attract the dirt and the stuff that's clogging you up. And it's not purified from sin. It's not purified from evil. It's like if your physical body is in this world, you're going to accumulate dirt and grime. That's just how it goes from existing in time. So because you're existing in time, you have to purify yourself of the spiritual dirt and grime. It's not about sin or bad. It's about harmony, being in it or being out of it.
And that's why it goes back to what we said earlier about disrespecting a person's religious practice.
Mm-hmm.
That because somebody's grandmama or great grandmother vibrates straight purity in her Christian state. Every time you come into contact with great grandma, she is always harmonized and peaceful. Hey, baby, come get granny a hug and kiss. It ain't no evil vibratory energy coming off them kind of people. All that she always got something to eat. She never talk about being fucking broke. And if you grimy, if you the one of the grandbabies that's always broke, grandma always can throw you 20.
Yeah, that's the
She always
manifestation of abundance.
And they never go against their family. They never go against the grandbaby selling crack. She never see no evil in that in their grandchild. They know, but they gonna talk to you one-on-one. They're gonna let me let you know something, baby. You know what you're doing ain't right out there. You know, Granny don't like it. Granny ain't raised you to be like that. That's the level we trying to get. We trying to get back to the basically, we trying to get back to the breast of the cosmic mother so we can be babies and shit. Like I said earlier, we want to be in the bosom again. Who don't want that kind of harmonious activity where you don't feel nothing disturbing? You ain't stressed. You ain't, there's no anxiety. There ain't no feeling of lack. None of that shit. And I can experience that from having family in South Carolina. When I went to go see grandmama and them, boy, that shit was love. It was grandma, boy, it was almost like I was a grown person. You want to sit on their fucking lap.
Yep. Hey, Shango, another thing too, if you notice when you was just talking about grandma not frowning on the grandbaby that sell crack, if you ever notice when that grandbaby or he bring his friends around, everybody straighten up when they get around grandma too.
You better.
You know what I'm saying? It's like that energy don't even allow for you to be out of imbalance. It like brings everybody into like a calm, holistic, state. You know what I mean?
And you'll get your ass kicked if you don't respect what a nigga. Yo, nigga, to put that blunt on, and my great grandma about to come over here, nigga.
Yeah,
Go ahead and hit that shit one more time, and see if you don't get that shit shoved all the way down your fucking throat. I done told you, man. Fucking grandma to come on, nigga, fucking still hit that. You gotta. That's just how it is.
That was a manifestation of the divine.
That's the manifestation of the divine, and I don't care what religion it is. My homeboy, his family was straight. I basically called them black supremacists because his whole family was born in the Nation of Islam. From his grandmother to his mother to him, they all were raised in it. So they had this whole thing about them. But his grandmother Shetty, she was the most sweetest person ever. When you came into his presence of his grandmother, she was smiling and she would give this laugh and hug you. It was crazy. That's the kind of energy really that we're seeking. That's that high powered, that's really Shakti. They call it the cosmic mother. That you want to be returned back to that type of enclosure, that encampment where you don't feel no stress. That's really, I'm gonna be honest with you, that's really what a man wants from his wife, from his girl, from his woman. He really wants her to be like the supreme mother to him and the supreme whore at the same time. But I'm just saying, he really wants to be comforted. He wants that to be, and the woman wants the same thing. But I'm just saying, from a man's perspective, he really wants to have that comfort that he would get from his mother or his grandmother or great grandmother, because that's really the returning of what energizes us. What energizes us is a feminine energy called Kundalini Shakti.
Factual.
And that's being tainted nowadays too, because grandmothers have gotten younger and more ratchet. There ain't no old school grandmamas no more. You got grandmamas out this thing busting that thing wide open like a 22-year-old.
That same purity that you discussed with grandma, I mean, the same thing begins to happen with us as we purify ourselves. We exhibit the same energy. You find that people start to behave that way around you as well.
Trav, you so low. Straight parents of sex.
Notice that thing that you described about the grandma, and people coming around and they're feeling that energy and responding accordingly. I found that does start to happen when you begin to cultivate that within yourself. It's
Yeah.
hardly ever about what we say. It's always about the vibration that we give off, about the thoughts that emanate from out of us. There's a subtle body. We all have multiple subtle bodies, but depending on what's going on at those levels, we communicate with each other unconsciously on those same levels, right? These words that we send back and forth, they're only a small layer of what we're really communicating. Our subtle bodies are picking up transmissions from each other's. And just like energy, just like hot water is going to flow into cold water and make it warm, depending on the strength, the potency of someone's subtle body vibrations, they're going to affect everyone else's that come into contact with them. It's going to cause some to be pushed out. It's going to cause some to change in accordance with harmony with that stronger one. But until we strengthen those subtle areas of ourselves, we're always being tossed back and forth. If you find someone who does have that purity in them and you stay around them, you find that your life starts to get better. But until you cultivate it within yourself, you're going to, in a way, be dependent on that person.
Yeah.
This is why the guru is important, because you're being affected on that subtle level. And, some people do take that and begin to strengthen their own subtle body so they can be that sun and radiate for others, or for themselves mostly. And then others, they don't cultivate it and they have to come to depend on that. It's whatever the karma dictates.
And I think that's what I said about it's a hard battle. Once you reach that, you reach that level, like I said, we're using ancient technology in a very differing modern times. So you have to first obtain that level of awareness that there's tools out there that I actually can use. Like, it's not a mystery no more. But then you have to get in the awareness of how to use it and start utilizing it to fix first the individual human machine. Once you fix this human machine as an individual, you're capable of becoming a vibratory example of data for somebody else to tap into to change their ways as to become vibrate higher themselves.
Yes.
And that's the whole example of the guru, because they say, you know, because you can use the guru as a meditative tool.
Yes. Because when you look at the guru, at the physical presence, you're really tapping into that subtle presence, which, like I said,
if
it's cultivated, if it's built up, if it's strengthened, you can tap into that. But the average person doesn't have a cultivated subtle body. Hence why we're learning and studying, so we can get to that point.
Yeah. That's why it's good to revisit those books of Dharana Darshans and stuff like that, to go back and see, like, oh, okay, now I, because it's just like you had asked one time, does it seem like the time is moving faster?
Yeah.
It is. It's moving swiftly. Just think about how many books you've read from in the last couple of months, how swiftly that shit is going.
Jeez Louise.
How we stopped on, let me see. We were just about to go in the Dharana Darshan. I think we were just getting ready to touch Trataka, was it?
Yeah, we were finishing up the japa.
Yeah. And there are so many more. Like Dharana Darshan is a book of technology.
Yes.
You got Pen Chatatatwa Dharana. Anybody that wants to operate at their highest level, you're actually gonna have to purify the lowest level. You're gonna have to come to terms with yourself to see where to begin. You're gonna have to forget everything that you really think that you know already, and be like, well, I ain't that bad, and we're actually extra bad. We're extra filthy.
Yeah, I was brushing over that Panchatattva Dharana recently, and I began to see that it expands upon what Swami Satya Sangananda was talking about in Tattvashuddhi. It's pretty much Niranjananda's perspective on the Tattvas, which, you know, goes back to what we're talking about today, vibration. And cleansing it from not only the physical aspect, but also the mental aspect and the subconscious aspect. And they talked about how there's certain levels that cannot be reached directly, so they have to be influenced subtly. Hence why we use the yantras, because those symbols, we focus on them, and it takes us to those subtle states.
Prithvi Tattva and Apas Tattva. I tell everybody, man, the chat, man, this shit is, it's construction work. If you ever seen like a building demolished, and then they got to clean up all the debris, they got to dig up all of the wiring and shit like that was all in the ground, old pipes. Then they gotta refine the dirt and make sure there's no leftover debris. Then they gotta vibrate it flat. And they gotta bring a roller and shit over there. That's exactly the process that each individual got to do with themselves. You gotta tear the whole fucking building down. And
that's a good analogy.
And you gotta uproot the whole ground. You can't just tear the building down, clean the debris. Like, nah, you're gonna have to dig all the way into the ground, because that building was built on a what? On a foundation. You're gonna have to tear the whole foundation up, tear the pipes out of there, and you're gonna have to start from bare ground to build that shit all the way back up to another fucking temple.
Likewise, we have to go deep into the foundations of where we are presently, what our conscious mind and our personality and ego and all that stuff is built on. If we don't start at the foundation, real change isn't possible. Hence the Shuddhi, hence the practices of taught with Shuddhi, chakra Shuddhi, etc.
Think about the only ritual practice that most people do, and they're unconscious that it is actually a ritual practice and can be used for a higher ritual practice, is sex. Think about the methodic level that each of us approach sex, how our body changes, the heat. It's like a woman's body with her whole lips get engulfed. Everything, the nipples, the lips, the yoni, the way she moves, the way he moves, the interaction. That's the only ritual shit that most people are doing their whole life. And they don't even know that it's ritual. So imagine if you was to ritualize your life activity for Shuddhi, for purification, so that you're actively vibing higher mentally and spiritually, so that you're taking yourself into another evolutionary process of spiritual development. So, and even with that, the whole physical composition of the what we call the sex act, if you know about the ritualistic level of that, that can take you to a higher spiritual development.
Yes.
But that's a hard level for a person to fight. Be so good. You're so attached to the sensation of what's going on.
But some stars getting away.
Yeah, but no one moves their position like this. Like I said, we're wearing these rude drops. It's slow. It slows it down. It slows everything down, so you're actually able to see what you're doing. It's kind of like when Neo became aware of his true ability, and when he was fighting and he was really going fast, but it was like this, he was just pat going real slow. That's kind of what's really happening. Everything is really going fast, but when you do these particular practices, it slows everything down, where you actually, like you said earlier, you see the strings of the composition. That right there is slowed down to the point where what that really saying is you're not just seeing the solid form of the vibration, you're seeing the active vibration, to where I go back to the matrix, where you're seeing the mathematics of it.
And look, when you think of it in that way, it makes a lot more sense about these cities. It's not that you're getting superpowers, it's that you're seeing behind the tapestry to the point where certain things are no longer a conflict for you.
Yeah. You begin to see nothing as opposition. You begin to see nothing as against you. There is nothing against me, because everything is, I'm in everything. So how could it be against me?
What do I need to do a protection spell for?
What you need a protection spell? What you protecting yourself from? Your own self? Your mind is what's creating the fear or the againstness of something else. It's not coming from the other thing, it's really coming from you. Because you don't have to become an observer of everything. You don't have to experience everything as being something totally against who you are. You need to go out.
When we look at these people who talk about white people are these archons and we got to do this and they're doing this to us. That's a lower level of understanding. That's a level of understanding that lacks data and lacks comprehension of what's truly going on. That's a level that sees itself separate and needing to protect itself from the scary world outside. But when you begin this cleansing process and removing all these illusions, you see that none of that stuff ever was real. It was all a misunderstanding that's being perpetuated by people that you were fond of. If people, everyone's excited about archons and shit, but if you really looked into what those words mean, you'll see that it's not talking about any person or persons on the planet. It's describing energy in the way that it moves, the way that it's categorized.
I killed this whole racist dude one day. The dude here in Florida, he called me a nigger, right?
Mm.
I said, yo, that's all you got? What else you got? He said, what you mean? I said, that's all you got is nigger. I said, what else you got? He had nothing. That's all, because when somebody, the whole nigger thing is a reactionary thing. The nigger is supposed to have made me so pissed off that I was supposed to rip his head off his body.
Right.
But
right.
it didn't. It didn't get me like that. Because all I saw was it like that's all, that's the only weapon that he really actually has is this nigger thing. But it's not him, it's him trying to make me get pissed. So I just didn't even, I didn't react to it. And it takes a certain level of mastery to get to that, but that's practically where we all got to end up getting to, not reacting to shit.
And even to the level of being able, not only, okay, so the first level might be to not react, and then after that you stop attracting people like that into your life. But then the next level is you're able to attract those people into your life and they walk away transformed.
Yeah.
Because they see their reflection in you and realize, maybe what I'm doing might not be the best.
Because after I did that to him, I was able to get information that I needed from him. I killed that shit was out the door.
Yeah.
Once he sat there, once he see that I had a job to do and I was going to do it, and he see that the nigger shit didn't work. So now the next thing is for him to become curious. Hey man, so what exactly is it that you was doing? And hey man, I didn't really, I didn't mean to come at you like that. It's just I had a fucking bad day and all that. So now what you looking for is a hug, man.
Right. That's why I love it. Every time it happens, I love it. It reminds me of when you're dealing with somebody's dog that's barking at you, but they're not going to bite you. And then you go to pet them and all of a sudden they get all sweet and stuff. They just
like, oh, you was looking for me to butter you up.
It's fear. Yeah, it's fear. It's fear at first. Yeah, it's the fear. And then once that's gone.
Once that's why you gotta be a master. And first it's degrees. You gotta be a master of self, then a master of human nature.
Yes.
Then a master of the composition of the self along with human nature. You just can't go straight to the top level. That's like I keep saying, and I reiterate it. All this information, all these words that we say, Tat Washuti and Dharana Dasha, these are actually the graduate schools of fucking yoga. This is not the lightweight work. It's actually the highest levels. It's the last degree of informational tools that you use to take you to the motherfucking astral realm. This ain't gasoline. This is rocket fuel. This is what they put inside of the spaceship to get your ass out to the International Space Station.
That's crazy, man. Rocket fuel, another Jack Parsons reference. I was doing my talk with Shooty. Wow, yeah, that's what we're talking about. I was doing talk with Shooty yesterday, and his face popped up, and then comes the part with the red goddess at the end, and then a friend of mine messaged me, and she was telling me about this great book she was reading about Jack Parsons. It's called The Red Goddess. I'm like, oh wow, that's pretty cool. His references keep popping up, and then of course the Oath of the Abyss stuff. I think there might be something I need to check out here. Rocket fuel, right? Because he worked with rockets.
Yeah.
Didn't he get blown up?
He went to Samadhi in that way through fire, yes.
Yeah, right.
He ascended through the flame.
Yeah.
Probably exactly what he was looking to do. So he
probably, yeah.
Starting to think so. Shit, man. What did Sadhguru say? 20 something, 30 something years old. But when you start getting this information early, yeah, it's a wrap. There's no reason to stick around much longer.
Start looking for the door.
I see shit so differently. I was watching the old school cartoon of the Men in Black. So K and J, they get the call. There's this cat in the tree, and the cat stuck in the tree, and it's all angry and shit like that. So K is always calm about it. J starts climbing in the fucking tree. So K was like, hey, he said, hey Jay, you got to be careful. You don't know, you don't even know what form it's in. Jay's he thinks that the alien is in the form of the cat, but then all of a sudden the tree grabs his ass. Yeah. So it was actually the form of the tree, but Jay misinterpreted it for the cat.
I like that.
You see what I'm saying? That's how we do. All we do, if we continue to go through life unconscious and just being dragged along by shit, we're always misidentifying every fucking thing. That's why we always stressed out. That's why we always got problems with people. Are you in contact with any Facebook friends that always got Facebook beef? Like they're always in a beef with somebody on social media. I'm like, yo, it's not them, it's fucking you. You're the one, you got beef with everything. How you always Facebook, internet beefing, man?
Or let's make it even more uncomfortable. Always in relationship problems. Every relationship is a problem. It always ends the same way. It might be you.
It's always a bad, hard, tragic ending to stuff.
Common denominator.
Niggas ain't shit. Huh?
Maybe you not shit. Or it's not the you, it's your activity and mind that's not shit. Your mind is shitty. Clean it up. You need some sanitary wipes for your mind, motherfucker.
Sanitary wipes, feminine wipes.
Go ahead and get that cleaned up. You got toilet paper balls on your ass.
It sucks. I used to have a bad habit of, no, I'm not going to say that. Always pointing it out to make the person feel uncomfortable. As a joke.
Oh my God. But we modern people, man. We just that shit is just so much harder, Trav. We gotta be, we gotta be supermen, man. You gotta be super women. You gotta be if you wanna say it, you gotta be on a God level. You can't be triggered, some human being triggered all the fucking time, thinking that you want some God shit. And there's levels to that. You gotta master yourself as a man or a woman. Then you gotta master your domain as a king or a queen so you can elevate towards the level of God, which is not no physical shit. That's all mental shit.
Right.
Mental and spiritual level is God's zone.
Right. It's
which can be filtered back down into the material form, which helps you live a better physical life.
It's mental, and it also is affected on the subtle planes. Now, like what she was saying here in the book, there are the subtle planes that we can't directly influence, but in harmonizing your physical and mental, you begin to harmonize those subtle ones as a byproduct.
Harmonizing, yeah. It's like a group. If the group don't have no harmony, you ain't got no group. That's just why you think Beyonce is Beyonce. She did not fit into the group theory. That was the entrance for her to become successful. Now that could have spilled off. It spilled off, of course, into the individuals, but there was no true harmony within the group of Destiny Child. So that wasn't something that was going to always last. Niggas be in the wrong groups, man.
Oh, yeah, that sucks. it's easier to get in than it is to get out.
Each thing we do materialistically is supposed to inspire the mind to think subjectively. The objectivity of a ritual or a practice is for the higher level of experience of subjective ethereal substance.
That's the vibration. That's how you create your own mental plane.
Yes.
Greetings, Alora. How are you?
Yo, what's up?
Elora.
Shango. We just created our own vibrational plane within that part right there.
Exactly.
Example.
Golly, not even thinking about it. It just happened. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Oh my God. You're right, man.
How you doing, Laura?
Yeah. Hey, how's it going? All right.
All righty then.
Now
You know, that's what we were, interestingly enough, that's kind of what we were talking about last night was when you make decisions or how you form your life and how so often you know, we fall out of sattva, we fall out of that balance because we make all of our decisions off of guilt and shame. How many decisions do you make are based off of shame or guilt, and you're vibrating on that frequency alone?
Horrible. Those are terrible decisions. You know what I'm saying? The guilt, the shame, those are terrible decisions to be made out of that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but most of us work off of that, like even down to just trying to make, and then we try to live healthier lifestyles or whatever, right? But you're coming out of it out of shame. So you're using a raja to try and get sattva instead of balancing out, you know, like that instead of coming at it with the type of vibration, with the kind of mental plane that will correspond best with the frequency that you're trying to tune into. I think that's where people get confused with that, is because they're trying to literally come at it from a completely different frequency. I mean, everything's related, but you know, like they're coming at it from an opposite from a polarity.
You're absolutely right. The perspective be off, the perception be off, and the radiance of it is off.
Right.
It's just totally mixed up all the way around.
Yep. It's trying to make ice with fire.
Not gonna happen.
Not in this
Nope.
dimension. Not in this
Nope.
slice of.
And the closest you might get to that is dry ice, but even that's not fire.
Right. The hell is dry ice anyway?
Just last night, someone was telling me about this wonderful dry ice drink they had at this restaurant.
Are you serious?
What?
Of course.
Wait. Say
I
that
didn't
again.
think you could ingest dry ice.
You can.
Like, I thought it would burn your skin.
You ever see those drinks that have just like the smoke overflowing over the top?
Yeah, 'cause it turns to gas.
That's dry ice. They infuse it in, so it looks really cool. Might put an LED light in there for you.
Oh, wow.
Fancy little restaurant. They had world-renowned Brussels sprouts. I have never heard of something like that. Told me this just after I had Brussels sprouts. Y'all don't understand. This coincident shit happens back to back to back in an unending chain. I don't even get, crazy about it anymore. I just accept it.
You know what? I've been having that too, especially now that I've been doing mantras for the days of the week as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that whole game has changed. I deified 111 or any matching numbers. I made them symbols for like my own self-deification. And now I see them all the time. Anytime I choose to look at my watch or my phone, it's like 111 or 333 or like a matching number. because I'm correlating, right? Like I'm in correspondence with that of which I have claimed significance to. And so therefore now it's happening all the time, because that's the only type, those are the only types of things that can resonate within my sphere.
The only types of things that are harmonious in the particular space you find yourself.
Exactly. Yep.
Damn, I had kept the book open, Dharana Darshan, right? And on page 240,
Ooh.
this is talking about the process of intensification. It says the first body to evolve after the physical is the mental. And Panchatattva Dharana, awareness of the mental body concerns 4 compartments: Buddhi, Chitta, Manas, and Ahamkara, and how these mental activities are vitalized. After all, there is a force which vitalizes the thought process, which gives it dynamism. There is a process which makes our ambitions and desires dynamic. What is that process or that force? In general terms, it is prana. However, in the course of dissecting the concept of prana in relation to the breathing process, the whole subtle body is energized by the aspect of vitality. This is the first manifestation aspect of, first manifestation or aspect of prana in relation to the gross dimension. Generally, it is said that prana means vitality. Vitality is one of the descriptions of prana. This vitality is seen as the force which energizes the mental body. The subtle body here is just a term to describe the deep mental processes. The superficial mental processes are thoughts, ambitions, desires, and so forth. The subtle mental processes can be summed up in one word as samskara, the seeds from which plants manifesting in external life take birth. Samskaras are related to character, actions, desires. They are the seeds of which the list is practically endless. This samskara aspect is the subtle body, in the subtle body, is vitalized by prana, which is visualized in the form of streams of energy particles, or like you said earlier, strings or threads. The energy body, the psychic body, the realm of actual energy activity is in the form of vibrating prana, pulsating prana, full of life, full of color, full of warmth, full of light, multidimensional. This then is the beginning of Panchatattva Dharana.
So you're telling me all the stuff that we are learning about now and taught with Shuddhi, even the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, homie has covered it already.
Yeah.
Darshan. He just described samskaras in relation to the subtle body and to the tattvas.
Yeah.
That the subtle body is the deep mental processes that go on beneath the conscious mind.
And he said the subtle body here is just a term to describe the deep mental processes. The superficial mental processes are thoughts, ambitions, desires, and so forth. The subtle mental processes can be summed up in one word, as samskaras.
Seeds.
So even the things that we desire is nothing but something that's based off of these memories that we've accumulated throughout our life.
And he says that that these samskaras, these seeds, are energized by the prana. In English, that means the more that we keep dwelling on these things and reliving them, revitalizing them, keeps them alive.
You're breathing life into it.
In another book I have, he says that a lot of these memories that we have lack value. They're just there, taking up space. They don't really mean anything, but we keep reliving them, and it frames our life and every decision we make.
So that should change everything when when the Bible says that God formed man to the dust of the ground and breathed into the nostrils of man, and man became a living soul. So whatever you breathe your prana, because breathing, breath in the Hebrew was called ruach, breath in the Sanskrit is called prana, or energetic essence of breath. So that means, just like you just said, anything that you continuously breathe life into, you're manifesting it to come alive. It goes back to the individual. No one breathing life into you. You're breathing it into your own self.
The archons, brother. The archons.
You are the biggest archon on the planet of Archania.
Big facts. And guess what, folks? The demiurge is just another word for what we call Brahman, or what you'd call God. It's not a scary snake lion in space. It's another word for the microcosmic or macrocosmic all. Has no personality to be afraid of. It's a description. It's a description of a state of existence.
Everybody has the ability. You are your own acting manager. You don't have to take the script if you don't want. Now, I refuse. It's like Will Smith turned down the part for The Matrix. They wanted him to play in The Matrix. He turned the shit down. Like, nah, I'm good. I don't think that's gonna be for me. Let Kiana take that shit. So it says anybody you don't have to be written into the narrative of something else's experience.
That thought right there makes me wonder. I wonder how much thought an actor really puts into the roles that they choose, like the big time actors, because it affects their careers for the rest of their lives. So I wonder like how much deep thought they take when they read a script, not only the character, but think like, how is this going to impact my image in the mind of the masses from here henceforth? I wonder if they think about it like that.
Because you got to think they become immortalized, especially when you play a comic book character.
Mm-hmm.
There is no other T'Challa now. Only King T'Challa is the brother that Chadwick Boseman is immortalized as Black Panther, King T'Challa. You can't put fucking nobody else. Just like Samuel L. Jackson is immortalized in 2 movies. He's the Jedi, and he's immortalized as of the head of the Agent Shield.
Nick Fury.
So when you're an actor, like you said, you really got to give that really some deep thought process, because you immortalize the character. Isn't Wesley Snipes immortalized as motherfucking New Jack City? What's the name?
Wesley Snipes.
Wesley Snipes. Well, he's immortalized as Blade, but he's also immortalized as damn, how could I forget the name that he played in New Jack City?
To me, it's Blade. I don't even think I've seen New Jack City.
Goddamn trash. Come on, y'all. Y'all know the name. Somebody put this. Nino Brown. He's immortalized as Nino Brown.
Yeah.
So, like you said, actors have to really think about that, because it's energy vibration. Didn't Tupac started to live out the characters of who he played, as he played Bishop in the movie Juice? Didn't that nigga change after that movie?
Yeah.
Tupac wasn't even that kind of person.
Heath Ledger.
Dude, you went to an artistic high school with Jada Pinkett. Come on, dude. Now you played in Above the Rim, and then you played Bishop in Juice. Then he turned into Thug Life. That's when and your mother is Afeni Shakur and your godfather is Mutulu Shakur. Dude, you was raised in a highly conscious Black power family. You were raised in a family that were not killers of other Black men. Then he became an angry, disenchanted individual with the whole process that he was living through hip hop music, and it led to his ultimate demise, which is, if Christian does the chart, it probably would show it in his chart. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Biggie Smalls is too.
Interestingly enough. That's ironic to think about how when you describe the background like that, and then you think about how he was immortalized in pop culture and all these people see him as this icon of something that he became after certain, essentially it was a role that he was playing, literally.
Yeah.
Yet it was immortalized for generations of young folks.
Mm-hmm. That bishop character, and then look at what the motherfucker started killing the people that supported him, that didn't make fun of him and his father. You understand? That was Rodman, and then used to run up on him every day, and they made fun of his father, but his homeboys were his support system. The nigga killed his own support system. So that's pretty much what he did in his real life. He killed his support system. Dude, your support system was built on a concept that was anti it just wasn't about being a G. It wasn't about thug life and fresh out of bail, get out of jail, California screaming. Even though that song was the bomb, nigga, that ain't where you come from. Backup dancer for Humpty Hump and shit like that.
Hey, gotta get
Carrying, he was a bag handler. He was a baggage handler for these niggas who just got the chance to dance on the stage. And after the video,
Underground.
Yeah, Digital Underground. So after you finish dancing, make sure you wrap them cords up and get them shits packed up on the bus. We're leaving in an hour.
Make sure. After you finish dancing, make sure. That sucks. And they had the nerve to talk hot shit about Mobb Deep, who on the other hand was living this lifestyle.
They actually lived the life, but even tragedy, you know what I'm saying? Prodigy, rest in peace. Even he has an artistic background of ballet and shit like that. Cause don't forget, Jay-Z put your whole picture on the fucking
Yeah. Out of those
but nevertheless, them dudes really they had an actual hood background. You know what I'm saying? They tragedy. A Prodigy was known in Queensbridge to carry big guns and did not play like by street people that knew him. Like, nah, don't let that Jay-Z shit fool you, man. This nigga really was. They was really packing it. You know what I'm saying? But Tupac, like, dude, you wasn't packing it like that, man. So it's just the characteristics that the human system takes on that becomes who they are or who they think they are. That should be out of control, man.
Well, let's not forget too, that's our whole MO. Like when we're given, I think that we look to play a type of persona, especially if it's received, and if it's received by a community that we're surrounded by, then we assume that must be us, even if that means total failure. We'll stand by that. Yeah, I'm a failure because everyone else says that, and I'm going to find all the reasons in the world to work on that level instead of recognizing that you're literally reborn as a new person every 7 years. So
every moment, if you really want to get funky with it.
Yeah. So, you don't have to, you can literally change your persona. You can change who you are, because who you are is not the human self, the human that you're living in right now. That's just simply that's an avatar.
And that goes back to, like I said earlier, that we as humans are social creatures. We are mammals. So we do want to be a part of the society, of the group, of our peers. We want to be accepted. So if that means that I have to, quote unquote, fake it to be a part of the group, then that's what the human mammal is going to do, which is just, it's a human trait, but it's not the evolving human is supposed to evolve beyond those particular very traits. So we understand it to be true, but we're evolving beyond that. It's just like it's like a Tupac. We know that what he portrayed and what he started radiating was not necessarily him, because we know that he had special characteristics about him, that if he would have perfected his inner self, he would have radiated a more a purer essence, and that could have really changed the world, like a Michael Jackson type shit in entertainment. You know what I'm saying? Because let's not forget, it is entertainment. So, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna say that he just portrayed something that we know that he did not particularly live.
Right.
But that's also, like I said, that's a human trait. It's just like Tupac wasn't from California, but he gravitated and he embraced the California culture because of Suge being the one who got him out of jail. So Pac felt like that that people turned their back on him and shit like that. So like I said, once you read his chart, he might have a lot of water in his chart that he covered up with fire. You know what I'm saying? He might have a lot of fire and water that made him combust, made him combustible. You know what I'm saying? So that just like, you got to really know the characteristics of the human machine, and as a science.
But aren't we all just building characters though?
Yeah.
I mean, like ain't that what this experience is? You just, you build your character, and if you can get enough people to believe you are what you say you are, then
that's what I meant about being a social creature. But that's
right.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that, Stuff Dog?
No, I'm saying like
you might know a bit more about that aspect than you are letting on.
No, I'm just saying like that's what I found life is about. Was that fake it till you make it aspect is like you start to build up a character. I mean, that's what I see on YouTube too. You start to build up a character, and if you can get enough people to believe, or not believe, but I guess believe, or believe your fantasy of yourself, or this character that you have created, then that's kind of like it's like a feedback loop, and then you kind of become that, and then your mind gets warped because you're not really grounded. You know what I mean? You kind of get outside of who you really are. You kind of become these personas. That's what life is about. If you ask me, nobody you see that's a grown up is a complete product of what they wanted their existence to become, or their role to be. They're all influenced by certain things, and we pick this up over here and we say we want we gravitate towards this, so we're gonna wear this, you know, if it's being the tough guy, you
Until
know,
what?
or man, I mean, until you have a realization, you know, that it's all just an act. You know, it's all just an act.
Until you, that's what the whole, that's like our whole process. Until we come to the realization that this shell is nothing but a modification of what we've taken on as
Yes,
societal traits.
exactly. Yeah,
We
exactly.
are. It's like characterization. It's just like, you know, like you said, that most people on social media and stuff. Just think about like Bob. Let's go. I'm gonna go back to Bobby Hemmett. Bobby Hemmett didn't have to have no persona. Like his person was who he was. Like he didn't have to develop himself into some sort of character or portray something outwardly that people can believe, yo, man, you know, he do this and do that. He didn't wear no bunch of beads. He didn't have no traditional garb on, and you know what I'm saying? He ain't wear fezzes or kufis and no shit like that in the 90s. It's like, you know what I'm saying, when a nigga get out of jail, when they done found Islam, they want to walk around for the first couple of weeks with a kufi on. You know what I'm saying? So to let everybody know, outwardly displayed, that they've changed their religion to Islam. So that becomes their character, and they have a uniform. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like us with these beads on. People might say, well, y'all wearing these big beads. No, these beads are technology. This shit ain't for no outwardly display that we read in motherfucking Darana Darshan. We realize that this shit, this ain't no different if you're walking around with your particular crystals and stones in your pocket. Uh-oh. It's not a part of a character. So we do realize people build character until you separate the Prakriti from the Purusha. You separate the Malkuth from the Yasad, or the Yasad from the Malkuth, or the Malkuth from Kether. Objectivity from subjectivity.
Maybe you, Shango. All I know is when I looked at the cover of this book right here, and I saw him with all them beads on, I said, all right, that's me. That's
got to have him.
I gotta have him just because I don't know what to use him for, but I want him. Because obviously that means yoga, so let me do it too.
Yeah.
No, I like
what you make it till you make it.
It's not an attack on anybody, you know what I'm saying? It's just that characteristics, the characteristics that we've taken on is like is the Joker.
Yeah.
That he, based off of his inner conditionings that other people made him feel, they modified him into who he outwardly displayed as the Joker when a nigga fell in that fucking acid shit. All he needed was, now he don't have to wear no fucking mask no more. He is the fucking mask.
Mm-hmm. But you wouldn't be attacking nobody and saying that though, Shango, because that is the human experience, you know, whether people want to admit it or not. You know, nobody is who they say they are on the inside, that they display outwardly. You know, we all got things that we hide, you know, that's why that's why there is a shadow self. You know what I'm saying? You know, nobody, you know, that is this experience, you know, whether it's building a character for a Hollywood role, or whether it's just the like you were saying, like Laura was saying, it can happen on the flip side too, where somebody is being told that they are a failure by the people that surround them, so they outwardly display those characteristics. It was a TikTok. It's a short story. It was a TikTok that I was looking at, and it was in short, it went like there was a young man that had he had been making bad grades in school or whatever, and in high school, and had been in trouble. So this was a true story too, and so he was graduating and he didn't have good grades, so his mom convinced him to take the ACT. I'm pretty sure somebody saw this. So he took the ACT and or the SAT, whichever one, and the score came back like in the high, like 10%. I mean, 90 percentile, like it was a super high score. So convinced that he was smart, went to school, went to a community college, went on to another school. Long story short, graduated CEO, and like is a billionaire now. And then he got a letter in the mail like years later saying that year his score was one of like 15 that had been messed up, and he really scored like the lowest that he could score. But since they came back and he scored the highest, it gave him the drive to think that he was on that level. So he went on to achieve all these great things, which when in actuality, he was really on this low level. You know what I'm saying? So he became this character, because of this report that came out, this ACT, which made him think that he could do it, that he was on this level, but really his skill level really wasn't on that level. So, that just goes to show you that you can make up personas, and achieve those things, but when you go in the ultimate way, I mean, the other way, breaking down those aspects of it, if you want to get out of here, um, is just another aspect of it. But I was just, speaking to the building of characters.
But that's like they said when I read, some scholars are related to character, actions, and desires. So even the character is nothing but just as that, components of illusion, components put together, and it's put together for what purpose? A purpose of an action or a desire. And there's nothing wrong with action or desire, nothing wrong with the characteristic, because as it further reads, the samskara aspect is in the subtle body is vitalized by prana, which is visualized in the form of streams of energy. Actual energy activity is in the form of vibrating prana, pulsating prana, full of life, full of color, full of warmth, full of light, multi-dimensional. So a person should not stay in the particular aspect of a samskara characteristic. You're supposed to evolve beyond characteristics, because the characteristic and a desire and an action or personification is for the purpose of being outwardly seen by other human beings. You don't need to put on a character for yourself. You don't need to be a character or a personification that's going to demonstrate anything to the demonstrator. You should be pure. You should be without modifications. But we only modify our actions and desires based off of what we think society wants us to be, or we begin to think it's what I think I should be based off of my interaction with society or with people or with family or with friends. But once you see, because what we're talking about is spiritual evolution. That's why I got to keep going back to that word. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't have these characters to do certain things. I'm just saying that it evolves beyond that into the realm of spiritual evolution, to where that once you start doing things, this weird shit we're talking about is for the purpose of developing a bridge between the self and the person. A person is just the tool that sound comes through. It's like a fucking trumpet. The trumpet does nothing until you blow air into it, so you can manipulate the keys or the valves so you can make music. Other than that, it's what it's been built for. So each individual, based off of their spiritual science, which we call natal charts and Vedic charts, your purpose is there. So it's not to stay in a particular mold, as going back to the Kybalion, to stay in that particular vibratory essence of demonstration. You're supposed to be moving forward, just like your natal chart advances. You know?
Yeah, I think you bring up a really good point. I think, bringing it in a more dense form, or like example of how we might do that on an unconscious level, and of a way that we can become as a community more aware of that kind of thing, is like, say you get triggered by an event or something, right? A samkara comes up. How do you react to it? Do you react to it from your truest self, or are you acting out an archetype or a character that you've seen or that you've experienced from perhaps someone else, or something that you've seen that you are aware of that has been accepted within that community, whichever community you're in? So like, for example, if I get triggered or something, a lot of the teachers in my life that have come in have been really rough, like military like. So they've been like, get up, or whatever, or like, I've known kids who are stronger than you, la la la, right? Like, and it may not be, and obviously it's super Raja and it's not like the best. But those were the archetypes. And so if I get triggered, that's my cards of that is the archetype for which I become. I become them. Those are the personality. That's now the persona or the character that I'm playing. And I have to become aware of that moment and readjust. And it takes a lot of control and a lot of awareness when that happens, because you're so set on those characters in your mind and you're already vibrating on that frequency. And then to change that takes effort. And that starts with that awareness of, again, who you are, why you're here. Maybe you need to exit that situation, or maybe you need to take a break and then come back to it, or something like that. But you have to readjust. And I think, when we talk about these things, we obviously have to keep it broad, because we're coming from the viewpoints where, as we're learning, we're literally seeing how everything's connected. So we're like, this is this and this and this and this. But when you break it down to specific circumstance, that's where I think we tend to get that tunnel vision, and it's hard to see how all of these other things are connecting, and becoming aware of ourselves and exactly what personality we have chosen to adopt within that moment.
That's beautifully said.
Alora, you really need to get out of my head with that, because I mean, my life has really been exactly what you have described right there, as far as
mine too.
as far as having those militant teachers and things like that, because my background is sports, and so mine was like coaches. You know what I mean? And that what you just described right there is actually what triggered my spiritual, I guess, expansion, I guess you would say, because I tried to approach a situation in my life. My son was maybe 1.5, maybe, and he was crying and he was being fussy. And I approached the situation like it had been performed on me, from the South. So I tapped his legs a little bit, like, everybody from the South has gotten a spanking before. You know what I'm saying? But
everybody from the North too, bro.
Yeah, right. But I tapped his legs, not hard or anything, but that literally sent me into a depression, because all of the times that had happened to me just came flooding back. And I didn't come out of it for about a year. I mean, in a depression, like I couldn't believe that I had done this, and all of these things, these thoughts had came back to me from when I was a child, and that happened to me. And I would be in the bathroom wiping my tears, and I would be like, I would never do that to my son. And these things, you know what I'm saying? And it all just came flooding back, you know. So like you saying, it's hard to break those cycles, you know, that has been done to you, you know what I mean? So the natural progression is that you continue it on with you know, in your situations, you know, and stuff. But for me to break that cycle literally took a depression of about a year. You know, and it was crazy. But when I came out of it, I had a whole new light, and I started to search these esoteric things. And that happened about, I say, 8 years ago. But it was crazy. It happened exactly the way that you just described it. That's crazy.
Yeah, it happens to me all the time. Like, I come from a martial arts background, and I grew up in a really unsafe place. So those are my samskaras that I'm actively shedding. And there's a part of me too that identifies with those. And I'm learning, and so I can't, you know, I think that's where that awareness comes in, is that you're always contradicting yourself. As long as you're identifying with your samkaras, you're always going to be contradicting yourself, because, you know, I'm going to, like, I sort of like, I always went to the teachers who would like cuss me out or be like, girl, you don't know shit. Like, don't even talk to me right now until you can do this or that. Until then, I got nothing to do with you. And as a student, I was like, oh my God, I have to get their approval. Like, yeah, you know, and it like pushed me to these levels. And so there was a part of me that really identifies with that. But at the same time, you know, there's like, that sets upon a limitation of how far I can go, because our skills and our abilities to identify with one another, or to even be able to handle situations, are really not that limited. But as we continue to identify with our samkaras, be proud of the fact that I grew up in the ghetto and I had to be this street chick and blah, 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 blah. You know, like, if I kept going down that line, I would only be vibrating on that. I would only be on that plane. I would not be able to recognize all of the other factors within this existence that I can take as an opportunity to grow within my true self. You know, I would just embody the samkara, and that's it. And that's the identity. I could say that I'm into my spiritual practice, but the reality is that I can never be fully into the practice of knowing myself if I'm still identifying with the memories that no longer exist. Like, with this self that doesn't exist, you know? So it's a process. I think it's a process. I think that's part of the lifelong process that we're all having to deprogram within ourselves.
So that's, like I said earlier, that it takes a superpower of the modern day us compared to the ancient way of practicing these things that we're studying now and implementing now, that we face much greater adversity than, say, somebody, not saying that they didn't face adversity, but our adversity and our lifestyle is more different than what it was back in the particular, say, like the 1800s, or, you know, and during the Dravidian India period, you know what I mean? So we have to go through that because our samskaras have been filled with so much trauma coming from so many multiple directions. It's like we were born direct into the fucking trauma. It wasn't like we experienced pain before we experienced pleasure, and then we experienced peace. We're not born into peaceful families. There's always some sort of adversity situation going on. So once we come into the awareness of these tools and the activity to use them for transformation, the greatest enemy is basically, like you said, that self that keeps identifying with the past experiences left over in the mind. And that's like the importance of what Trav said with the shooties. The shooty processes is purifying those componentries of the human machine, which is the four functions of the mind, to purify those so you don't continuously have to go through that experience over and over and over again. Because the identification with those things is basically nothing but the cause of suffering and pain. So even continuously living in the characteristic of the personification is identifying with the pain and suffering that's creating the pain and suffering, because now you fall into what category? Not living up to another's personality that they thought that you was before they got to know you. Before they got to know this one character, they always thought you was another character. So now they judge you and say, well, you're not what I thought you was. Well, what did you think I was? They thought that you was a character based off of modifications and personifications that they carry in their own samskaras. They carry in their own memory bank, and they try to pass off the data onto you. So now that we have, I can't say once we, now that we have, because we have the opportunity to advance now, because we have the technology to utilize. But it's a great challenge. It's a great, and the obstacle, it goes back. It's the very same thing that's been an obstacle is the very same tool that we have to use to change, which is the mind. So it takes a heavy working to actually get to that point where it's operating correctly. It's like you got a fucking car and you're trying to take a trip. The engine works, the car is perfect, but you got 4 flats.
Or even worse, the frame is not structurally sound. So once you hit a certain speed, things start to fall apart.
Just start wobbling. That's why you can't have certain accidents. The car may not look all damaged, but if the frame of the car has been bent in the accident, your fucking car is totaled. Because like you said, go on the highway and do 80 with a bent frame in a car and see what type of trip you have with that shit.
That's exactly what we're dealing with here with these sciences and these particular practices that we've been talking about. They address the framework, right? So even though a lot of people come and they want to know about, what's the deepest level, what's the most advanced meditation, what's the advanced, let's skip ahead in Dharana Darshan and get to the advanced stuff. You can do that all you want, but you're literally not going to be able to utilize it if your framework is faulty, if your framework is cluttered and has such disharmony. You're not going to be able to sustain those higher meditations. I was just flipping through this mantra and yantra book, and Niranjan Ananda was talking about his guru, Satyananda, and how there were times where he would say, don't bother me because I'm going to be doing a 24-hour mantra. I'm holding it in my mind. So if you bother me for 2 minutes,
thumbs up, someone liked.
If you bother me for only 2 minutes, that's going to break my whole concentration. How many of us can do just one round of mala beads, let alone 24 hours?
24 hours. You know what I'm saying?
Your structure has to be a certain caliber to be able to do that. Like everybody listening to my voice right now, if you had the day off, hell, matter of fact, you're getting paid to do it. Could you sit there for 24 hours and repeat that mantra? The answer is no. It takes a certain restructuring of the framework to do that. Even if you knew what it would do for you, still wouldn't be able to do it because it's not even about desire. It's about the foundation that you're built upon.
You being spoiled today? "24-hour meditation,
24-hour mantra.
24-hour mantra." And you got to think, we Like I said, our mala beads or Rudrocks are 108. It's a circuit of 108 beads. That's long enough. But once you get the rhythm and vibration going, you can go again. But this thing about, you said 24-hour mantra.
Yeah. And just think about what that would generate. So just, for me doing it, I can say probably around anywhere from 11 to 15 minutes. That's one round.
So that's kind of what, like I said, with these other mantras, they say you could do it 100,000 times. That
Right.
must be a 24-hour.
So I'm thinking maybe he was tapping into, like, maybe he was trying to unlock one in particular right now,
Yeah. Because like I said, in this other book, the yantra, mantra and tantras, that particular mantra for the eye, it's not even a long. I'm trying to go back to it. That's not even a very long mantra, but it wants you to say it 10,000 times.
Yeah, and a lot of these aren't really long.
And you have one that I just now say right here. There's another powerful mantra for this one is for education. So this one rosary of the above mantra should be recited for 41 days.
Jesus. So just looking at my roughly 24 hours in a day has 1,440 minutes. And that will get you around 102, 103, probably 108 rotations of these. So let's see, how many? 24 times 60, that gives us 1440. So that's how many minutes. And if it takes, we'll say, about 14 minutes per mantra, per cycling, that would give us 102.8. Right? So how many times is that? Times 108, right?
Times 108.
Okay, so that would give us about 11,000 repetitions. 11,100 repetitions.
Of the malas.
Of each of the mantra one time around.
Yeah.
So you said from some of those are 100,000. So
100,000.
This 10 times. Matthew Barros in the chat. Matthew Barros says, "Please tell Shango Atum thanks. I'm a mechanic, so breaking this down like that made it stick."
Cool. All right. Peace.
Hey, Shango, would you hold that book up one more time? You talking about
which one?
That mantra book you talking about?
Oh, let me go to the cover. And like I said, I do not recommend anybody getting the PDF.
Oh, the secrecy mantra. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
You may be a bit disappointed to look on Amazon, so maybe look at a different bookstore. Just saying.
Oh yeah, I see it. $77.
It wasn't a few hours ago. Got the last one at $20. But
yeah,
there are others.
And before that, I found the lowest one for like $15.99.
Wow. Yeah, that's the lowest it go on there.
Trav and Shango, when y'all first got into the Kybalion and the mystical Kabbalah, right? How long did it take you guys to truly apprehend all the things that you guys were reading? Because I know, like, was it like just reading the book the first time and you started understanding everything, or it took you a couple times?
That's assuming I comprehend it right now, right?
You said what?
That's assuming I comprehend it right now, right?
Okay, cool. Nah, because I was gonna say, like, with everything that you're saying, like, definitely today, but you guys said this before, like, definitely with the books I'm reading, I don't always, for myself, I don't always comment on it because I believe for my, like, it takes me a little longer to really sit on it and to have, like, how do you say, like, faith in the things I'm saying. like with confidence and shit, because I'm still apprehending it, because I know my level of understanding, just like you guys are saying, based off of my perception and the things that I've been through and the Samkaras and all that stuff, like it takes a longer time for people, like based off what you've been through, to digest this information, the correct way. So that's why I asked that question, because like, man, it's been like 2-3 months and I'm still taking a lot from that first book alone,
Yeah. And see, this
and
is
like
why
sometimes I think it's the ego, right? Because definitely me having the sun in ninth house that deals with fire and stuff, my Ahamkara, like you guys speak about so many things and I'm on here like, dang, I want to hop in the conversation, but I'm not at that level of understanding that you guys have. I can grasp what you guys are saying, but for it to stick for a minute, I have more work to do, more meditation, more things, techniques that I have to do. But as I read these books, I come back Thursdays and Sundays, and a lot of things that I read, you guys re-explain, and it kind of gets in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And I can speak for myself. And that's only because of the repetition of reading it and studying it and cross-referencing it. So it definitely, and I'm like that too, Curve. It takes me a little while to absorb information, but I just learned that I kind of accept it as a part of my nature, and then of course adapt it to kind of modify the way that I absorb information. So it does take it's definitely not a short process. And it's definitely, and you got to probably give yourself more credit than what you say. Like you say, you don't understand it. You might have an ultimate understanding of it. So the urging of you saying, I want to jump in, that might be the time to, just like, like double Dutch, you know what I'm saying? Like you got to jump in the rope to get it going, you know what I'm saying? So it's like you probably have, and I'm gonna say that you do have a magnificent understanding of what it is. You know what I'm saying? But it's definitely, and it keeps going. Like I keep learning more. The more I go back and revisit them books, it's like it's something new. You be like, damn, did I read that right there? Or did I skip this part? You always discover something in it.
Yo, another note on this feeling as if you don't understand or you aren't completely there or whatever. One of the things that I'm starting to see more and more is that we give the conscious mind way too much importance, right? The conscious mind, and I'm specifically speaking about our day-to-day thought process. In a lot of ways, it's irrelevant to what we think it actually is supposed to be doing, right? It's manas, and its only duty is to make sure that we're not hurting ourselves and we're eating when we're supposed to and pissing when it's time to piss. But as far as like deep knowledge and stuff, it isn't built for that. It's built for us to use our eyes to scan across the words and absorb this information. But the thought process is only the surface level of our mind, and it's just the data bouncing around in our heads. So maybe what you're experiencing is the fact that maybe these sentences and page numbers and quotables aren't bouncing around in your head, but that doesn't mean they're not in there. Science will even tell you that if whatever you observe with your five senses are in your being somewhere. So with the repetition of doing these and the meditation concepts, you're able to pull them from your subconscious into your awareness easier, but that doesn't mean it's not there.
Yeah.
Hell, just having the book, you've got the frequency in you.
And just to piggyback off of what Trav said, that just like you said, your subconscious mind is reading all of that shit. Your conscious mind may think that you only read a piece and you're only understanding a certain level. That's just your conscious. Your subconscious then understood everything that you didn't read. So like you said, you just give I can only say give yourself the opportunity to express it because it's there. So I would say don't hold back the urge when you wanna deliver it, because that subconscious basically, the samskaras, instead of us always saying subconscious, we can now say samskara, Cheetah, Manas, Booty. Those are the components of the mind. So you could pull the cheetah. You can pull information from there that your eye scanned and sucked it right into and filed it right into the file cabinet of your memory. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, something you said earlier, it really sticks with me when I have cross references. Like for some reason, whenever I cross reference information, it sticks even stronger because it's like, okay, I don't know why, but it just does.
That's true research. You can't. That's how research is done. It's definitely done with cross reference. If a person is only reading one book on one particular topic and not cross referencing it with other books, that's not considered research. So you're a researcher.
Bobby Hemmett used to always say, "He who knows one book knows none." That's exactly what he meant by that.
And he said he would buy all of these books just to sometimes get one paragraph out of that shit.
Oh yeah,
because it matched with the whole. Because that one paragraph made a whole other book that he read make sense.
Facts, right? That's how that can only be spoken by a true researcher.
So that's probably the only thing that I displayed by being like a particular way because I had to because my research came from like that back in the days in like the 1990. You know what I'm saying? That I actually had to really go to the library and get like 15 fucking books based off of one topic. Not that I need to have read all 15 of them books, but I had to take whatever content I was studying and cross-reference to get particular pieces out of those one books to get an aha moment. You know what I'm saying?
So, the similarities within the information.
That's exactly
to see which piece of information sticks the most. And
yes.
Yeah, that's how I always learned the best. Definitely coming from jails and stuff like that.
Yeah, so you got it. So I would just say, because that's a realization. That's a self-realization that you can say that about yourself. That's through observation and self-realization. So now the next step is to not believe it.
A concept that most everyone here in the chat should take some time to stop and consider is, like I mentioned before, the conscious mind. We give it way too much importance. Its duty is to make sure that we're safe and well fed and using our body properly. But that's not where the knowledge and the wisdom is stored. That's where it's accessed and brought up to immediate attention, but it's being stored in another aspect of mind. So it's judging ourselves based on what's bouncing around in our conscious mind. That would be a disservice to us because that's not our whole being. It's good to go easy on yourself in the aspect that as long as you are in the stream doing what you feel is the best that you can be doing right now, that is literally the best place you can be. Now it's different if you bought these books and you weren't cracking them open, if you weren't meditating, weren't doing mantras, weren't doing any of it, but sitting up here pretending you were, that's different. Yeah. But if you're literally doing what you can, you're there. You're absolutely there. And what you'll find is that on these subtle levels, you'll begin to receive some of the stuff that we're transmitting. I'm transmitting all the time. Some of the others of us are transmitting. There's a network formed. As long as you're in that stream, you're part of that network. And then you start transmitting, right? The conscious mind is just here to sort things out. It's not the storehouse of wisdom.
Okay, so you're basically saying keep doing the work, even if you feel like you're not apprehending everything. It's like a bamboo tree. All that information is compiling within the subconscious or some skaras,
mm-hmm.
and or the cheetah, and eventually it will seep through. Basically, it'll seep through into the conscious slowly.
Right.
No different than you working out. The more reps you get, the better the muscle develops. So if somebody was spotting you, if I was spotting you, I'm gonna make you get that off your chest, man. I'm not gonna beg you. Come on, help me. I'm a, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna push it up. You're gonna put it on the bar. You're gonna put it back on the rack and be like, yo, but you got it up. That's the whole thing, is developing the stamina. That's why I continuously say that this is for marathon runners. These are for people that's going to you're running. You ain't worrying about, because you marathon runners, of course you want to win the marathon, but you know what the individual goal is to finish the marathon. A lot of them are not looking at the winner circle. They're actually running against themselves to see if I can finish. And they're running against their own time. So they might have ran a marathon at a particular time. They're trying to beat that. They're trying to beat themselves. So you're trying to beat yourself at your own development. You know what I'm saying?
Something powerful about that is that it's not even a competition at that point. It can actually be turned into a cooperation, because you're looking at the person next to you and you get encouraged. Hell, you might encourage them. We almost there, man. Let's go. Let's go. It's a cooperation instead of a competition, right?
Yeah.
Everybody eats, they say.
Because there's all kind of people out there running. You got people running marathons who suffer from cancer, who suffer from all kind of ailments that supposedly should have defeated them, but no, they're running in the fucking Boston Marathon and they're going to finish it. They're not going to finish, as they say, the first. They, whatever number they finished in, they fucking finished it.
Yeah.
And they take that shit home, be like, whoo, my feet blistered up and the whole bone is hanging out of it, but I fucking finished. That's all. It's like that's all you want. You want to be able to say, you know what, I defeated the lower characteristics of myself that was holding me back from demonstrating my power. And you fight that shit.
And thanks to the Vedic astrology and stuff, it showed me why my mind works like that, like why I tend to worry a lot. And like I might be doing something for a long time, and then out of nowhere, like I'll just start worrying, like, am I doing it right? Is something going right? It says that Pluto in the 4th house tends to have that effect. So that caused me a little ease now, because now I could just meditate on the Nakshatra mantras, which I've been doing lately. Definitely, I need to focus more on Pluto too, because the mind is something that's important, not the subconscious mind more of. So, and then I have a lot of placements in the the 4th house, 12th house, and the 8th house axis is all water for me. And I think that deals with the mind and the subconscious, all those houses.
That's a
so
good
like once I read that, I was more at ease with the way I learn and stuff like that also.
And I suggest everybody too, don't forget a process that I do. I spend a lot of time outside. I'll leave my fucking phone, no technology, no nothing, and I just go to but being in Florida, you can have particular areas where they have a little land, a little water, you know what I'm saying, and you have nice, birds and shit like that. That's what really gets me out of the self. That gets me out of the out of the persona, and outside of the normalcy of the active world, just by going back and being in touch with nature, just being like an old person, going to the park and sitting on the fucking bench and just sitting there and just looking at birds and ants and bugs, and just not thinking about what you got to do and what you're not doing and when you got to do it, and you just going beyond all the attachments, sitting in nature. That's real important, I can say, to me. So I suggest make sure you sticking with nature, you staying in you incorporating that shit into your life every day, even if it's cold. Well, I know you in Las Vegas, so it should be kind of warm, but so take advantage of that. You know what I'm saying? So, and just getting that outside world and getting nature.
You see, something was telling me that before, and I'm not gonna lie, but I just didn't think it was important, because there's times where I would stay in the house for like 3 months straight, bro. Like I have not touched my car, nothing, and then I just And then when I go out into the world, I'm just like, yo, what the fuck? Why would I think the world, like in my mind, the world is so small, but then when I go outside, it's so big, you know?
Yeah.
That happens to me a lot. That happens to me a lot.
They call that something in Japan. It's called a
Ikikomori.
Ikakomori, yeah, a person who stays in their place all the time, and they just got away from the world, you know. Even so, when they go out, you know, but actually they don't go out. You know what I'm saying? But me personally, for my countenance and my energy, I have to balance that out with nature. I also like calmness. My place is all. It's like my homeboy. Whenever he comes, he's a truck driver, so whenever he comes by, he'd be like, "Yo, man, your place is always fucking calm. Like you always, like your shit has always been calm." Even when we, like I said, back in the day, ran the street, I always considered the people that I ran with was wild cowboys. They was the pack of wolves. Me, I did not display any of that. You know what I'm saying? My shit was calmness. You know, I don't need to be the most outlandish, the most loudest, the most nothing. I don't really like loud shit. I don't really like too much shit that's gonna throw me off. So it's like I like the nature, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's funny that you say that, because I was that same story for me. I was in the hood, I was raised around the hood. I was the quiet one though. I got in trouble because of like being around the wrong people. And I did a couple things myself, but yeah, I felt guilty whenever I would do like, you know, criminal activities towards other people.
It's horrible.
Or yeah, or like when my homeboys, definitely in Florida, bro, like when we at the mall and they being loud as fuck, and I'm like, yo, shut the fuck up. You know, like, you know what I'm saying? But like after I changed my life, even one of my old homeboys, they're like, bro, I see why you were the quiet one and stuff like that. And like my room, you come in my room, it's very calm, peaceful. Everybody says, yo, I feel like coming in your room and just meditating. And it's like, this is where I meditate. This is, you know, so I set that energy in here. It's, you know, the colorful background. So it sets a certain feng shui. But yeah.
Change your life. I know
So wait,
that.
Shango, do you have a lot of water in fire placements?
You say that again?
Do you have a lot of water in fire placements?
Yes. Sun, fire, moon, water, Neptune, water, Jupiter, yeah. Venus,
Okay,
and
yeah.
Mars, Saturn, Rahu. Well, Rahu was air, but Ketu, yeah. A lot of that.
Well, if you have,
you had to learn, we got to learn, like you said, like me and you, our particular got to learn to get over that, you know, our self adversities. It's a lot of, and being with this, my whole moon and Gemini and shit like that, and Ardra, that shit ain't nothing but, it's all me as a mind game. I had to get over a lot of inner it took a lot of inner work, man. You know what I'm saying? Like you know, this, all I can say, man, is everybody, I say to everybody, and I really, it's like a pleading. Like you really gotta do the inner work. It really, this shit ain't gonna work doing the same thing that we normally do, thinking that everything is straight. Like, yo, I'm good, you know what I'm saying? You gotta, that shit takes a lot of fucking work, especially if it's basically, I think what the magic society, and I'm not speaking for, because I'm not, like, you know what I'm saying, like some representative or something like that, but I think it's for the spiritual advancement. The self spiritual advancement, or spiritual self alchemy, can be utilized for individual life expression changes. You can money magic, whatever that you want to do. But the whole thing is, once you start traveling this path of spiritual evolution, it really kind of blows your plans for doing those type of things, because now you're to the point, and I'm speaking for self, you really don't even fucking need that shit no more. because you're going to be supplied with everything that you need. It's like these
Couple
gurus
things.
that go into sannyasin, really, they are not eating, they're not drinking every day like we are, and they don't, and their body is sustained because they have tapped into the energy that creates life. So they're fed by life outside of themselves. They're not just like what how people say breatharian. Breatharian really is a higher science of that you're actually being fed by the etheric prana of life itself.
6 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine.
That you don't have to physically eat. You don't have to physically drink because that's being taken care of by, like I said, the vibrational etheric energy of all prana, energy, whatever we want to call it. And we got to learn if we can to separate how we've defined spirit, the words spiritual science, spirituality, advancement, evolution. You have to, because it's objective and subjective. We have to we have to come into a better definition of how we've been utilizing this English language. This English language ain't nothing but a perverted bastard language that don't got no frequency. That's why we think if a person cusses and says ass and fuck and shit, we think that's bad words.
I could relate to you though, Curve, about not knowing like where you are on the scale. Like, not, just being unsure. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think for me it's like it's more of when they're talking, the level that they're speaking about the topic. At first I want to hop in, but then I let everybody else speak and then they already got deeper. And it's like, oh, they're already too deep. Let me just keep listening because now I'm learning stuff, So I kind of psych myself out and to not, even though I could learn much more if I ask the question, but I just feel like I don't want to revert back down to like, what's that term people say, like going from the milk to the meat, You guys are eating the meat and we're going back down to the milk.
Mm. Yeah, this group is farther along than where I'm at. I'm just ordering the books that that they discussing. But I try to get in where I fit in, and that's all. That's all I can say. But a lot of times, like you said, I'm the same way. It just it just keeps going, and then you just find yourself just learning, and you really don't want to stop the flow of the conversation. Yeah. Found that book, Trav. Secrets of Yantra, Mantra, and Tantra. I found it on eBay for $35.
Cool. Cool. I done stocked up on a few mantra books so I can get a good comprehensive perspective. Yeah. Moving fast rather quickly.
That's why I like this group, man. It's like having a workout partner at the gym.
Yeah.
You wouldn't put on 200 pounds if you only lifted, if your max was 180. But if you got that workout partner in that spot, you can you might have it in you that day, to go past your max. So I like this group because it's kind of like that concept.
Yeah. Yeah. So being that the chapter that we are on today is the chapter about vibration, one of the important things, first and foremost, is understanding that there are levels of vibration, and that the concept and notion of me or I or we has to be laid aside temporarily to understand cosmic reality. There are multiple layers. We say that we're multi-dimensional beings. Have we ever stopped to think about what that phrase means? When we hear multi-dimensional being, we think Hollywood, right? Everything spiritual we get from Hollywood. But we think multi-dimensional means you can zip in and out of different locations and um, different atmospheres and planets and things like that, or whatever, some sci-fi fantasy stuff. But truly, dimension means it has more to do with a different aspect of consciousness, aspect of expression, right? We're multidimensional beings, meaning that the thing that we are observing, right, it exists on a very dense dimension, which is the material plane, which is the one that we're most familiar with because the impressions are very blunt, very gross, very big, right? It's easy to feel, smell, taste, touch, and hear and see. That's one dimension. Actually, those five are dimensions. There's a dimension of smell, dimension of taste, touch, etc. But then there's another dimension of mind, of mental consciousness, of thought process. All right, that's another dimension. There's an emotional dimension. There's an even subtler dimension, and these dimensions keep going, and they're very subtle, and they require a level of sensitivity to even perceive. They're always there. They're always in process, but we're not consciously aware of them because we're not polished and refined enough. Our awareness isn't refined enough to sense or pick these dimensions up. But what we call we or I or us exists on all those levels. So when you really think about it, the notion of I starts to dissolve, because where are you? Are you the physical body and the five senses? Well, yeah, but you're more than that. Are you your emotions? Yeah, but you're also your body. Are you your mind and your thoughts? Well, you're also your body. You see what I'm saying? Like, it starts to become this layered pancake to the point that you have to let go of me, right? And then when you dive into these dimensions individually, again, you see that they belong to the dimension. They don't belong to you, right? The skin, the smells and the aroma coming out of the incense or the oil burner, right? The sight of the computer screen and all the digits, that doesn't belong to me. I'm observing it. These emotions and these feelings, they don't belong to me. They are, they gravitate towards my awareness because I cling to them, but they can easily be let go and repelled and dissipated. The thoughts that are looping and cycling in the mind, same thing. They are attracted and grasped, but they can also be released. None of this stuff is permanent. None of this stuff is permanent. It's all transient. But getting back to the vibration, each of these levels can be described in how they vibrate. So for example, the dense physical gross plane of matter is attributed to what we call the earth element. It's known as Prithvi in the Sanskrit, and it has to do with the lowest rate of vibration. It's everything tangible, and that's a whole dimension right there. Now, if you speed that vibration up just a little bit, we get the symbol of a great ocean surrounding a crescent moon, right? We also know that as the watery dimension, the water element. In Sanskrit, it's known as apas. And this has a lot more to do with the etheric plane, that subtle plane in between physical and astral, right? I've called it the etheric plane, but it's the one that's directly surrounding the physical plane. And as the vibration speeds up, then we get to Agni, which is the fire dimension. And this is where vision and the objective realm really begins to manifest. If we look at the tree of life, this has more to do with the realm in between Hod and Netzach, right? And then, of course, as that vibration speeds up even more, we go to the air element, right? And that's around the realm of Tifereth. And everything beneath that I described is enveloped within this air dimension. And of course, it expands even more to Akash, which encompasses all objective anything that we can imagine. It's contained within this Akash. And even to be able to perceive that, we have to come out to a higher vibration, and it continues. Now, there is a limit, right? All this is included within what we call prakriti, or energy, shakti, or energy. All that is energy, and that is its own. That's 50% of reality. That's 50% of reality. The other 50% is the observer. Half of it is the observed, the other half is the observer, but all of it is what we will call reality. But it's not just this and that. There's subtle vibrations in between, up and down. It's all a gray area. So instead of just looking at it and seeing a big gray block, learning about vibration and the levels of correspondence, as listed in the Kybalion last week and this week, we're able to break down these different levels and take a look at how they impact our lives on a day-to-day basis. And they do. And what we find is that we're very unconscious of how these dimensions affect our being. We're unconscious of them because we're not aware of them. We haven't applied attention to them. So a lot of things happen without our awareness. There are prejudices, likes and dislikes that go on, and it happens in an unconscious realm, right? It's going on in a more subtle realm than the physical realm. So without any thought process, without any calculation, we already know what we like and what we dislike. It's happening on a subtle level. It's happening in another dimension, a more subtle dimension of self. And until we go into that dimension and deal with that, harmonize that, those likes and dislikes, they will continue to rule our lives. No, we don't have free will as long as those things begin to affect our every decision. So the question is, how do we do that? How do we go within, right? How do we go to these levels and adjust and harmonize the subtle aspects of our being? How do we harmonize our subtle dimensions? How do we do that? Well, there's multiple ways. One of them is called chakra shuddhi. One of them is called tattva shuddhi. But a lot of these practices have been outlined in the texts about yoga, the texts about tantra, the Vedic texts. None of the new stuff, all of the old stuff. One of the ways to assist in the harmonizing of the subtle realms is through the repetition of mantras. And they work very quickly, especially considering these areas of self have never been touched. More than likely, you have not dealt with your subtle levels. More than likely, more often than not, you have not dealt with your subtle levels. The shadow work that you do, that you got off the internet, it's helpful, but there are more appropriate methods that can be used. Now, if you begin to employ mantras seriously, you'll find that rapid transformation can begin to take place because now you're addressing those subtle dimensions directly. Meditating upon the tattvas also harmonizes you on those subtle levels. It doesn't have to make sense consciously, but we're dealing with ancient technology, meaning it's been around before our English language. It's been around before America, before Europe, before Africa. It's been here before anything that we know. And it has worked since then, and it will continue to work afterwards. Employing the methods of meditation on the tattvas and mantra is probably the easiest, safest, and quickest way to begin harmonizing yourself, or what you think is yourself, harmonizing your experience of these subtle dimensions and gross dimensions. Like I said in Tattva Shuddhi, page 119, she talks about doing Tattva Shuddhi will most definitely bring, let's just see what she says. Tantra considers that Shakti, the active energy principle in each and every speck of creation, grants favors easily. As Tattva Shuddhi is a tantric upasana done to Shakti, the results have been known to be quicker and more powerful than other sadhanas. These results accrue as both material gain and psychic powers, or siddhis. This is why that is true, because when you're dealing with these subtle symbols. They address aspects of ourselves that cannot be addressed in any other way. And it harmonizes them with cosmic reality, the cosmic reality that doesn't change, that cannot change, because it is reality. Reality doesn't change. It's this transient world of energy that changes. It doesn't have to be difficult. The difficulty is our labels that we put on the world, our perspectives, our opinions, all the stuff that we think is ours. That's what makes it difficult, our perceptions. But when you suspend those for a while and just give this stuff a try, you begin to see what's really real.
Hey, Trev.
Hey.
Can you describe? Because I don't have the books yet. I haven't read them yet. They're on the way. But like, if I wanted to get started tonight, like doing a meditation and a mantra, you know, can you like describe something that I can do like right now, or what your process looks like when you sit down and go through these mantras and things like that?
Yes. Do you recall what your moon nakshatra was?
Give me 1 second, I'll tell you. Sorry, I always have to find it. Oh, there it is. So closing. Okay, let's see. We have ascendant, sun, moon is you Asada. Upada Ashada, I think that's what it's called.
Uttara Asada?
Utara Asada, yeah.
Okay.
Moon.
So if that's your moon, one thing that would be beneficial for you would be Om Vishvebhyo Devebhyo Namaha. You don't have to write it down because I will send it to you directly.
Okay.
If that's your moon nakshatra, see the moon, it rules over the conscious mind. It rules over the energy of consciousness that we have inside of us, right? Remember I said that matter and energy is 50% of the universe. Consciousness is the other 50%. So that on this gross level, it's ruled by the sun and the moon. The moon, the slice of consciousness that your body is finding itself through, is the energy that's been labeled as Uttara Asada. Now there is a mantra that taps into the same subtle frequency as that slice of reality, Uttara Asada. And by you consciously repeating that mantra 108 times starts to tap into that same energy within yourself. You're harmonizing with what you already are, harmonizing, as opposed to being in disharmony. I just sent it to you on Instagram.
Okay.
That's 11 minutes. 11 minutes a day. That's the bare minimum right there. But for someone who doesn't know what their moon nakshatra is or their birth time or anything like that, you can simply do the mantra for what day it is. Today is Sunday, so it's ruled by the sun. So you'd look up the sun mantra 108, right? 108 mantra. Monday for the moon mantra 108. Now, of course, it helps if you know the Sanskrit name. If you don't, you can still find it. The sun is called Suryaya. The moon is called Chandraya. But there's also mantras of specific deities that help with specific things. Om Namah Shivaya is my main mantra, and it has a lot to do with that ultimate realm of consciousness. There's also Om Gan Ganapataye Namaha, and that's for Ganesh. And that's helpful for those of us who are seriously studying Vedic astrology. If you notice, you'll find Ganesh on the cover of just about all these Vedic astrology books. There's a reason for that, because he represents the essence behind this type of study. All right. You notice Ganesh on the front of all these books here. Not that there's this elephant-headed god in the sky somewhere that rules over astrology, but when they came up with the symbol of this entity, it was done with the intention of representing this, the energy behind the science, the subtle aspect of the science. They gave it a representation for anyone to tap into at any time. It'll never change because it is in its most raw, essential form. That's why whenever we think of fire, we always will see a triangle, a red triangle. That is extremely ancient. That isn't something that somebody just made up because it looks cool. It was revealed. A lot of these yantras and these fancy symbols that we see, they're revealed once somebody reaches these deep levels. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Once you get on track with this type of study and you start going through this information, it does something. It transforms your mind. It purifies you, right? You get to this certain level of clarity, especially if you continue to dig as deeply as you can at the fastest rate that you can handle. You'll notice that a certain genius begins to unfold within you because you're letting go of the limited, finite human man consciousness and you're tapping into cosmic consciousness. You're becoming one with cosmic consciousness. It's a gradual process, but it becomes very evident. There's no pretending involved. It literally becomes you. You become it. That's why we see these gurus and these yogis, and there's something about them. It's very holy. It's very, godly, godlike, because they've tapped into that Shiva dimension. And it's almost like the more time they spend there, the more it stays on them. It isn't because any individual is more special than the other, but when you do work in that place, you become like that place. How's everybody in the chat? Is this stuff making sense, or am I boring you guys with words? Greetings, Amar.
Yo.
So, Trav, how do you sit when you go through these mantras?
Very still. I do a comfortable little Indian style or whatever. I personally, I don't get too technical with that. I'll sit. I'm still trying to find a position for my legs to where it won't start feeling like hell after an hour. But slowly working on getting both feet up on top of my thighs. I can do one, but I sit there with the legs crossed, and most of the time it's with the palms down. Sometimes it's with the palms up. If I'm feeling, you know, real salty, I'll do this one here because that's the third one that I've learned. But you know, this traditionally is what I do with the palms down. You can do palms up too. But I always start with Kaya Strathyam, which is about 10 minutes for me, and it's making the resolve to not move until we're done. We're seriously doing this thing. I zoom out, take a look at myself, become really centered in the moment. We're about to do this. Time is not an issue. Doesn't matter how long it's going to take. What matters is that we're going to be present for each mantra, for each chakra point, For each ohm, we're going to be here for this, right? Doesn't matter how long, how it feels, what we're eating tonight. This is basically, I go through 10 minutes of centering myself. And then, I start with my mantra, Om Namah Shivaya. That takes about 15 minutes. And like I said, a big focus for me is staying present for each repetition. I'm there for it right here, right now, as if it's the only one that I'm doing, right? And as I learn, I'm learning where to put my attention. Right now, I've learned a lot about the Om Namah Shivaya, so I know that the Om happens in the third eye. That's where Om resides, at the level of Ahamkara, of Agni. No, I'm not Agni, but what do they call that chakra? Is it Agni?
Yeah, the Ajna chakra.
Ajna, thank you. So Om is here, Nama is in the stomach, Shi is in the throat, Vai is in the genitals, Ya happens at the heart, and Ya is like an explosion. Like the Om is building a space, the Nama is pulling the string back, the Shi, Vai, Ya is letting it go, so it's going forward. So I circulate my energy like that during each mantra. Om Nama Shivaya, right? So I for all 108, I got to be there for it. If I'm not there for the first 2 or 3, I start it over. I'm saying, to get on track. After that, because I have my playlist going, so it can go into them all seamlessly. Then I'll go to whatever Bij mantra for the day, or whatever for the nakshatra, whatever. But the key is being present for each one. None of them's autopilot. My mind isn't wandering. I'm there all 2, 3, 4 hours. I'm there. And then after the mantras, I do my chakra shuddhi in silence, because it helps me to really go within and focus on each chakra point at a time. For example, with the root chakra, being there, feeling it, sensing it. With every inhale, feel the energy coming up into the chakra and through it. With every exhale, feeling the energy pass out of it. Feeling the Om come through the chakra, Om out the chakra, right? Doing each one of those all the way up. I'm there for each one. Because I'm sure it still works, but it's not the same if you just do it on autopilot. There has to be a certain element of intention there. But you'll find that in these books, Dharana Darshan, Kundalini Tantra, all these books, there are several meditative practices that you can implement into your routine. Several. And it's kind of like, from my current understanding, maybe I could be wrong. I don't think I am, though, because I'm usually guided pretty well. It seems like you've got this Batman tool belt, and you kind of put together different meditations that are going to work for you. And you come to find that those meditations stood out to you because that's what your current manifestation needed. I recently integrated Analom Vilom, which is where, it's a pranayama, where you breathe in and breathe out in a certain kind of way. But all these together are purifying your elements, purifying your body, purifying your subtle bodies as well. And you begin to find that the rest of reality responds to you in accordance. Curve says, I've been practicing this mantra, Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakote Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru Me Deva Sarva Karyashu Sarvada. You can keep that one.
When you hear it, it actually all meshes together. Like, hold on, I'll send you the link. It's actually really good. It's a Ganesh mantra.
Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha.
Did you touch on like there's mantras for your astrological signs as well?
That's right. That's right.
I do a Gemini mantra, Ong Shing Ang So. Ong Shing So. That's what Gemini is called, the Mithun.
Yeah, that's the one that I was doing for a while.
Yeah.
Then I realized that my moon isn't in Gemini, it's in Taurus. So then I tried doing that one.
At least she was getting it in, you know.
My son's in Gemini, so I mean, it wasn't.
Yeah, it worked.
Yeah. Ring, clink. Yeah, what is that one?
Yo, Trav, when you listen to the YouTube video that I just sent, you'll see like it doesn't sound as long as you read it.
Do you say it though?
I'm trying to. I be missing out on some, but I'll do the whole 59 minutes and then I'll just restart it.
That's what I mean. Yeah, some of these are long, and you know it's cool. I work no rush. I'm working my way up to the longer ones, but I do find that just the short ones, yam, lam, ram, and all that stuff. It slowly, I think it does what these elements are doing. I think that everything develops in this way. You build the space for it first, then you fill it with motion, and that motion generates heat, and that heat starts to generate coolness. I think that everything works that way. We began to open up the space studying, Dharana Darshan and this Vedic information. That opened a space. Then the air movement started circulating. Now we're doing different exercises. Now the fire is burning because now we're doing these mantras and the other things, and that's causing a manifestation in our lives. This process is continuing.
I get what you're saying. So start off with the the aums and all that, and stick with that first, and then get to the longer one.
What works for you at where you're at?
Man, I'm so used to guiding myself. Sometimes I impulsively just jump into shit. So I'm just, it makes sense what you're saying because I never thought about it like that. Because I was like, while I was listening to this mantra for like 2 weeks straight, I'm like, how the fuck do these guys remember all the shit that they're saying?
I've seen some of them, they're reading out of a book, but after doing it for so long, you start to memorize it.
Is there a specific like order that this is supposed to go in? Like, because if we're talking about using this for transformation, is there a specific order like or that you should go in with using these mantras, or is it just the fact that you are doing these things, it starts to transform you?
I think Trav was saying like start off with the smaller words and then like the instead of the 3-4 word mantras. So then you could have space within yourself so you can practice these bigger ones. Go ahead, Trav. You're gonna say something anyway.
Yeah. It truly depends on karma. The level isn't where you think you are. The level is where you are. So some people might have to start with right? That might be all that they can handle right now. And that's cool. That's awesome.
Om is the supreme mantra.
Right.
If you really want to, because like how he just asked a question, I used to tell some people start with the root chakra, Ram. The one word Bij mantra of the Sanskrit alphabet is more powerful, they say, than a whole long worded mantra. So sometimes all you might need to do is Ram, 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 and that might be the beginning process for you. So I think it's individualized. Like I was gonna say, Curve was mentioning what he said. You wanna analyze yourself and what you want to work on first, what you think is your weakest subject. Like if it was school, what's your weakest subject? Well, that one you're gonna need tutoring in. The tutor is going to be the mantra. So whatever you feel about yourself, you can correlate it with your astrological sign, with your nakshatra, with the chakra, and you can use whatever mantra for those particular separate things. I would start with that.
Yeah. Now, if you're at the level where you're able to handle these full mantras, I haven't found that a specific order is recommended other than opening up with, of course, Kaya Stritham, and that's, to get you in the zone. But it's been recommended, like what Shango said, to start with giving thanks to the earth element. In the case that he gave was the Muladhara. The Bij for Muladhara would be Lam. Or if you wanted to do the deity mantra, you could do for Ganesha, which is Om Gan Ganapataye Namaha, because he represents the earth element. And the earth, really, like I said, think about the diagram of the elements. You're going from down to up. You got to start with earth, with foundation. A Ganesha mantra is giving, you what's the word? You're giving awareness to, acknowledgement to the earth element. Giving thanks, however you want to slice it. You're acknowledging the earth element first to give you support in what you're undertaking. Then from that point, it might behoove you to do something watery. It's just like a ritual, before when we were playing with demons and fire, candles and incense and all that stuff. You have to invoke the elements one by one. It's recommended to start with the earth element. Maybe
And
even,
that was good, Trav. That I'm glad you said that, because the Kaya him, as far as we began our research and our study into that, that was the recommended beginning. So, Stuff Dog, do you have the Dharana Darshan book?
Not yet. It'll be here on March the 15th. It's ordered already though.
So
But
you definitely can download a PDF until your physical copy comes.
okay.
And you could definitely look into that particular part that's called Kaya Strahem. And you want to start with that body stillness, because it's really about stilling your body. A body that's not at ease with trying the process of a meditative science, your mind's not going to be at ease. So it's really so Trav did say that right, because it does have a methodology. It does have a particular order.
Okay. Get that PDF.
And in the Magic Society, somebody I think it's downloaded on the files.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got it. I don't know if you're in the Facebook group. I don't think you're in the Facebook group, actually.
No, I'm not in. I don't have a Facebook page.
Good on you.
Okay.
Okay. But yeah, this is actually pretty new for me, and I'm gonna go ahead and say all of us really. But this information is alive, right? Like I said, this is a subtle aspect of consciousness, so I've got full faith in it unfolding. I don't ever sit here and wonder, am I doing it right? Maybe it's wrong. Ugh. That doesn't exist in my reality. That's long gone. I have complete faith in Shiva, which is the subtle aspect of the highest consciousness conceivable, and Shakti. They're giving me what I need. They always have. Always have. So as it unfolds, just ride with it. It'll unfold with the way it's supposed to.
Hey, Travis, I can answer. Mick, MC Maestro asked, he said, how do I find the deity for the nakshatra? And I was going to say, there's a book called 27 Stars, 27 Gods, the astrological mythology of ancient Egypt. That was a good book that I was using to actually find out what god of like Swati, Vayu is the god. You know what I'm saying? And I found those out by researching into that book. 27 Stars, 27 Gods, the astrological mythology of ancient India.
Oh yeah. So this information it's not hidden information, guys. This isn't something that's like only I know it, haha, only we in the Major Society. This has literally been here since the beginning of recorded history. So just go out there. Just go out there and find it. And if you're uncertain whether the information you're looking at will be accurate, just cross-reference. Even just using indastro.com, when you look at the planetary chart for each of your nakshatras, it should tell you the lord of that nakshatra. And there are all over YouTube and Google. Just check it out. it seems very obscure and secretive, because this is the first time all of us are really hearing about it in depth like this, but it's out there. It really is. I mean, hell, there's YouTube videos for the mantras for each one of these things already. So somebody's been doing it, right?
Yeah.
A whole culture of people have been doing it. So yeah, it's all ready and packaged up for us.
Yeah, that was good too, because that's so if you don't know, so if you read the book or you get a book and you don't know how to do like say the words or how to say it, you definitely can fall back on YouTube, and it would definitely have a video on there breaking it completely down.
Yeah. I love it. I love it. I love it. Guys, this stuff is laid out for you. It is laid out wide open. Literally,
think about how when we were reading particular books, say like grimoires of magic and stuff like that, it would give you the particular thing to do with what and stuff, but it left you kind of with a feeling of, I wonder if.
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't leave you with any type of doubt. The only thing you will, because once you start reading this, you'll understand that the only doubt is the doubt that you create your own self. You can't blame the information. You can't say, well, nah, this ain't for me. How can something that's actually teaching you about you be something that you don't want to read?
Oh, something about you. And that's the one thing that anybody cares about, themselves.
How they said James Brown was the hardest working man in entertainment. You got to become James Brown with this type of shit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And I know you know what I'm saying. I catch myself. I'm got to be constantly aware. That wasn't making fun of you or an attack on you or anything like that. It's just that I also have to keep in mind that we're transitioning from Western mind and Christianity and all that stuff, where we are literally conditioned since babies to rely on an outside thing to give us what we need. We're going from that into, oh, I have two hands to grasp it myself. Let me get all that I can handle. Let me get all that I can handle. Those are two different worlds. So I understand, some of us are still making that transition in different aspects of our lives. But I'm just here to say it's all out there for you. Always has been.
And then and once you get a grasp on this, you'll start seeing that there's also there's a whole another side of culture to what we're talking about too. So if a person if you wanna travel what they call the dark side or a left hand tantric path, that's in the Vedic shit too for you now. But you're still gonna have to do meditation. You're still gonna have to do mantra. You're still gonna have to deal with asanas. It's the same process, the same techniques, but it's going to be for the purpose of what you want it to do. And that's always what the dark path, or what we call LHP, left hand path working, is not inclusive of other people. It's what you want it to be, what you say it is. I'll get your Sharma, I'll get your Sharma, Dr. Sharma.
Greetings, manifesting moon. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Manifesting the moon. Let's do a manifesting the moon chant. I'm manifesting the moon. We're manifesting the moon. Om. Ring.
Om, dream, dream, dream.
Wrong.
what's today? Today is Sunday. So with the sun being Surya, each of the planets do have a short and a long mantra, right? So the short one would be Om Som Suryaya Namaha. Simple. And you can find that mantra on YouTube, of course. You would say that on Sundays to align yourself with the solar energy. And of course, the long one is Om Ram Shrim Ram Saha Suryaya Namaha. Again, you can find the videos on these.
And you want to say that, and you want to say those ones, the Om Kranga, you want to say those with power. You know, those are not weak. That's not a weak voice one. Those are you want to say that with force.
Yeah, and I'm assuming, I guess maybe I have to be clear with this as well. You're supposed to be saying these, not just listening to them. The YouTube is just to help give you, you know what I'm saying, a piggyback. You can ride on top of it, you know, as you're counting with your beads, if you have them. If you don't, then it's mapped out as 108 of them, so you don't have to keep count. But you want to be saying these vocally. And like what Shango said, you want to say them with intention, with purpose. These are ancient words of power, tapping into your subtle states of being. Beautiful.
Trav, you said you use the beads when you're doing your mantras and stuff?
Yes, that is the functional intention of this necklace. There's 108 seeds on them. So you're supposed to go around, each one of them is the mantra, right? So Om Namah Shivaya, next. Om Namah Shivaya, next. Oh, you see what I'm saying? That's what these are designed for, to help you keep count before YouTube was invented. And today was probably the first time I did it without YouTube. I actually sat in total silence with just my beads and started doing my mantras. It's a different feel. I like it.
So that's the only part of the body that could move, basically, is when you're counting the beads.
Yes, yes.
Okay, cool.
And of course, your vocal apparatus.
Because I've been doing it with my fingers.
Yeah. And, you know, no coincidence that we have enough digits to make that happen.
Yeah. I tried that and I was losing count. Then originally I had made myself a mala with 108. You know what I'm saying? So I started using that, and that worked better. I'm not the finger counter. Maybe I'll get to that point that I will eventually, you know, won't need one specifically. But at the moment, you know, I definitely utilize the 108.
And according to your chart, your planets are your different fingers. So like if you're working on a certain, like the moon, you could place your finger where the moon is, and then like do that mantra.
Whoa.
See, you see how Amar breaks it in?
Yeah. Like I got like 5 of my planets like right here.
Let's do a mantra for Amar.
Dhamma Rama. That's the mantra.
Dhamma Rama. Om Dhamma Rama Namaha.
Exactly. Om Dhamma Rama.
Let me see.
Yo, I mean, because Rama is a mantra anyway. I mean, Rama, like, that's one of the best ones, like you were saying.
Om Dhamma Rama Namaha. You gotta have a ream or a cleam in there somewhere. We gotta have a ream in there. You get you a cleam or a cleam in there somewhere.
I just found out this mantra from this book I was reading with Kalima, and it's like, well, one of the forms of Kalima, and it's like you hiss in it to activate like the Kundalini.
You did say hiss.
Yeah, like.
Okay. Just making sure it was started with an H.
Yeah.
Interesting here with these mantras, the hreems and the cleams, they actually mean something, obviously.
Yeah.
But the hreem relates to the solar energy. The cream is electrical energy. The stream is the power to stabilize. So when we hear these Om, Leem, Cream, Sleem, that actually it means something specific.
Mm-hmm.
For
You're
those
empowering that subtle energy element source of what that mantra word vibration, because it's really not a word. It's a word, but it's really not a word. It's a vibration.
yes, it's a
It's a
vibration
sound.
that we can make with our mouth.
Yeah, what we make with our mouth. It's a sound. But for the human brain, we got to say it's a word, and the word means that.
Right.
See how that shit gets crazy?
And you can get stuck there, intellectualizing it instead of actually doing it. Yeah, well, technically, the cream means, when was the last time you did it? Well, I understand how it works. I don't have to do it. I see.
And why do you think we love a song so much that has a what? A good hook. The hook is like it's like a mantric sound. That's basically what it is, because voice is an instrument. So why do you think they love Drake? Drake can come on anybody's song, do a hook, and it will be a hit because of his vocal tones carry a particular energy that vibrates a certain way through music.
Wouldn't be surprised if he was raised doing some of these mantras as a child.
But don't forget that he's Jewish, so he was already doing mantra.
There we go.
His mother's like a practicing Jew.
There we go. There we go.
And don't forget that he knows more than what he can professionally say. Because don't forget that he's signed to, once you're in entertainment, you're signed to contracts. And as you as an entertainer, you're not to go outside to you can't talk about certain things. You got a gag order. So don't forget that he made his own clothesline he got the owl on there. Ovo, you know what I'm saying? Which is October's very own. So the whole thing is these entertainers know more than what they're allowed to say, because they're all signed to contracts. They're in business.
Right.
Don't believe it.
The people who make agreement with understand that if certain information were to get out, then it would break you from the spell of eating dollar store hot dogs and dollar store mac and cheese every day.
And it would tear down the very foundation of entertainment. A lot of people don't realize that they're only being entertained. A lot of people associate that shit with being real life.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know, like, yo, I'm only being entertained. That's why they said, well, some of these entertainers should be more politically active and speak against. They can't. They're fucking entertainers. Their only dream and desire was to become a #1 record seller. It wasn't to become a platform for fucking politics. Now some do, but that's because you can't subdue it. The entertainment, these companies, Sony and all of these other ones, they can't subdue that because it builds the polarity. The vibration develops into a more condensed form, which we'll read next, is polarity, which is physical form, it's matter. Why do you think they got KRS-One out of the mainstream? He was dropping all kinds. You must learn, and then they had to stop the violence movement. Shit, without violence, there is no hip hop culture, entertainmentally wise.
True.
If hip hop entertainment was to go non-violent, shit is not going to happen. I watched the Method Man interview a couple of weeks ago, and he said people don't realize that he hasn't cussed on a song in like 8 years. So he said he did that subtly because of something, his kids or something like that, or somebody's kid heard his lyrics or he felt uncomfortable or something, and he stopped using all cuss words in the song. Will Smith don't cuss at all. But you can tell what level that they are on in the industry based off of what they're willing to confide to doing. See, they use Will Smith for a different level of projection. He's a great actor compared to being a great rapper. Even though Will Smith can rap.
But I think that's the difference between hip hop and rap. Hip hop was more uplifting, and this stuff we got nowadays is just rap music. It's not even, I don't even think you can consider it hip hop nowadays.
Well, hip hop is still a culture because rap always had bullshit. You know what I'm saying? It's always been about really always been about sex, drugs, and rock and roll. It's basically the voice of your neighborhood, the town crier. You know what I'm saying? Breaking it down. But you still are right nonetheless. That it is what has become the culture of what's called hip hop music, because those are elements. You have the MC, you have the DJ, you have the dancer, and you have the what's called a b-boy. And a b-boy is nothing but the individual who just posts up at parties. The nigga is fresh to death. You know what I'm saying? All his part of hip hop culture is dress. So those are elemental forces of a culture that we call hip hop. And that right there goes back to Vedic science, which is the gunas, because the MC is what? Vayu, that's air. The DJ is what? That's the vibration, that's the sound. The dancer is energy, force. You know what I'm saying? So the whole thing is that we go back to the people that know that. They know that science, and they took it, they manipulated it. You ever listen to some of these mantras and this Indian music? That shit sound like straight hip hop flavor. That should be like Om Bhakti Namaha Namaha the Shakti Om Bhakti Om Namaha. And then when they drop the drum on your ass, you be like, yo, is this the newest hit coming out, or is this a fucking mantra? So what it really all follows like a real it definitely follows a pattern, man. Nothing really doesn't. What we experience as life and differences are really patterns that exist throughout multiple different areas of everybody's life. It's just demonstrated in a different way.
Rupa Rupaya Vishnave. That's the only way to manifest things, through that pattern of
Trav, you're extremely low, Trav.
That's the only way to manifest things, through that process of Akasha to air to fire to water to earth.
Yeah. That's what hip hop.
In the Kabbalistic culture, it's understood and demonstrated. Same thing. Yo he vau he.
And you're supposed to chant that. Yo he vau he. Yo he vau he. Yo he. You can chant that. But they manipulate everything. Everything is capable of being manipulated on this plane. That's basically what a lot of shit we see is basically a modification through manipulation, especially when it comes to entertainment and what we call hip hop culture. The culture of hip hop has been what was considered a pure level of MCing. It really it's been perverted to a path that designated to characteristics and images of being an MC. You can be made into what's called a rapper. You know?
100%.
You think that
Just
these
like to
guys now go ahead, Travis. Sorry.
I'd like to say and give a shout out to everybody in the chat here. I appreciate you guys. It looks like we have like consistent of 55 to 60 people the whole time. So it looks like a lot more people are unlocking their karma to be able to hang out with us for that long. Appreciate you guys. And thank you. Thank you for the donations from Kingslow Fitness and Sunshine Chick and Manifesting Moon. Manifesting Moon. Thank you.
As it hits the 7 o'clock hour.
Perfection. I thought I was on some Satyananda stuff the other day. I was listening to the my son came in during my meditation, the quiet one with just the bell every 5 minutes. So as soon as he came in to complain about something, the bell hit and I started talking to him, you know, like, well, maybe you should take turns with your brother, this, that, and the third. No. Okay, well, da. And after I said what I said, boom, the next bell went back to meditation. Then he walked out. Alignment. It was cool.
I'm just so lucky to have a little house, as they call them. They call them handy houses down here, where I'm totally separate from my house in the backyard. You know what I'm saying? That I can come in here and no one bothers me. You know.
Nice.
Well,
does anyone experience any like walking and meditating or like activity basically on like at the base of their spine and they like rock?
Say that again.
Like basically if I'm like deep in a meditation, I'll like there'll be like a force in my back and then I'll like rock back and forth.
Yeah. I think we came across something like that in one of the books, didn't we? You mentioned something like that.
Maybe in the ones are showing how to take again. Yeah. Like today at the gym, I did like 3 positions of the Surya Namaskar. And remember, Trav, I told you like, oh, I bend my back backwards. Like that's a position. I didn't know that. Like I told you that before, and I told you like my Kundalini like shoots up and I like black out. So that happened at the gym today. But I didn't fall down because I was like holding the wall.
I think it was Kristen who talked about that happening to her, or something similar.
You know, I think it's because you're hitting a particular meridian line or a particular point, because we can't forget about that as well. Pressure points and meridian lines, because it's like you can touch, if you know how to, of martial arts, you can touch somebody in a particular pressure point and paralyze them. Or you can you can drop somebody unconscious. Tai Chi can do that. And don't forget, that's what she did to the Incredible Hulk. She hit him in his chest, and she did it to Doctor. She hit him in his chest, separated his whole.
I'm convinced that she was based off of the lady that wrote Out with Shooty.
Yeah, maybe. Did she have Rudrox on too?
We're gonna have to Google that. I believe so.
I gotta look back to see that she had him on.
I'm pretty sure she was based off of Sister Shooty.
Wait, I have a picture of her right now.
Does she have him on?
Yeah, she has them on.
No way.
Yeah. Oh, in the picture.
Wait a minute. No. We're talking about the lady from
Opportunity.
No. The actress from Doctor Strange. That she because Trav said he thinks he thinks that the picture of the woman he just have, so she doesn't have any. That's no, but that looks like the same person.
Show yours, Amar.
Yeah, I mean that's where they got that shit from. What the
You
fuck?
gotta be shitting me.
That's Sister Shooty, man. Bump it. Fucking dumb shit. That's Sister Shooty.
That's nuts, man.
Man. That's Sister Shooty.
Bam.
Because in the comics, it was the ancient one was a male. But, you know.
Oh man.
That is funny. They might as well gave her some Rudra Kosh. I mean, she was in India.
They might as well, man. If you're gonna go ahead, go all the way out. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying?
Funny business, man.
Wow, man. Talk about fucking cracking codes. It almost takes the fun out of them. Like I said, I watched The Nun yesterday and was completely seeing all the coded language in that shit. It wasn't even a horror movie no more. It was like, damn, I'm breaking the whole movie down. It's not even fun anymore.
Hey, it's worse when you're watching it with people who don't know anything about this. The whole time you're like, oh, that's this. Oh yeah, you know what that is right there? Hey, subconscious mind. Oh, that represents Horus and Osiris. Shut up.
You know.
Yeah, I can't help it. So I don't watch movies with people anymore.
Oh man. Tree Marie says Sister Shooty.
I got that from Mike. Sister Shooty.
Sister Shooty. That sounds like a real person too. Hey there, Sister Shooty. How you doing today?
Yeah.
That's what they should have. Maybe they should have called the Oracle. Her name should have been Sister Shooty.
Sister Shooty. They going this far, man. You might as well just say what it is.
They might as well just do it, man. She got the bald head. Just go ahead and keep it real.
Bald head. She got the mudra going on, plus the yellow robes.
Dang.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great time to be alive.
Speaking of Marvel Comics, who I also think was actually a yogi and not paralyzed. I think you can go ahead and guess what I'm about to say.
You talking about Professor Xavier?
Yeah. In a meditative position, bald head.
Exactly.
Floating chair.
Always in a supreme state.
That's a yoga to me. That's some Indian yogini.
He's doing zazen, sitting meditation.
Sitting meditation.
When he went in there cerebral, didn't that tap into his third eye and enhance it?
When he went to the
cerebro empowers him to basically Magneto can influence everybody on the whole planet Earth if he wanted to.
No, I was talking about the X-Men's mansion. He has that machine called Cerebro.
Cerebro, yeah.
Put that helmet on, and he can tap into the mind of pretty much everybody on the planet. He can pretty much get into their mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the Piranha. Like the inner tool of the mind. Like, yeah, that's what that shit does.
Yeah, the Cerebro was basically as in the comic world that was used. It amplified his already psychic powers.
Yes.
Man.
Yeah. Can't hide it no more. Once you clean the lenses, so you take these glasses, it's like these glasses. If these lenses are dirty, it does not mean that the medicine isn't working. You're just gonna have to clean them up to see clearly. So now once you see things clearly, movies, books, all that shit become like, damn, I see y'all, I see you. Like a bird in a clear sky.
What the young folks say, it hit different.
It was hit different. And you can't even put yourself in. That's one thing about these Rudrocks or even Malabis. You can't do impure things with these things on your neck.
Right.
You cannot watch Pornhub with these on. It's not gonna work, man.
And you know what is good? Because if you do decide to do that, you have to go through that extra step of removing these so you can, right? So that kind of adds another layer, like, all right, maybe I should think about
now it gives you an opportunity to see how garbage that you really are. But like, damn, I gotta actually take off my beads just so I can watch Ebony, whatever. You
Yep. Been through it. I took that moment. You know what? Maybe I should take a moment to think about this and zoom out of my indrias for a minute.
It's kind of like Pookie fighting so hard not to smoke crack in New Jack City. Oh my God, man. But it's all good. I think that each one of us that's doing this, we had some things that we had to clean up. You know what I'm saying? It's like the Bible. When you start to see each one of those characters as astrological signs or personality traits, it's like Paul would always say that he was the worst of sinners. So that's why he's more important to Christianity than sometimes the Jesus Christ person. You know what I'm saying? Because Paul never actually met Jesus Christ. You know what I'm saying? Jesus, that character was already gone. So he became like a archetypical Christ figure. So that's kind of like us. When you see us, we're kind of like we were the worst of the of the worst.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we had to clean it up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody over this motherfucker pure. Well, we're working on it.
Right.
But shit.
Right.
Just like anybody else, but we know about Pornhub. I know exactly what I want to see and how to search it in the stream.
With extreme ease.
With extreme ease.
2 mouse clicks, sometimes 1.
Ain't no mystery. We're coming here for business.
But you know something? And I know some people will take this the wrong way, unfortunately, but I gotta say it anyways. Like what I was talking about earlier, that story about the thread, right? There's even divinity in that, but it has to be seen in a certain way, right? Because a lot of times when we switch into that mode, we start thinking thoughts that are heavy and gross in every type of way. But what if there was a way to begin looking at life where there isn't a separation of my regular day and Pornhub time? You know what I'm saying? Where there isn't a separation between my regular day and now I'm doing my mantras and meditation. What if the whole life becomes mantra and meditation? What if the whole life becomes thread as opposed to pants and shirt and glove? That doesn't mean, I could do what I want and just pretend that it's holy. I'm talking about something more subtle that's going on in the mind.
Yeah.
She allude to that in Tatwa Shudhi. I forget what page.
Was she talking about tantra and sex?
Either tantra and sex or about it's not the wait, hold on. I might be over here.
Where Papa Purusha does not mean sinful man. As it would be understood from an ethical and religious point of view, but symbolizes all that is conflicting, disharmonious, and unbalanced.
Because nobody is anti-sex. We're just anti-useless sex. I like my empowered is empowerment and not being drawn to it all the time.
Hey, where'd you guys come across your beads at?
Yeah, a lot of people are asking that in the chat. I'm getting the link now that I got mine from.
And I think we all got it from the same, because Amar has sent me the link, and if you got it from the same place he got it from, and these beads come from the freaking Himalayas for real.
Mm-hmm.
Not made in China. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That would have been so garbage if we would have got some rude drops and the bag would have said made in China.
Oh man.
I'd have been totally pissed.
You say you dropped a link in the chat, Trav?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
All right.
Made in China.
Did I mention how grateful I am to be in the presence of this information? Because I could be obsessing over stupid shit right now all day long.
And it's easy. And you know something that's deep too? When you really go back and you look at these books, like especially the Dharana Dakshan, it's basically, it says as taught by Swami Niranjanana Saraswati during the 6-month sannyasa course conducted at Ganga Darshan from October 1992 to March 1993. 6 months.
6 months.
This shit is heavy. That's like becoming a brain surgeon in 6 fucking months. You're getting a 6 months course on how to be a brain surgeon.
With him as a teacher, entirely possible. Talk about a shortcut. This man in your face teaching you the basics and the advanced. You are not coming out of that 6 months the same, even if you wasn't listening.
And you know something that's crazy, that from my little research that I've done about the Bihar School of Yoga, that's like the fucking Harvard of yoga universities, man. You're getting like I said, you're getting post doctorate degrees when you come up out of there.
For real.
So that's why I just want to issue it to just let people know that the information that we do speak about and read about, this is not basic yoga. This is the highest, these are the highest yogic technologies that you utilize before going into samadhi. And the next step to get to samadhi is becoming a sannyasin. Basically, you renouncing renouncing the world and all of its characteristics to go into nothing but meditation.
Mm-hmm. Niranjanana has probably been in the same meditation pose since we first started the book study.
And he did that, and he did, what is it, 2006 or 12? Was it 2012? I think.
I want to say the last time I heard of him was like 2011, maybe 2013.
Or something like that, yeah.
And he in meditation right now?
Yeah. From what appears of what they said in the books.
Oh wow.
Because it mentions it, and when you read the beginning, you know, the introductions that tell you that he gave up all his positions, because he was like the head of the Bihar school and stuff like that. And he, of course, he had several other titles from organizations that they have around the world, and he gave those up to go to become what they call a sannyasin, and that right there is the basically you're only in the fucking whatever you want to call it, the astral, the akasha, whatever, through the process of deep inner meditation, and they can give up the life force doing that. So they don't even die. They give up. They know they give up the life force.
Lay the body aside.
Yeah, like you know what? I'm not even gonna go back. I'm gonna stay here.
Yeah. See, I guess it could be scary to someone who isn't, who's still attached to their life. This information that we have been talking about is highly transformative, and it is certainly leading you to that place that Chango just mentioned. Now, at some point on this journey, you're gonna have to make a decision that I'm going all the way, or I'm gonna tap out right here. I haven't reached that point yet, but that's where this stuff leads to. This isn't about let's stretch and be comfy. This is about how to get off the wheel of reincarnation.
Yeah,
while still breathing.
Basically, how everybody was praising Panic for that video of about death and dying and all. That's what this is. Yeah. This is how you're going to burn out your karmic debt, and then you're going to decide, or it's going to be decided for you based off of your ultimate awareness through coming in contact with samadhi, and you're going to cease to exist physically at all. Because you have no, your duty has been completed here. It's no need. Just like, wasn't we just talking about that? The one Yogan told his wife, if you come and feed me and I don't accept, and if I don't want the meal, then I got 3 days left. Man. But a couple years later, he didn't want to eat because he loved her meals. He didn't want to eat it. She started crying because she knew that after the 3rd day, that was all he wrote. And nobody was afraid.
That story hit me deep because I could see it. He was using that love of food to keep him attached to his body.
So so that made me think, what am I unconsciously attached to that's basically keeping me here? So we're all here based off of some sort of karmic attachment that we actually have to become aware of, burn it away, and then you cease to exist.
I found mine, and I'm still working on, uprooting any others that may be there. But man, oh man, it's real. Most of us have several. But that explains why Sadhguru also said that most of these people who become awakened, they leave young. They leave between like in the 30s to 40s or 20s to 30s or whatever he said. They leave young.
In the Katha Upanishads, the Lord of Death, Yama, was talking to Nachketa, and he said the firm control of the senses and the mind is the yoga of concentration. One must be ever watchful for this yoga, for this yoga is difficult to acquire and easy to lose. So it's you, if you're not watching, if you're not checking yourself for it, then it's going to be what's called difficult. And once you get it, you might be actually doing it, but if you're not diligent and watchful, it's easy to lose. And that's taught by the Lord of Death. So death is letting you know, like, yo, you better be watchful for your mind, for the firm control of your senses, and the mind is the yoga of concentration. So go ahead and lose control of that and come see me. Because Yama waiting for you.
Yeah. Travis, it's on page 15 in this.
We're laughing, Shango, because Amara was reading that before you got on.
No way, man.
Yeah. And then that verse you mentioned about the Kybalion, that like I literally stopped there and was gonna read that next.
Damn. So we gotta ever be watchful of our mind and of our senses. There is never a point. The only time that you consciously cannot watch your own mind and senses is when the body goes to sleep. The body goes to sleep. The mind doesn't go to sleep. If one yogi said that the body actually gets to, the only reason you go to sleep is because the body has picked up so much subtle energies, basically dirt particles of life, that it can't take no more. So it has to go to fucking sleep. So basically,
right,
sleep
and we years.
It got to give up. Like, fuck it, man. Go to sleep, man. I can't take no more.
We go years collecting that dirt too. Yeah. Years collecting it.
So think about how many. That's why we got to be patient with ourselves, because it might take years to get rid of it.
Right. And these cleansing processes, the shuddhi, right? It's good to clean your body, for real it is. But when you clean that subtle level, everything must follow that.
It has no choice.
I think age and decay, I think, has a lot more to do with attaching to stress and stressful things like that. Scientifically, they even say that the more stressed you are, you know.
I had to say the other day to somebody, I said, I think I'm aging pretty gracefully.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 48 years old. I found out the other day, this lady, I call her Mrs. I thought she was an older lady. I'm older than her. I was like, oh shit, I'm her elder.
Every time you get on here, I would never guess 48. Ever.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna forget that number, and I'm still not gonna think 48.
My neighbor, he's a younger dude. He thought I was in his peer group. He said, "Yo, how old are you?" I said, 48. He doesn't even talk to me the same anymore. I hate the fact that he even asked me. Now I'm like, yes, sir, and no, sir to him now. I hate that shit. I'm like, damn.
You're the old guy.
So what do I look like going into a club now? You know, so I didn't did all that shit young. You think I'm gonna go to a fucking club 48 with these little, you know what I'm saying?
with the Rude Rogers on.
With the Rude Rogers.
That's how I'm gonna go. That's how I'm gonna go.
With a clean fit. A clean fit Rude Rogers on.
Clean fit and the Rude Rogers.
Now I will go to like a private event, you know what I'm saying? Like Miami holds some, one celeb holds some shit like that. But I'm not coming to your town, and I'm not going to your neighborhood club with you. I'm not even gonna feel comfortable in there. You know what I'm saying? First of all, I might have to come in there with the stick, because you know how these young boys get. I might turn back to the old me. You step in my shoe, you might have a problem. So I got to keep myself away from that shit. Especially if you don't say, excuse me.
Oh, man.
But I be seeing it though, man. You're right, man. The people be looking mad old. I got mad homeboys. My homeboy asked me, was I dying my fucking little bit? I said, motherfucker, I ain't dying that shit. I said, these gray hairs, his whole beard is white. So I said, because you look like motherfucking Sanford and Son. You want my shit to be fucking.
Sanford and Son.
I said, this nigga look, I said, you look like motherfucking Grady from off of Sanford and Son. So since my shit ain't fully white, you want to tell you I'm dying it. Nah, man, I'm good.
Dr. Savoto is 68.
Exactly.
That's a 70-year-old man. That's a 70-year-old man. He looks 20, maybe 30 years old.
And he will put you in, and he can do any asana pose that you can put in front of him.
Wow. This stuff really stops the aging process.
And you know something that I found out? That the ears grow, they keep growing, you know, the older you get, sometimes the bigger your ears get. Look how big Nurjananda's ears are. How old is that motherfucker?
Wow.
Looking like, looking like
Crazy.
They could be fucking 90, looking 45 years old. Their skin be looking excellent too, don't it?
the person that Dr. Savoto was talking about that he was massaging, he was like found, like they found him in the caves. Like he was more than basically he was more than like 120 years old.
They don't even
He's
have
like
a birth
130.
certificate. And they
Because,
put and they made him a living relic. They gave him like a certificate on his cave, made him a living relic in real life. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, but something with that.
Like maybe he was like 200 low key. Because he had two sets of teeth. He had his front teeth, and then his back, he had like a whole nother back row of teeth that were perfect.
I pick up two things with that. The first one is it's quite possible that being away from people retards the time process. Because really, if you don't come into contact with people and you're meditating all the time, there's no sense of time. I think we go through time because we're attached to it. And the other thing, that whole story about the oil, I don't think that was thrown in there willy-nilly. I think that maybe there might be something to moisturizing the skin or nourishing the skin, because it doesn't.
Yeah, because I thought about that. I said, damn, I wonder what kind of oil was it?
He has a video about it, like 5 minutes with Dr. Savoto.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I done stepped my oil game up. I done invested a whole C note on different types of oils.
I want to be rubbed down by a sister with straight Shakti Parvati energy. You know what I'm saying? Like when she rub you down, you becoming magnetized. You just start feeling magnificent.
Feel that.
That's what I want.
Shea butter is really good, and also jojoba oil.
Yeah.
Shango, it sounds like you want a tantric massage.
I would love to have a tantric massage, man. Where's the tantric sisters at?
They got them all over Vegas.
What you say, Tantra?
That's what I heard. Dr. Swoboda's pretty good.
What the heck?
So Vody,
you have to stop. Bro.
Like, come on, dude. I ain't asked you to do it this good. Shut it down, man.
He was in deep meditation.
He was in deep meditation as he was massaging this dude who was in deep meditation. You know what I'm saying?
Look, man, you're gonna have to stop.
Shut it down. You're activating the senses, which I'm trying to get rid of, man.
That's enough.
You either stop or I'm gonna make you stop. You know, which way you want to go?
One of us is having a little too much fun.
It's like that lady that was rubbing that plant down. You ever seen that video?
Yeah.
She definitely was rubbing that thing for fun. It wasn't about pollinating it anymore. She was backhanding that motherfucker. She didn't know.
Hey, you know how like people in like regular society, they get very toxic masculine.
Yeah.
Imagine a tantra master, a dude tantra master massaging another dude, toxic dude. That dude's gonna get up and want to fight him.
Exactly.
Just because he's like, man, I never knew another man could make me feel like this. What the fuck?
He's not gonna understand the sensations going through him. You know?
He's gonna think he's gay.
Scars triggered.
You know, straight up triggered.
Some scars then activated.
Like all you had to do was wait a little bit longer because you were reaching the breaking point of that. You had to experience it and then go through it, and then you would have made it to the other side. You wouldn't have felt like that anymore.
Legitimate Legatee says no tantric massage is on Pornhub. You might want to search a little bit harder.
There's definitely no tantric massages on Pornhub at all.
I don't know.
I'm gonna type tantric massages in Pornhub and see if there's a tantric massages on there. Oh man, that's hilarious. You know, that's the whole thing too about this. You got to keep the sense of humor. Just because we're spiritually seeking to elevate ourselves, don't mean we got to become a fucking tight ass. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants to be. Why would you want to be spiritually evolving just to become a fucking tight ass? That's totally whack.
Now you gotta do techniques to. Now you gotta do techniques to loosen the ass. God.
Now you got.
Oh Lord. Here we go. You already brought up milk, and I heard it earlier. Milk and meat. I heard that earlier. Don't think I missed that.
Wait, bro. I didn't say
that was you. You said milk and meat, and I let it slide because Kristen wasn't here, and there wasn't any females on the cast.
Oh snap!
You said milk and meat.
Hey, that was a good one. Even though I didn't mean it like that, Trav, that was a good one.
Meat.
Milk and meat.
Oh my God.
Shango, before you think the wrong thought, man, I was talking about the meat information compared to the milk. Compared to the milk, man. Like what they use in the Bible.
How do we make
I got
meat?
you.
What you said, Trav?
I thought you said, how do we milk the meat?
No, I did not say that at all.
Next caller.
I said sometimes when I wanted to say something, what I'm saying deals with the milk compared to what you guys are talking about deals with the meat of the subject. So I just stay quiet. Nah, dang. I gotta stop playing around sometimes.
You can blame that one on me.
You said what?
You can't blame that one on me.
No, I know. I said I gotta stop playing around sometimes because I play around too much.
Motherfucker giving you a tantric massage, all of a sudden, the motherfucker rubbing the inner thighs. Like, motherfucker, you know, like, relax, man. There ain't no motherfucking chakras going on there.
Oh, there's no chakras here.
Shango said, motherfucker, relax.
There ain't no meridian lines, nothing right there that you need to be aligning anything there at the inner thigh area, man.
Meridian lines.
Lay the oil aside.
But we get a female tantric massager. You can go massage wherever you feel like, ma'am. There's chakras everywhere.
This man said for the males, I don't got there are no chakras over there.
For the male massage area, there's 7 in the back. None below. And none.
Hold on.
Pause.
No.
That didn't sound right, Shango.
Yeah,
There's 7 in the back for males.
That didn't sound right. But yeah. All 7 are in the shoulder area, man. That's all. That's what they go. They go across this way, straight across. Nothing below the shoulders.
Shango said, fuck that. You better observe my back, motherfucker. Don't touch it. Observe that shit.
Oh my God, man.
My chakras are different. My chakras, my choice. They stop at Manipura.
Exactly.
Wait, who said last week, how do you remove the chakras?
I removed the bottom 2. I went on Facebook and got 2 of them removed. You can stop at Manipura. Damn. No.
Oh shit.
See, my shit said rub all naughties, please.
And for anybody that's wondering, tantric massage does not include a what is it called, a happy ending. That they do not. The real tantrics don't do that.
Damn it.
But there's like fake people in Vegas that do fake tantric massages. Well, they do the neuro massage looking stuff, and then they'll help you finish off at the end.
They'll help you finish?
Yeah, basically. And then
I thought this extra 100 was solidifying her finishing. I'm not finishing nothing.
Nah. How do they help you?
Huh?
I usually don't need help. How do they help you?
Trav, have you ever been to a massage parlor before, man?
Yeah, like what the hell are you talking?
No, but no.
I have a massage parlor story. I went to this massage parlor years ago. It was called the Yuwa Spa, right?
What?
A Yuwa Spa.
I'm about to check if they have that over here.
First of all, First of all, when I went in there, they welcomed me and told me welcome back, and it was good. This like I was like, yo, this is my first time. They didn't hear none of that shit. They was like, oh, good to see you again. Welcome back, and I didn't see you in a long time.
I remember
was like,
you.
what the fuck? So then you go in there, you get to choose which woman you want to massage you. So it was actually awesome. They have like a big, huge, like this big rubber type of bed type of thing that had the shower. They pull it, water come down. It was warm. Wash it down, everything. You know what I'm saying? So once you get all dried up and everything, they give you a massage. So after the massage is over, there was this odd sitting there moment. Like she's looking at me, I'm looking at her. and so I'm thinking there must be something else supposed to transpire here. I tipped her. She opened the drawer where the condoms were, and it turned into a whole nother massage.
I thought those were just jokes. That really happened?
Shit was real.
Yeah, there's places out here in Vegas. I remember I went to one and I had kept my boxers on, and the lady looked at me like, he must be square to this shit because I kept my boxers on.
Did
and
you
then
hear
she
me? I said
started.
it was a full body massage, wash down. It was.
Bro.
I went in there and it was instantly nothing was on. And
what's it called, Django? What's the place called?
It was called. Look it up. Do this. Look up UWA Spa in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and see if it's still open.
I mean, I'm talking about Tucson.
Oh my God, man! I'm just
hey, Amar, if you're trying to find one close by, there's places over here, bro.
It's about to be.
But there's real tantric massage therapists over here too, though. Like they, like for real.
God,
my homegirl does
tantric massage therapist right here, bro. Shit.
That's real.
Yeah, I'm not saying that every massage parlor you go to, and this wasn't like the Flop House massage parlor, but it definitely was the UWA Spa that it went to. Like I said, once she gave me a magnificent massage, cracked my back, cracked my neck, everything. But then it got to the point where like she sat down gracefully, and I'm looking at her. Like I said, she's looking at me, and I was like,
she looked at you like you.
I've got my pants. I got my pants. I folded some money. I put it there, and it was. She had a mother. Opened the drawer. She pulled a towel out, and she unfolded that shit. And I was like, "Oh shit, is a car." And it was. Now it's turning into a party in this motherfucker now.
I wonder
looking at her like, you do what?
I guess if I would have just grabbed my clothes and put on, it would have been over. But the more we sat there, the longer it was like her mind was telepathic. Like, yo, you need to. What are you trying to do?
Yeah. Magnetic. You guys think that still counts towards celibacy?
It was crazy. It was crazy. It was actually an awesome experience, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, when I first walked in there, and first of all, that shit was so secure. You had to be buzzed in. It was cameras and all kind of shit. So they buzzed me in this motherfucker, and the woman there, she greeted me. I guess it was Mama San, you know what I'm saying? Because this was old mom. And it was very nice in there. It was, you know what I'm saying? It was nice. And she was like, "Oh, it's good to see you again. We haven't seen you in a long time." I was like, "No, this is my first." No, we know. It's a long time. I was like, "No, I haven't been there before." She was listening to none of that shit.
She said, "All y'all black people look the same."
Mama San hit me with the she hit me with the racism.
Hey.
Yo, Knight, you have snake earrings on?
Huh?
Oh yeah, that's sick. That's
dragon. Don't misinterpret.
Yeah, those are dragon.
Dragon.
Okay, no more UWA Spa talk. We have 9 mates here. Shut it down. Clean it up.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Hariom Tatsat.
Hariom Tatsat. Hariom Tatsat.
What's up?
Peace, creatrix.
Okay.
Oh,
are you doing
man.
original?
What's that?
Are you doing a ritual?
I'm actually at my grandma's 100th birthday party today.
Word.
Yeah, she just turned 100. Well, on March 2nd she will, but we're throwing a party out here.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Got the fire going.
I was talking about grandmoms earlier too.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
How you got to shut all that craziness down when you're around grandmoms and great grandmoms. You know what I'm saying? Their energy shuts all that foolishness all the way down.
yeah, everybody's in the house right now, and I just stepped out to be alone. Like, you know,
Nice.
I got a headache. Too much going on. But we did an interview with her. We just interviewed her about her life. So we're gonna make a video and put it up soon. But
Oh, that's dope.
She had to fish out the river to get her food, and how segregation was for her growing up. You know, they didn't have marches and stuff like they did in the 60s, but she grew up in, she was born in 1921. So
wow.
Yeah.
100 years ago.
March 2nd.
1921.
And she was saying how, you know, back then you just stayed in your own lane, you know. Well, no marching for equality. It was just, you know.
She was 60 when Martin Luther King, she was 40 when Martin Luther King was going on.
Yep. And by that time, you know, he wasn't even interested in that kind of thing, you know. Just like,
I still wasn't even born yet.
Yeah.
And she was already 40.
Yeah.
Wow.
You weren't even thought of yet, Trev.
My dad is 73, 74. I got old parents.
My dad's 69.
Hey,
That's
420.
you right there. That integration was something that was a game plan. Everybody wasn't even, every black person wasn't even involved in that shit.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Like, dude, we good over here. We just don't go over on that side. They stay over there. We stay over here.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
she didn't have, you know, she didn't take the bus. She lived in Deep Creek, Chesapeake, Virginia. So it was country land back then. But I grew up in Deep Creek as a kid too. But by then, you know, we had infrastructure, of course, shit. But like, instead of the bus, she took a farm truck to school. She paid this driver $2 to get a ride. But she used to work in the fields as a job, and she would get $5 for the whole week. The whole week for the week of working in the field. $5. And with that $5, she tells us her best memory was when she bought an outfit, hat, a dress, some shoes for just $5. And she met my dad's dad, my grandfather. Yeah, he was standing on the, he was coming out of the club. And she was standing on the corner, and he offered her a ride. Like, hey, little lady. I don't know what he said, but we were all making jokes like, hey, yo, girl. What it would be today. It's like, yeah, it would be way more cordial that back then. But, that's a different story. Yeah.
So you're native to those parts. Your blood is native. Your body is native to that part. Those parts.
Yes.
You said Deep Creek. What did you say?
Deep Creek, Chesapeake, Virginia.
Wow.
Chesapeake. That's a
right now. Deep Creek, Chesapeake. And it's like we all live by the Elizabeth River pretty much. So I've been around that river my whole life. And the Lafayette River, I live on that river when I moved this summer. So it's an extension of the Elizabeth River. And I was to know what tribes are around this area. Like, it's like be interesting to dig into that history. Like, got lots of family out here. Bye.
Do you have any Purva Asheda in your chart?
We don't know yet.
I still don't know my chart. I looked into it and I thought it'd be $12, but all of their offices are closed. I gotta send off it electronically, but there was like nowhere to type like details about what I wanted. So I'm not trying to pay $50 for just a copy of my birth certificate that doesn't have the time on it. So still gotta dig deeper into it.
I want you to pay $50 for just a copy of your birth certificate?
Yeah, the vital records. Who are you? Oh, this
Who
is
are
my
you?
brother.
Hey.
Oh, it's good.
He's my spiritual group.
Oh, okay. Take it easy.
Praise,
Leaving.
praise the Lord.
Did you see the look back?
Yeah.
What?
Trav's like, let me make them feel like we normal.
I'm already out here alone, guys. Don't rub it in.
Hey, I'm being affected by grandmom and keeping it holy.
Damn. I lost my grandmom and great grandma a long time ago. So that's a beautiful thing to still have access to grandmoms. You know what I'm saying? By the time I came along, my family was older. So that's the whole thing too.
My dad about to walk out now.
My first cousin is like, he just turned like 56. Wow. Yeah, that shit's crazy.
Hey, Dad.
I'm not gonna say praise Jesus this time. Let you know.
Stop. You better stop,
Pop
Trav.
right there. My dad. These are my internet friends.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't care.
This whole energy was like whatever, like, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, you know what's crazy though? Because when you guys talk about grandma energy, I never experienced that because my grandma was the I don't give a fuck type of grandma.
Are you serious, man?
Yeah, she's Haitian and stuff, but she carries a lot of earth energies, so she's not attached to emotions. You know, she's a Taurus. So she's more of the let me get some money so I could go gamble. Like, damn, can you teach me something, grandma? Can you just teach me something?
Teach me, grandma, no gambling this weekend. Damn. That is super crazy. You know what I forgot to ask Alora? You see those pictures that Alora put up? She draws those?
Yeah.
Is she an artist?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got Alora.
Like all that stuff behind me, that's hers.
Wait,
Really?
zoom in on it. I want to see.
Zoom in? You mean like go closer to them?
Yeah. Because she be posting some pretty awesome pictures on so we're gonna have a mixture between Night Creatrix and Allura. They're gonna make a television series.
Hell yeah.
I know you got a Slacia. Hey, Bruce Leroy.
I was about to say, is that Trav? I'm just kidding.
Nice.
Bruce Leroy.
See, I can't do painting, like actual painting with a brush. Like, that's a test of patience.
Yeah, she's good, man.
It looks like Avatar from the Hood.
What?
Nice.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
I see a nice happy tree over there. You know, there's always happy trees. Rest in peace, Bob Ross.
My ride's here. I carpooled. It's the only thing about carpooling with people is like you gotta wait for them to finish up. Ugh. How do I get out of there? How do I use gate? Oh no. Help me. Thank you. I love Generation Z. You guys are so smart.
Okay, Boomer.
Oh, my achy breaky bones.
You know, I was just briefing back through the Durana Darshan book. That's actually a good book to start with. That is actually a pretty good one. What happened? Everybody dropped out?
Look, now this is pretty strange. How come every time I see Alex?
What?
Never mind. I'm not gonna put you out like that.
No, you're gonna repeat that. What'd you say?
I almost did, but I'm not gonna.
Do it.
Well, someone else has to tell me.
Do it.
Speak of the devil. Are you walking home?
Not in the middle of the country.
I'm going to the country. I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches.
I haven't heard that song in a while. Dude,
Oh,
I'm not into walking. I'm not into walking alone at night in the country. The last time I did that in my hometown, some dudes drove past me when I was like riding my bike on the side of the road, not a sidewalk, in the middle of the night. And one of them rolled down their windows and tried throwing a huge ass rock at me.
Damn.
Yeah, it was really, really cool.
Who has a rock on standby? Look,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Hand me that rock, dude. There's somebody in the road.
That was their drive-by with a rock.
Yeah.
Like, think about how much time it takes. This was at night, right?
Mm-hmm.
Think about how much time it takes at night. You're driving from when you actually see somebody on the side of the road to you getting close to them. That's almost like just a few seconds. Roll down the window.
Yeah. And of course, those boozers still missed. So
throw this rock. Like, dude, where'd you get a rock? No one questioned it.
Huge ass rock.
Unbelievable. It was it was a boulder.
Yeah, it was basically a boulder. Yeah.
Oh, dickheads. Uh-oh. Oh my God, man.
Carrying a boulder around with you, are you Sisyphus or something? Damn.
Sisyphus. Wayne M in the chat. Thank you. I appreciate you.
We did some horrible. I was a horrible kid. I never threw boulders out of driving passing my cars. I think I threw a boulder onto the highway as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
I lived across from Interstate 95 in Connecticut, and I threw a complete rock. We would throw rocks onto the highway, which is not cool. I don't recommend anybody throwing rocks onto the highway, the interstate.
No, like there's a greenway here, and like a handful of summers ago, there was like a lot of incidents in which people would be on the top of the bridge and just like trying to drop cinder blocks on cyclists.
Come on,
dude. Yeah.
Horrible. Totally murder status.
Yeah. This tweak behaviors.
That's some wild karma to have.
Tweak behaviors, man.
Definitely wild karma. That's great.
Oh.
Good old Ganesh. He's always been a nice, benevolent looking deity.
He's on the books too because he's like the patron of writing too.
Yeah, I just read that like earlier today. I didn't realize that. Wasn't that what book did you just see that on? Because I just saw that on a book.
Saw this one?
Hold on, you know you got your whole background is I can't even see what book is that?
I'm in the Ganesh.
It's called the Nakshatras.
Okay. Oh, okay. What was I?
So I didn't really have time to dig into it, but I did see mine and I saw yours. This is pretty nice. Now I see where Amar was able to pinpoint like other famous people who had these specific ones. Did somebody have Uttara Ashada as a ascendant or moon?
Yeah, stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What's up?
Uttara Asada as an ascendant. Sincere and kind nature, honest, sharp intellect, reads intensely, fond of fun, wanderer with many mates, good public servant and counselor, may become famous. I have a city.
Interesting.
I don't know the details, but I already know. And we called it before you arrived.
You talking to me?
Oh yeah.
Oh, what you mean you called it? You called what?
Talking to me?
Oh yeah. Dang, do I have your chart on my phone? Not yet. You sent it to me, but I don't have it.
Yeah, I sent it. I sent you the information. You sent me. You said you got it though.
Yeah. I didn't plug it in just yet.
Oh, okay, it's all good.
Oh, okay. Alex, you're Utara Falguni, not Utara Asada.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. And stuff is so much better when you can see it in the fine print. Page 47.
It's 8 o'clock.
Thanks, ladies. Beep. Okay, so that's your sun. I mean, that's your moon. Utara Falguni. Ooh. I guess I don't want to read that out loud.
No. What?
Is it?
What?
Okay, moon in Utara Falguni. Well liked, successful, stable, respected, much comfort and luxury, good intelligence, inventive mind, happy, friendly nature, good for marriage. Best period between 38 and 62. That's a big ass window. Tactful, independent, and clean-hearted. So I guess you might not have as much shooty to do as the rest of us.
Who, me?
All you.
Is that the same for the ascendant?
No. Do you have the ascendant in Utara Falguni?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Would you like to hear about it?
Yes, sir.
Utara Falguni on the ascendant. Attractive, wealthy, several mates, generous, proud, sensual nature, beautiful, intelligent, talent in business, skilled with hands, humanitarian, mystical powers, intuitive.
Yeah, just my moon is in Utara Falguni.
That's the most important part of the chart.
That's the major. That's major.
Whatever that.
I'm not like it's the only Utara Falguni that I have other than my nakshatra.
What does that book say about Purnarvasu moon? If you could.
Where is it related in your chart?
Moon.
Let's see. Purnarvasu, that's on page 27. So I wonder if Ganesh is related to Thoth and Tahuti.
No, my ascendant is in Purnarvasu.
That's what my ascendant. That's what my ascendant is in.
What the heck? All three.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
All three of y'all.
And the deity is Aditi.
Yeah.
So if we're dealing with ascendants on Purnarvasu, which deals with all you guys, charitable, thoughtful, intelligent, poetic, passionate thinker, writer, fun-loving, freedom-loving, moves a lot, several mates, needs a spiritual mate, acting skill, success in business.
And what's the moon? Because I'm the moon.
Oh, you're the moon.
Yeah.
Moon in Purnarvasu is happy, friendly, easily contented, good speech, self-controlled, religiously inclined, leads a simple life, trouble in marriage, better for women, writing skill, self-publishing, fickle nature, indecisive.
It's interesting.
Like, these are good. I think that Beneath a Vedic Sky might go a bit more in detail, but I think they go together. Both the descriptions in both books go together. This is very convenient because it also has like famous people with those things. Famous people with the ascendant and Purnarvasu is like Ram Dass, Madame Blavatsky, Jerry Lewis, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Robert De Niro,
Excuse me.
and Bill Gates.
Theta realms, brainwave sound journeys.
And as far as with the moon, you got Bob Hope, Jerry Brown, Ramana Maharashi, Paul Simon, Ira Progoff, Ross Perot.
Yeah, I haven't heard that name in a long time. Ross Perot.
Yeah, I haven't heard that name in a long time either.
I think
what book is that, Trav?
For you, Ross Perot is in the art.
Okay.
Yeah, what book is it?
Okay.
Yeah, I have to say moon and ascendant as Arnold. Because he has a moon in Mula too.
My moon was in
Same
Ardra
birthday.
and my ascendant
I
is
have
in
a
Swat.
I have the same birth date and sans the year, of course, as Keanu Reeves. So I'm gonna look up his. I know that like in Western he's like a double Virgo and his moon is in Cancer and my moon is in no, my rising is Cancer.
See, okay, we just talked about Keanu Reeves, and I got the same birthday as Tupac, who we also just talked about.
Oh.
You're doing that city thing again.
See, me and Keanu Reeves got the same Western. Yeah, Western. Virgo rising, Cancer moon.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, a Virgo sun, of course. Right.
I love it, man. I love how this stuff is so accurate. Judy Garland. What did Judy Garland write? What does that name sound familiar?
Oh, she was like a child actress.
Oh.
Judy Garland was wasn't that the chick who played Alice on the Wizard of Oz?
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Was that
Does anybody in the chat have a critique of Moon? I mean, by chat, I mean on the Zoom panel here.
I didn't know Judy Garland was Liza Minnelli's mom.
I have a critic of moon in my D9.
Okay, Sunshine Chick in the chat asked for the critique of Moon, so I'm gonna read that. I'm not taking requests, everybody.
I'll switch off if you want.
Since I like Sunshine Chick, I'm going to read the critique of Moon. That's page 11.
Oh shit.
Yeah, this book is handy for learning these things on the fly, because the book is just about the Ninjakus, not much else, not much extra stuff. So this is good to kind of just refer to if that's what you're into. I guess I'm getting all the Vedic astrology books now. Moon and Kritika, brilliant appearance, well known, peaceful nature, good advisor, strong in purpose, determined, intelligent but unstable mind, gift in the fine arts, moves away from the birthplace. Let us know if that's true. Good periods between 25 and 35, 50 and 56. Attached to mother, trouble with father, combative nature at times. Let us know if that stuff is accurate. Famous people include Bill Clinton, Ronald Reagan, Frida Kahlo, Mick Jagger, Bob Dylan, Jimmy Hoffa.
Handsome and cute, crazy people.
Oh, Keanu Reeves has a lot of Purva Palguni and Punarvasu going on with his nakshatras.
Trouble with father, combative nature, famous people include Bill Clinton, Ronald Reagan. Oh, Kenya, you might have to turn that down.
I did. Sorry.
Bill Clinton.
Good. Thank you.
Sweet. Wow. So after 7 hours, we've reached the peak of viewers. The peak usually happens in the beginning. This must be a pretty good day. Yeah, a pretty good day.
Right after the full moon.
Mm-hmm. Need to just have these lives on the full moons. Wow.
Oh, Keanu's ascendant in Vedic is Scorpio. It makes sense to me.
Punarvasu.
Yeah. Stuff dog. What did you say? Do you have your chart?
Yeah.
What's your You got Ardra in your chart?
Let's see, Ardra, Chitra, Swati, Upada, you something Asada.
Is it the U or the P Asada?
It's you Asada.
Okay, we did.
Then it's P Falguni, Chitra, Mula, Hasta, Purnavasu, U Asada, Anurada, yeah. Jista. Is that how you said it? Jesta? Yeah.
Jesta.
And then another Chitra.
What were your first three? Your ascendant, your sun, and your moon.
My ascendant is Chitra. My sun is Swati. And my moon is U Asada.
Okay. U Asada is your main one, then Chitra. Okay, cool.
U Asada.
I think we read that one.
Yeah.
Chitra is a good one.
Hey Trav, you had said something about earlier. You said something about something had predicted somebody was coming. What was that?
You mean to tell me I didn't successfully change the subject 3 times in a row so that?
Hey, I'm sorry. I was just wondering. I was sitting over here saying, I was like, man, was he talking to me? But never mind. Go ahead.
When you saying U Asada, is it Utara Asada?
Yeah.
Okay, that means complete victory.
But all the P's are Purva and all the U is Uttara. For all the
Okay.
Okay, and that's important too. You mentioned that it says complete victory. The reason being is because Abhijit is nestled within Uttara Asada. And Abhijit is actually complete victory.
And the deity, because that's his moon, right? So if he wanted to know his deity, that's Visvadeva.
It's the 10 Deva.
And the meaning is invincible. Symbol.
Who is it?
Okay.
Vishva, like Devas is multiple. Like there's in the Nakshatra
So
book.
Vishvadeva means all. Okay, so I get that. So all supernatural powers is meaning a collective of deities.
Yeah.
Interesting. And the symbol is an elephant tusk or a fan.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty interesting that this.
Yeah, so the Vishvadevas are the universal gods. These deities are the 10 Vishvadevas, the sons of the god of Dharma. Yeah.
Oh. From this book I'm seeing, they said all Visvadeva, all the gods cooperate together under a central deity, usually Indra.
Indra's, yeah.
So that
Indra's
might be good too, is to do like an Indra mantra.
Indra's nakshatra is Jesta. Oh, you said you have a Jesta placement, right, Steph?
Yeah. Yeah, I got let me see exactly where it was. It was in let's see. Jesta. It's in Neptune.
Oh, okay.
I guess. Yeah, the Lord is Mars. Sign Scorpio.
Yeah.
That's pretty powerful alignments right there.
I'm telling you. Stuffed dog is a good luck charm.
Just funny. It's not the first time I've been told that.
Spirits have warned us.
It's a city. It's in the charts.
That's funny.
Kristen,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Kristen was talking about you just before you arrived. She didn't tell me what you told her, but she said that from you guys' conversation, it confirmed what we were talking about.
Oh wow.
She said that you know, it was just between you and her, so I didn't, I'm saying probe or anything, but yeah.
Oh no, man. I was trying to have a conversation with you anyway. I think it cut out the other day when I was talking about it. But yeah, I wanted to just chop it up with you for a minute and let you know where I was coming from.
I had my kids this weekend, so I didn't really have any free time. But yeah, we will definitely connect.
Oh no problem, bros. Whenever it's clever for you, man. I'm all free. I am a free man.
Me too.
Oh yeah, I wanted to let you know. Let you guys. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Finish.
I was gonna say those placements that you guys were telling me about. Those lucky placements that was supposed to be yesterday and today. I had those placements in my chart.
21 degrees in Taurus.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It's let's see, which one is it? I think it was 22. Let's see, Taurus. Because I talked to Kristen about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I went and I was like, let me see how much this works. So I went to play the lottery yesterday. And I played the little scratch off and I won like $300 like the first ticket I bought.
Hey.
Cool.
No way.
Look,
yeah.
I wonder if this is what C. Freeman L was doing. Because he was notorious for winning the lottery.
You know. See what I'm saying? Yo, all you got to do is work the fucking system.
Congratulations.
Damn, that's super crazy. Yes, it works.
Man.
Yeah, it was 22 degrees and something. What was it? 22 degrees in?
It's got to be Taurus or Virgo or Capricorn.
Yeah. My Saturn is Virgo and it's 22 degrees. With it's in the nakshatra is Hasta.
Hasta, hands. Okay, I gotta find out from Kristen how she came to that conclusion, so I can. That's one of the reasons why I wanted the chart, so I can start to predict moments like that before they happen. Maybe help spread the word.
That's dope. Trav, don't you got Ardra? Where's Ardra in your chart?
Mercury and Mars, and both of them are in the 7th house, which is Gemini.
Wow. Did you say Capricorn, Taurus, or Virgo?
Yes.
It's because Jupiter is at 22 degrees Capricorn, and Jupiter is Jupiter.
What's in Taurus?
Rahu's at 21 degrees Taurus. Mars is at 4 degrees Taurus. But I'm pretty sure it's the Jupiter, and since it's Capricorn, it's the rest of the Earth elements. So Virgo, Taurus, and Capricorn.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Duh. I should have known that. Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn are Earth.
And since it's Jupiter, it's like expansive beneficiary, like likes to give gifts, all that type of shit.
So if anybody who did not take advantage of their numbers being aligned with that in their chart, they kind of missed out on it. Trav, Sunshine Chick asked the question, so is it most important to pay attention to our moon ascendant sun nakshatra?
Ooh, good question. Good question. Thank you, Useless Familiar. I appreciate you. Out of those 3 that you mentioned, those are all probably the most prominent in our charts. Since we're looking into this Vedic astrology, it is moon centric. So the moon nakshatra is going to be the most impactful to you specifically. And then from what I've seen so far, ascendant and sun are pretty equal in their importance, but they both come secondary to the moon, and everything else comes tertiary to those 3. Primary,
so
secondary.
So sun is like your clothes, the moon is your mind.
Yeah. Or like Niranjan and Nanda says, the moon would be representative of the Chitta prana, mental forces, and then the sun would be representative of the Shakti prana, energy forces.
I like that. I like that much better.
I'm gonna have to get a big ass wall hang tapestry of these nakshatras in order for me to learn them. Whoops. So right now I've got just the regular, but I need to replace that with this one because I want to know where they are by heart. I mean, I know it's like 27 of them, but
Yeah, you can also like every 9 it resets basically, like from Ashwini to what's the 9th one? No,
Pushya. One is Aslesha.
Okay, yeah. So from Ashwini to Aslesha, that's like one segment.
Okay, so just like it's the 1 through 4 elements.
Yeah.
And then it's
so you got 0 to 9, and then 10 to 19, and then 20 to 27, or 19 to 27.
10 to 19. Yeah. Okay, that's the 4 elements, and then 19 plus. Oh, okay. So it's evenly split.
Yeah.
Triad.
And then in those 3, it cycles between fire. It goes fire, earth, air, and then it goes from air to water. Like there's always a transition point at the end, like from the 9th to the 10th, and the 9th to the 10th, and 18th and 19th.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
So you said that the 9th and the 10th.
Like, let's see what I'm saying. Yeah, like the 9th nakshatra is Aslesha, and it goes from 16 degrees Cancer to 30 degrees Cancer. So then, and that's water. So then Leo's the next one, and it starts at 0 degrees. So from all, like, it's divided into 3, and each of those conjunction points they all go from water to fire. That's the like Gandanta point. Like that's where your ascendant degree's at.
Transition point.
Yeah. So it's like that plays out in your life basically. That's why I asked that, because like you said something like super specific.
So I'm a walking Gandanta point.
Yeah, that's where my Jupiter and Moon is. But mine's at 3 degrees.
So so I can read that. Did you find that in any of these particular books, or is that just collection of things that you found?
What the
Gandanta point? Well, yeah, both of those, but specifically the Gandanta point.
The Gandanta point, I was doing research on my Mula placements, so I found that off of YouTube.
Okay.
Like, yeah, I can send you the video.
And I believe that I saw the
How did you get to
the what?
I believe I saw the groupings of the different elements of the nakshatras. I think I saw that in the nakshatras book, if I'm not mistaken. I'll find it.
So where are you getting the information on the latitudes of the nakshatra?
Well, from this book it has it, but the nakshatra is basically 360 divided by 27, so it comes out to like 13.2 degrees, 13 degrees and 20. What, I don't know what to say to that. Like, I don't know what's that called, but like 13.2 degrees basically.
I'm pretty sure I've seen that in all the nakshatra books so far. There's a Beneath the Vedic Sky PDF if you guys haven't found that yet. It's in there also. But all the nakshatra books that I have.
I don't think I found that.
Okay.
Yeah, and then each of those 13 degrees are divided into 4 padas, which are like basically and each of the padas are ruled by different planets.
Okay, that lines up. So if there's 52 patas, right? Because 27 times 4. No, my math is off.
Wait, there's no, yeah, each nakshatra has 4 padas. Wait,
I'm going to my supercomputer to tell me how to do multiplication. 4 patas. That's 108.
should be 108. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's funny. So there's 108 patas.
Yeah.
How did I get 54?
And that's interesting.
Because it's just you just time. I think you just times it by 2. 27 times 2, 54.
That makes that makes the mudra even more important now. Wow. That makes the malas even more important.
We go around with our mantras. We're in alignment with the celestial, right? Going around that whole circle 108 times. That's cool.
I wonder, is that in my
You know, I guess we could invent. Oh, I should probably say this off camera, but fuck it. I'm gonna put it out to the ethers. We could invent a completely new divination system because tarot is based on Western astrology. Imagine a tarot card.
They actually have they have ancient basically tarot cards, but they're the Dracanas. They're basically like Rishi made tarot cards for the nakshatras, but because I was listening to the astrologer who made Cosmic Insights, like he was talking about this, but he said that the Arabs basically have all the research about that, like Arabian astrology.
Did you talk to Kristen about that particular thing yet?
No. I think I sent you the video a while ago. This must have been like a couple months ago.
I don't think I was ready for it back then.
Yeah, because like it was the same. I sent you like a thing of like a Shiva temple. It was in that Shiva temple that these like basically the symbols were on there. I'll try to find it.
Oh boy, oh boy.
It's the thuggish ruggish bomb.
Oh man. Purification. Hey Alex.
What's up?
Have you gotten into any of the Vedic astrology books yet?
No, I haven't. Whoops.
What's that?
She said that so swiftly and aggressively.
It wasn't aggressive.
No, I haven't.
It was intimidating, Alex. I'm intimidated.
All right, I gotta add you to the list on like the 20-something people who told me that I'm intimidating.
It was totally hilarious to me the way you said. No, I haven't.
Very straight to the point.
It was authoritative. I'll say that.
Hey, actually in my Western chart, I do have Mars and Virgo in my 3rd house. So.
Oh my god. Oh man, that was good.
No, I haven't.
Now I see.
Yo, Trav, I sent you the like what it's called, like Dracanas, and then it talks about the sage who made them.
Hey Trav, when you're looking at the charts right now, are you just looking at comparing everybody's basic charts right now?
Yes.
Okay.
That's as advanced as my understanding goes. I don't even tap on no D9, D12, none of that, whatever y'all talking about.
I don't even know
I
nothing about.
have no idea about any of that.
I'm not even gonna muddy up my waters.
Yeah, one day Christian was talking about that, and I was like, "What is this D? I don't know what she's talking about. I did not know what she was talking about with that, man."
Hey, just a few months ago, that was with everything she said, right? Now look at us.
I was so confused. I was like, "Is that the Lagna chart, the D9?" I thought it was like another name what she was calling it. So I was like, you know what? I'm not even going to that level yet. I'm just gonna stay right here where I'm at.
Oh boy, this is getting good. So okay, there's a level of psychic ability and magical stuff that can be pulled from the ethers, and there's also some that can be pulled from raw data, like what's going on up in the sky. And one of the things that kind of attracted me to Kristen was that she would make these posts that would be predictive, and she would not ever be wrong. And that's because she left it vague enough, but it was detailed enough so you can know where to look. And it kept happening. And then at some point we started to we talked, and then she started coming to here, and she's mentioned a few things, and now that I look back, you know, I'm seeing them play out. And I think it's because she looked ahead at some things, and they are beginning to unfold.
Mm.
Like I mentioned about Stuffed Dog, we literally talked about a person fitting his description before he appeared, and it wasn't just like we're, ooh, I'm getting vibes from the ether. She pulled it out of readings and stuff like that.
That is super
And there's so much more to
interesting.
come.
Wow. So what were the readings saying specifically?
Previous to her being on these streams, she would make certain posts on Facebook about like world events and stuff like that. Political stuff, all the stuff that's been going down, the little Capitol storming or whatever. She posted about that months before it happened. All types of stuff. She's posted about Trump and Biden and just all types of stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, that's what the Asar Aset Society, the priests are doing. They are using Vedic astrology to do their readings. They are using Vedic astrology to predict oncoming patterns and stuff like that. So we're falling. This falls right in line to what we actually need to really predict. Just like we all know that Christian just told us about that particular alignment with the 22nd, 21st degree, and it's going to be prosperous. She said you should go play the lottery and blah, blah, blah. And Stuffed Dog goes and plays the lottery, and he hits for $300. So whoever has that in their chart, huh?
I was just adding some seasoning. He spent
I'm just saying, so
300.
Yeah. So whoever has that in their chart and they didn't take advantage of the free information, because she gave that shit out for fucking free. And I know for a fact I know some people, you have to, man, go to what's his name? The Cosmo physician. What's his name? I forgot his name.
Oh, Ra, yeah. Those are $300. I paid him $300. He predicted all that. Like that shit worked, but I mean,
he's not giving out nothing for free.
Yeah.
They not.
Y'all can sleep on it if you want.
But the thing that I liked about his, because he told he would tell me the aspects. Like at that time, I didn't know what the fuck he was saying. Like he was saying like, oh, like Leo sextile, or like not Leo, but like sun sextile moon. And I was like, oh fuck, I didn't know what the fuck he was saying. But now that I know what he was doing, he's doing the exact same shit that Christian's doing. Like looking at the alignment, seeing the symbolism with that. And then if you have that degree in your chart in that same sign, then it would be like, it can play out in your chart too.
How long did it take him? Did you get a chart done by him?
No, he doesn't do charts. He only does like predictive, like he'll predict every day for the next month.
Okay.
And he'll predict, he'll go through that day. Basically, he looks at I think he looks at the aspects, and then he'll break that down, like what's gonna happen that day.
How long do you think a chart takes to make? How How long does it take to compose a full chart?
For her, she says it takes about 3 days worth of work. 3 days. That's why she doesn't really, she's getting a lot of orders now, but it takes at least 3 days worth of work to complete it.
When Ra Aku, he predicted my cousin coming over, and they didn't even make the plans yet. Because I asked my dad, I was like, yo, are people coming over this day? And he's like, no. And then like a couple of days later, like a week later, he's like, oh, like, yeah, like now your cousin, like she said that she's gonna come over this week because there's a conference that like they're in or some shit. And it's like, what the fuck?
Wow. And like I said,
and
like
he does Western astrology.
Yeah.
But like he bases it off of like basically Egyptian astrology.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And like I'm saying, the whole thing is Christian be dropping heavy information that anywhere else you're gonna have to pay for that.
I guarantee in about 3 months, if we were to go back and watch the old streams where she was talking, we would pull a whole lot more from it. Because I know for a fact she said some things that have gone over all of our heads.
Oh yeah, big time me. Yeah, I was asking questions that because I understood none of it.
Yeah,
and I had this Vedic chart, mine for since like last year, sometime before we even got to even talking about Dharana Darshan. I was like, it got me to the point where I was like, man, I don't really understand this. I'm just gonna leave it alone. And then it had all these other charts with it and all of that shit. I was like, I don't know nothing. But when she came, she shedded big time light. And like I said, she's dropping them gems for the free 99.
Free 99.
Go to Rob Cool and ask him to give you something for free 99.
Yeah, me and Kristen been talking. She backed up because she said she been real busy and she got that new baby, grandbaby.
Oh yeah, exactly right.
Yeah. Yeah, so she's real, because she's supposed to be working on mine, but she's real backed up. So
see, that's why I think Amar needs to really, because I think you're good with this, man. You should get into it.
I am starting to like study it seriously to be able to do that.
I don't really have the patience. I would rather have somebody else do it and give it to me.
That's exactly how I feel about it too.
I mean, I want to know about it, but I don't want to study it to the point where I'm actually doing a full chart. That's just a lot of stuff that me personally, I just don't have the patience.
Yeah. I totally identify with that.
I loved it. Like for me, it's like a game, like putting a bunch of pieces together and shit.
Yeah,
it's just like how
playing a puzzle.
Yeah. That's like how you and Trav break it down, and y'all give it from a broad perspective. I've kept my perspective selfish. I only focus particularly on my chart only. I'm not like looking, like I don't correlate it with anything outside of myself because it can get so, like Trav said, he wants to read how he said he want a bigger chart on the wall so he can see it. So it's hard enough trying to figure my chart out than and keep myself. So I know that the next thing, once I fully understand this chart, my next step would be to understand the movement of the daily chart. And I think somebody put the other day, I think it might have been yesterday, in our chat, and I downloaded the Drik Panchang, and it shows the Hindu calendar.
Yeah.
And I had downloaded that, and it shows the particular, the days and stuff like that. Like right now, this says Falguna, and it says Krishna, Dwitya. But I set it to my, to my zone, so I don't even really hardly understand that much. But I kind of found that interesting of what y'all was talking about. This is what it looked like, and it's so
Yeah, Tree Marie sent that, didn't she?
Yeah, I believe so. And that is confusing enough to me right there. Like, look at the numbers: 7, 14, 15.
Hey,
What the heck?
That's a calendar, right? It's going down. It's going down.
Yeah.
It's going down.
Wow,
So
Trav, thank you for
Yeah,
pointing that out to me.
That got me too. That's the only reason I knew, because that got me. I'm sitting
Thank
there.
you, Trav.
What does this mean? Because I was looking for the moon currently, so I could do the right nakshatra. And yeah.
Thank you, Trav. I didn't even see the Sunday, Monday going downward. I was looking, I said, what the heck is it? 7, 14, 21. Then there's like an 11 right next to it. Thank you, Trav. Yeah, that just opened up a whole nother level. Holy shit. So I click that. So right now, so it says, I don't know what the 03 Magha. See, it's just so much stuff on there that I don't really understand what that is. But I'll have to look it up.
So the daily Panchang. Now there are YouTube videos about the daily Panchang, but they're all in Hindi that I've seen. So I mean, unless somebody's gonna dedicate the time to make some English ones,
yeah, because that kind of got
like a week's worth of advance.
Got me too.
Yeah.
I thought I was the only one. I looked a lot of that stuff up, and the videos do be in Hindi, and the closed caption don't even give you any English to it. So it's like damn. And it seemed like it'd be good too. Like
yeah, like a news report. If somebody's got the time, maybe that could be an avenue to open up on YouTube for them.
That might be, man. Might be a complete business right there, you know.
The English Panchang.
We gotta. That's why I be thinking about. I always forget her name. She lives in India.
Ananya.
I've been thinking about her. Like, damn, I wonder, can she interpret some of this stuff?
Oh shit.
Because she is. I mean, she lives in India, so it's not like she would know how to break it down.
This ginger ale's a bit spicy.
You got ginger ale?
Yes. Isn't that made out of a root?
Yep.
Ginger, man. Come on, man. What the hell is this?
Hey, how is that bold?
Look, man, I need to contact customer support.
And Trav's ginger ale got to go a little.
Yeah, how's the bold one? I got the one that.
How is the bold one as opposed to the regular?
The first sip always makes me cough.
Man, my lizard brain is kicking in, and I want to get some ginger ale.
I love ginger ale.
I like it rough.
Ginger ale was medicine as a kid.
You ever had the Blenheim ginger ale? That shit is real spicy.
Wait, what kind?
It's called Blenheim. Blen. Blenheim. Let me type it in.
I had that ginger beer that sell in Jamaican stores. Now that's kind of spicy too.
Oh yeah.
That stuff's good.
It is good.
I guess that's what this is supposed to be.
That's the Western version.
That's not something you want to do with this.
Blenheim ginger ale.
Blenheim.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds spicy.
It is.
The German ginger beer.
I had to start getting more into ginger and ginger ales and stuff. I had got problems with my stomach, and that was in my chart that I would have. One of the things I would have problems with my stomach. It's funny.
You might want to look
Ginger
into your
would definitely
Ayurvedic
put you in the game.
Because the Ayurveda will help to spell out some things that will be beneficial to your stomach. I know turmeric is very highly praised in this Indian stuff. Turmeric, ginger, and you'll find some other roots that are good for you.
Yeah, turmeric is it's a really good anti-inflammatory.
Anti-inflammatory, yeah.
That
And
and
you
black
can
Real
rub it on your
inflamed.
skin. You can run turmeric on your skin and stuff like that too. If you got like a rash or something, you can make like a paste and rub
Yeah.
it on your skin as well.
another good anti-inflammatory is black seed oil too.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, yeah, I
'Cause
use that.
my favorite
I
is
just did.
black seed oil.
Trav did that when I hate talking about Ayurvedic. I had got a book and I had looked it up and I see this a cough. What are the three? The three is cough.
Kapha, Pitta, Vata.
Oh, yeah.
I got it written down.
Kapha,
Cough, Vata, and Pitta.
Yeah.
So when I took that it's a test or like some kind of like an analysis thing, assessment. Then they can tell you what your what line, like what you fall into, and that might be something good that you can do too. Stuff dog is look into that Ayurvedic. There's a lot of those kind of books you could actually download some good PDFs on Ayurvedic encyclopedias and stuff like that, and they really do give some good advice.
I did one of them body types like you was talking about earlier when we was on the earlier in the conversation. I did one of those, and it had like 3 different things on it. It said I was like, I guess it's from the top down to the bottom. I guess I'm looking for it right now, but it had 3 different.
Cough, Pitta, and Vata.
Yeah, and it said that mine was. It had all 3 of them, but it was in a certain order.
Right. We have all 3.
Yeah.
One is more prominent.
Okay.
Because they're composed of, it's just combinations of the elements, right? And we're talking about vibration. So it's talking about combinations of vibrations within us and which ones are more prominent.
And when the one mine that was more prominent, like when I took the test, so 10.5% of whatever the number is came out kapha, and 7 Pitta and 7 Vata. So Pitta and Vata were both equal, but the prominent element is that kapha. So as you said, when you come certain things that I know that I can't do, I can't eat, and certain shit. So that's what I'm changing now. Even the mind state is thrown off by that.
Hey Alex, do you remember when I sent you those cards, the pictures for your sign?
I do remember those.
Yeah, that was all that Ayurvedic.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go buy those right now.
I would say I open these damn near every day, and I'm not.
So those deal with that cough and stuff too, Trav?
Absolutely. So this is actually a Vedic astrology deck, but even astrology is read through the Ayurveda stuff. So of course we talked about these elements before, but check out the 3 body types. They are the elements, just different combinations of the vibrations. So Kapha is earth, water, and then Pitta is fire, water, and then Vata is air, Akash. So like I said, we have all of them within us. It's just one particular combination is more prevalent. So the planets have these body types as well. The signs have these body types as well. So it just goes to show how deeply these things affect us. So cool.
That is interesting right there.
Travis, what was the book you were reading from earlier?
About what?
We were telling you, like different
Nakshatras?
Yeah.
I'll give you one guess what that book's called. Just one.
The Nakshatras.
Oh, damn. Them cities are activated.
You got that city on lock. Yeah.
You literally pulled that out of my brain.
But Nakshatras.
Yeah.
That's why it's like, that's why Jyotish is a whole sadhana, because like in studying Jyotish, you are studying Ayurveda and Sankaya, and everything. It's all nested into one. Like you study, like Jyotish is like philosophy, religion, medicine, economics, everything.
Can you drag and drop a file into the chat?
Yes. Or rather, if you click on chat
Okay,
itself.
yeah.
So
Boom,
looking at this
stuff
title,
I just sent it.
what you saying? Okay, let me see.
It's downloading now into the chat. The practical it's a practical Ayurveda book. It says practical Ayurveda, find out who you are and what you need to bring balance. So it's downloading into the chat now.
In the Zoom chat or the YouTube chat?
Yeah, in our Zoom chat.
Okay. I was looking at this test y'all was talking about. I found it, and it said catabolic vata, metabolic pitta, and anabolic kapha. What does that mean?
Wait a minute. So are you
Oh,
talking about?
Wait, that's Gedula and Gibura.
Wait. So are you talking about? Wait. Anabolic, catabolic, metabolic.
Oh shit.
Gibera, Chesed, Tifereth, Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva.
So where did you just read that from, Stuff Dog?
I had took a test on. It says joyfulbelly.com. Ayurveda body type test on there.
I think Prakriti might be the tree of life. Wow.
Are you saying that the tree of life is the study of Prakriti?
What?
Is that your opinion? Did you just come up with that because it sounds cool to you? You think it sounds cool?
I think I might have got it from the cities. You know? From
Guys,
the
I feel like I hear you
watching
say that
trap
every
video
week.
cities and watching your stories. That's the city.
Oh shit! What did I do with my?
Oh, that's funny.
Shout out to MC Maestro.
Yeah, he
It's
gave
downloaded
me
in there.
He gave me a good movie too. Talking about the second Transformers is about the same like because I had posted a picture of a peacock, so they got the whole like philosophy behind that. Is the second Transformer movie. I forgot the name of the
Is that the one where he was breaking up the pyramids when they're climbing up the pyramids fighting? I don't remember either.
I don't remember the second. I know the second one was with Megan Fox. The third one was with the blonde one. I know that.
Oh, Megan Fox. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the first two were Megan Fox, and the second one was the blonde girl. Or the third one, I mean.
I don't remember that one.
I remember that. I remember the first scene because, damn. Yeah.
If it ain't got a sleigh shot, I want nothing to do with it. Not really.
Ain't showed up yet.
It's not on there?
It showed up for
No.
me. Are you on PC or are you just on phone?
I'm on the phone.
Okay, so you can't see it.
Well, they got a chat in the phone. They got a chat in the phone. I mean, you can go in the chat in your phone because I see where you put the Himalayan Rujak Sabits. I see the chat. You know what I'm saying? Where he was talking about Will Smith and everything. Belheim Ginger Ale.
Yes.
Yeah, because that's the next one. I put it right up under that.
File upload. They only work on desktop.
I think you might have sent it to someone, like one person, Django.
No, he did it right. He did it right. Just on Zoom, the files are only available on desktop, not on mobile.
Oh, that's crap.
Okay.
So can you look it up on the desktop stuff?
You know what? Let me go. I do have a laptop.
So you'd have to
log in. Are you on Instagram?
Yeah, I got an Instagram joint. Yeah, I got my bus builder Instagram.
Damn, this Blenheim ginger ale is kind of pricey.
Must be the real stuff.
That's the real.
You drinking that fancy ginger ale? No wonder it's strong. $55 for a
Should burn your throat a little bit.
$15 for a 6-pack.
Oh wow. That's no filler right there. That's all ginger.
That's all ginger.
Yep.
Ginger juice.
All ginger. With just a
That's
little
what it
bit
says,
of
ginger juice.
On top of that, $12.85 delivery. I don't know about that, Alex.
Jeez.
I might.
That's those French prices right there.
Maybe if I lay down in a pyramid, like what's his name?
Polite.
Yeah, Polite. Then I'll be drinking Blenheim. But for now, I got my Canada Dry. I got a Canada Dry budget right there. Stuffed Dog, if you are unable to let me know if you're unable to open up Zoom on a laptop. I or Shango could upload it to Google Drive or something like that and then send you the link.
Oh.
It's still downloading for me.
Okay. You say open up Zoom on the website? I mean open up Zoom on my laptop.
Yeah, if you have it on your laptop. Hey, Alex.
Is that an app?
What?
You didn't tell us how expensive this Blenheim was.
Was I supposed to know?
I mean, you brought it up.
I did. I haven't had it in years though. Also, the only times I've had it for free because I used to work at a bar that had a drink that had it in there. So I'm pretty devoid of that information. Did you look it up?
Yeah, $15 for a 6-pack.
What the hell?
Yeah. You get it straight from Blenheim? So the shipping costs just as much. Did you get it straight from Blenheim?
Are you in the family of Blenheim by any way?
That boy sounded aggressive as hell.
Mirror. I can only give back what I receive.
What sounded aggressive?
I'm intimidated, Alex.
Y'all are gonna have to come with different words to describe me. I swear to God.
I'm gonna describe you. You're like how do I say it? Intimidating, but you know, yeah.
You just gotta say you're so je ne sais quoi. You said what?
Are you winning, son? This PDF is downloading slow as hell.
Are you gonna dial up?
Quick question: Is Zoom an app or is it is it something you can get something you get off the internet on your
It's
computer?
an app.
Can access it through the browser, but in order to do what Shango's talking about, you would have to download the app. Shango, are you able to upload it to Google Drive or something like that?
I can. Is stuff a part of the group chat?
He will be if he wants to be. Do you use Instagram like that, Stuff Dog?
If I'm in that chat, I would. I don't have a reason to now, but if I'm in that, I would get on there and check that. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, I'll go ahead and add you to it.
And I'll just I'll upload it to that.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I don't really use social media like that. I kind of disappeared from the world a few years ago after I had my kid. Too much exposure.
You're in the group now.
Yeah, I'll upload it up to that.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna get ready to check out of here so I can go and get myself prepared for tomorrow morning. And it's about before 10 o'clock. I'll try to get my little nightly ritual in here. Do my Ardra appreciation mantras. I don't get as fancy as Trav, and Yo, you got that thing broken down. You sent something into the chat that was pretty amazing. You put some, it was like a diagram that you had put in there last week sometime. I meant to print it out, but that was good information.
Oh, with the was it with the mantras or was it with what?
I think it was the one with the mantras that you had on there, but there was something else that you had put on it too. I wish I had kept it. Hold on, let me see if I still got this.
Oh,
Yeah,
this like the planet mantras.
that's yeah. Let me see. I just opened it. Oh crap! Now it's all frozen. I knew I shouldn't have even messed with this thing.
It's 9 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine.
Jesus Christ! I just froze the whole computer up.
We'll attribute that one to Black Jesus.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna print it out.
Now that was and that's part of this the PDF that I posted, the Mantra Yoga book. And that one,
okay.
Yeah. And in that same chapter, that's where I got the whole idea concept from doing the mantra for the planet because of the day. Now there is a group. I have it on my computer, but I'll have to dig through a million tabs. But they have been keeping time since the beginning of time. In the Vedic culture, I don't remember what it's called, but there's like a particular mantra that they do every single day. And you know how we tell time from day, month, or hour, minute, hour, day, month, year. They've been doing it back from Brahma's inward breath to this point, to this point, to this point, to sun, to moon, to month. It breaks down like that. So every single day, it's like a little minute hand turning on that big ass clock.
That's heavy.
Yeah, I tried to find
That's
it.
like my uncle, along with other members of the Asara Set Society. They do an evening meditation every night, and I know a part of those meditations that they actually use mantra. I was thinking maybe we should get into something like that as a group. We can get back and do a particular group meditation at a certain time.
I think we're heading towards that direction.
Yeah, I'm into that.
Oh, I wish I could.
Yeah, because they do it every night, and now being, of course, that the Asara Set, in Brooklyn, they actually closed down their main headquarters because of the whole quarantine thing. They just do it on Zoom, so they do it every night. Being that I'm not an active member in the Asara Set, I can't even get in. So so you have to actually be a member.
You don't got the Zoom link. You don't got the Zoom link.
I can't even get in that thing. They won't even though my uncle was there, I can't even roll on the whole his coattail. They're like, nah, you know what I'm saying?
This thing is called the Sun.
And he's good friends with Rob. Oh shit! This is fucking up.
Yo, Trav, something else on the Vedic cards that I just realized, like on the first house, it says body and then it says Tano. And then Tano is the root of Tantra, because I took notes for Dr. Savato's video that you sent us about Tantra and purifying the elements. And he says that Tantra comes from the root word of Tano, which is another word for the body, but also it means to extend and weave threads together. So like the Tano, the body, is like woven threads together. And then how the Sufism, when they talked about the threads, I don't think that's coincidence. Because they have astrology too. So it's like this shit is starting to like line up.
It's Spider webs.
Mm.
And the chapter in the Quran about spider is an astrological story, like talking about the sun's zodiac, basically.
Yeah, because in our charts, how like each planet aspects off of each other. That'll basically be a spider web.
Yes.
Yeah.
Look at us caught in the middle.
Interesting. Well, everybody, I'm getting ready to hit the trail. So it's always a pleasure.
Oh, where are you
I didn't
going?
know. I'm going inside the house.
No, what trail? Oh no, I was about to be like, what trail you hiking? I was just being.
For some reason, I was trying to not like ask basically the same thing.
I get
you beat me to
I
it.
get that shit from my homeboy. My homeboy used to always say, I'm getting ready to hit the trail because, you know how outlaws got to be on trails. I'd be like, man, we're not no fucking outlaws, man. So I'll be using that shit from time to time about I'm about to hit the trail. But I'm definitely not about to hit the actual trail right now with the no. But everybody enjoy your evening. And, it's always greatness, man. And it's always peace to get the information and expand our minds towards the betterment of ourselves, Because it's early, man. I know that should be rough sometimes, but definitely got to stick with it. If you don't, then you'll fall so far behind that it'll be kind of hard to catch back up. So everybody, peace to you and yours.
Peace.
Namaste. I'm bringing Namaste back, y'all.
No.
For those who are interested, it's called the Sankalpa mantra. And essentially, it's like ancient geotagging. And each part of the mantra, it's like a giant clock. Like I mentioned, it's keeping time since the beginning of time. And it's still going today. And it's almost as if we're learning it backwards. Us just now getting into the awareness of the moon and what nakshatra it's in. So, Stuffed Dog, you asked if it was supposed to be said in a particular order. This is one of those where it can be done in a particular order. I don't think any of us are at that level yet, but eventually, I'm sure we'll be there very soon. Because I mean, if you think about it, if we're doing mantras to the astrological signs, it only makes sense to do the mantras for what time it is. It's almost as if we just learned about the clock and we're randomly praising 8:00 p.m. just because I was born at 8:00 p.m. when you could be doing the mantra for what time it is now, just to kind of sync and align self with center of clock. Wow. I'd send this link.
Okay.
The first half of that mantra is called the Dvitya Parardhe. And that says that right now we're in the second half of Rama's life on that exhale. It's the next part is the Svetvara Kalpa, which is we're in the Kalpa of the white boar. And that's for like every 50 years. Then the next one goes to something else. The next one talks about something else. The next one says what yuga we're in. And then the next one says that we're in the first quarter of the Kali Yuga. Then it gets even closer and it talks about the planet that we're on. And then it gets even closer and it talks about the area of the planet, right? So for us, that's where it would differ because we're in the Americas. This one that I'm looking at is talking about the Indian subcontinent. And then it goes down to the year, the month, the nakshatra, and the moon phase. So it would be full moon tonight. So that's a whole mantra that they do every single day. And as you can tell, the moon shifts, the nakshatra shifts, but the other parts they kind of stay the same because they move slower. And And I went down a rabbit hole because I was looking up what Jambudvipe means. Because I heard that in a mantra on a Vedic cosmology video. It was just a snippet. And he's like, Jambudvipe, Bharatavarsha, Bharatakande, Mehero. And I recognize a few of those words. We've all heard of Mount Meru. Well, some of us who looked up that flat earth stuff heard of Mount Meru. And I know when he said Mero, that was Mount Meru. So I'm like, what is this? And I go looking, and I see that that mantra was a snippet of a daily mantra that these people practice. And each piece of the mantra is like geotagging from the center of Brahman's breath to our planet to the moon phase. Really cool.
Has anyone been geocaching? Like, I mean, now I think it's like you have to pay money for it, but there used to be like basically like it's a website and people just hide like a box or like a little treasure somewhere and they tell you the general vicinity and you have to like go and find it and then you like bring something to leave it in there and you could take something.
Does Pokemon Go count?
Shoot, that's what it sounds like too.
Yeah, I caught a lot of Pokemon in North Carolina, so tells me the location where I caught them at. But they're forgotten, so rest in peace.
Rest in peace. That game kept a relationship together I had for an extra 6 months.
It was boring.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I'm in the wrong lane. Y'all let me over.
Oh my goodness. I just looked at 9/11/11. So yeah, did we miss anything on this chapter of vibration? Learning about these tattvas, like what I just showed on those cards, is another approach to understanding these different layers of vibration. I know for me, when I first heard about the principle of vibration, I thought it was just as simple as, everything shakes and wiggles and goes up and down. But the study of the principle of vibration goes way more in depth because it's talking about how reality manifests itself to our senses. And this doesn't go just for physical things, this goes for mental things and emotional things and spiritual things as well. Even to the point that more concentrated, focused, and dare I say even purified thought has a vast effect on the lives of the individual and those who surround the individual, as we've all been witness to. I'm pretty sure that what we're doing right now is a direct result of vibrations that have been focused upon by these folks in the Tibetan region. Whether or not they are specifically focused on us, we have no way to know. But absolutely what's taking place now is part of something that has been set in motion by people other than us. We've simply picked up the torch and we're continuing on this part of the world.
I'm about to head out. If y'all are still on in a couple of hours, I'll probably come back. Yeah.
All
All
right.
right, guys.
Peace.
Peace.
Namaste.
Bye.
Namaste. Hariom Tat Sat.
Hariom.
Peace.
Peace.
Peace, bro.
Peace.
Can't ever take my phone off of mute when somebody's saying they buy. Miss Shango just a second ago hitting the button like 10 times. It wouldn't come off mute.
It's all good. Hey, Winter.
Yo.
Somebody struck that match. Okay, so you remember a few weeks ago when I was talking about like the subtle realm, the subtle place, the subtle awareness that takes place before thought, because we were talking about astral projection and we were talking about different things like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so it turns out that that place that I was describing, I'm pretty sure is what has been described as what Shiva actually is. I think that subtle space before manifestation, I think, is actually called Shiva, as opposed to a blue man in space. It's actually a subtle dimension of Akasha.
So what would be the manifest called?
Say that again.
So that's the before manifested?
Yeah.
So what would be the manifested called?
That would be Shakti. That would be Prakriti.
I have a question pertaining to that. I don't know if you were talking.
What's up?
Okay. I think I told you in one meditation that I had before, like before I even got into this group.
Still there?
It's not. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, I accidentally muted myself. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I brought this up before, but I don't know if you remember. But before I got into this group and I was just dealing with the Tantra group and stuff like that, I got into a meditation where, and it happened out of nowhere. I saw myself, well, it wasn't me, but I saw, I'm looking down at that body at that time and everything was just blue. It was just like blue veins all around me, but it wasn't veins really though. I don't want to bring up a picture because it'll sound like, hold on, I'll show you what I'm talking about. In a way, it looked something like. All right, I'm just gonna take over the screen and show you. Can I show you on the screen?
Sure. Oh, wait. Yeah. Okay.
I never brought this up because it sounds funny, but to other people. But it looked in a way like this, man. Like the outline of my body was blue.
Are you showing it?
Yeah. Can you guys see it or no?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, it was looking like this. It was translucent, but I didn't feel time. I like in that place, you know? How do I like stop showing the screen? There you go. But yeah, I didn't feel time or space. And as I was looking down, like I was trying to look down and stuff like that, and everything was moving really slow, but it felt very liberating. Liberating, peaceful, um, and a bit of chaotic, but not in a dangerous, chaotic type of way. And are you talking about like that when you were talking about Shiva? Would you say that would be the Shiva body? Like in that meditation? Because I never can find an explanation for that.
Just from my limited perception of what you described, it does sound like it might still be a realm of Prakriti because it has form, and the main thing about it was form.
So what level of Prakriti can you assume or something like that? That would be based off of how I described it to you.
Jeez, a lot closer to the top. Yeah, okay, so probably the okay, yeah, I just saw this earlier today. One of the koshas.
The 5 kosha bodies.
Do you have Tatva Shruti?
No, I don't have that.
Okay, if anybody does have Tatva Shruti, it's on page 72. I'll just read. There's 3 paragraphs here. Page 72 of Tatva Shruti. The Tattvas and the koshas. The different levels of existence in which the 5 tattvas or mahabhutas manifest are known as koshas in yoga. Kosha literally means sheath or covering, and in this context refers to the different layers covering the inner essence of man, that is the spirit or pure consciousness. Man is said to be enveloped in 5 such koshas, each more subtle in vibration than the preceding one, and each related to a particular level of awareness and experience. The first and grossest covering is Annamaya kosha, the sheath made of food. Next is Pranamaya kosha, the sheath made of prana. Then Manomaya kosha, the sheath made of mind and thought. Then Vijnanamaya kosha, the sheath made of intuition. And lastly, Anandamaya kosha, the sheath composed of bliss. Annamaya kosha is related to the conscious mind and the physical body. Manomaya kosha is related to the subconscious mind and the subtle body. Pranamaya kosha is the link between the two, relating to both states of mind and body. I think it was that one, Pranamaya kosha. Anandamaya kosha relates to the unconscious mind and the causal body, leading to transcendental consciousness. Vijnanamaya kosha is the link between the subconscious mind and subtle body and the unconscious mind causal body. Annamaya kosha is predominantly influenced by Prithvi Tattva. Pranamaya kosha is influenced by Apas. Manomaya kosha is influenced by Agni, and Vijnanamaya kosha is by Vayu, Anandamaya kosha by Akasha. The subtle dimensions of man's existence can only be reached through the practices of Tantra, yoga, and other spiritual practices. In Tattva Shuddhi sadhana, you are influencing Annamaya and Pranamaya koshas by controlling the breath and increasing the pranic supply. Manomaya and Pranamaya koshas are influenced by concentration. Vijnanamaya kosha is awakened by Tritaka on the Tattva yantras. The influence on these 4 koshas lead to an experience in Anandamaya kosha. However, there is no direct practice to affect Anandamaya kosha. So it talks about 5 bodies that we have, and we've heard about this in other esoteric traditions. The first body is Annamaya kosha, that's the physical body and your mind, and it's fed by food, right? Now skip one and go to the other, and this one is the unconscious mind, right? Skip one of the other, and then this one is the your most subtle pure consciousness body. And in between each of those is kind of like a glue level, right? What you described sounds like it might have been one of those glue levels in between the physical body and the pure mental body. I refer to this as the etheric plane in my videos from the season 3, you know,
Yeah.
simulation stuff.
Okay, yeah, because after that meditation that night, I went to sleep. I don't know. I don't know if it's something in my eye or something, but I woke up and I just started seeing like white orbs around me. And that was a little different too from that experience.
Do you have Hosta in your chart?
No, I have a Shalacia in. I don't know if that's pretty close, but I know I have a Shalacia in like my D9, D10, stuff like that. No Hosta.
That you got Chitra though.
In one of my other charts.
Not your main one.
My main one, I think my second house is ruled by Chitra. That's it, but nothing in there.
Damn, you don't happen to have the degrees of your Chitra, do you? Okay, or what about Uttara Falguni? Do you have that in your main chart?
Yeah, that's my ascendant.
Okay, that's your ascendant. What's the degrees for that?
28. Hold on.
Okay, I think I'm finding something. I'm finding a connection now.
Oh yeah, 28 degrees in Leo.
28 degrees. So let me see.
Oh wow. Oh wait, Utara Palguni. Never mind. I forget I said anything.
But I think the Chitra for that house, it's in 2 degrees.
Your Chitra's in 2 degrees?
Yeah, that house.
What do you mean by that house?
Because I think it's the house that's in 2 degrees in Chitra, not any planets.
Wait, you have a nakshatra, but not any planets?
So like your houses could have nakshatras too.
Okay. You don't have any planets in. Do you have any planets in either Uttara Falguni or Chitra?
No, only my ascendant in Uttara Falguni. That's it, but no planets.
Okay, so your ascendant is Uttara Falguni, and you said that the degrees was 20 something.
28.
Okay, so now let me. You know the degrees of. Never mind, I've got yours right on my phone here.
Because I'm thinking like my Mars and Mercury might also probably have some effect on that too. Because one's in Ravati, the other one's in Uttara Rajaprada.
Uttara Falguni. 8 degrees. Hey Alex.
Hey, what's up?
You ever have any like psychic or maybe visual experiences when you meditate?
I was actually going to mention this. So yesterday when I was doing Ragu mantras, I had a very similar. I had like basically the same kind of visual thing going on with me as I did during kind of like the peak point of when I was meditating during a ritual that I did the first night of the full moon, in which like when I was meditating, it got to a certain point where like I saw like, so my eyes were closed and I saw like these like flashes of light that were kind of like, it was kind of like the effect from like when you see like lightning strike from a distance. I just saw those like a few times, like both times that I was meditating, and it was funny because like, oh, this happened like 2 nights in a row during a full moon, and I'd never had that happen to me before.
Okay.
What?
You ever have any experience with seeing any orbs or that type of thing?
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, that's what I wanted to ask, but I didn't want to come out with it because I didn't know if you were very visual. Okay, So I think I'm
Yeah.
seeing a pattern here already. This is one of the things that I wanted you guys' charts for.
And
let-
Okay.
The flashes.
Yo.
Yeah.
Thank you all for making me
Hold
not
on.
feel crazy.
Don't go too far. Don't go too far. I gotta get prepared. Winter,
So y'all see,
you didn't give me your coordinates yet.
You talking about with me?
No, I have yours.
Okay.
Okay, so my cousin, I think I mentioned him last week about how he does a lot of work with his hands, in the, the astral plane or whatever. He sees a lot of orbs, even when he's not doing his shit. Like he just sees it when he's awake, and he has a lot of these experiences. And I've been trying to put it together in my own head as far as what this means. But I think that this is how he's able to see that etheric body, that subtle body of people and objects through orbs. Everybody doesn't see orbs, but some people do. And I noticed that his moon is Hasta in 17 degrees. And Alex, you've got your Mercury and something else that are awfully damn close. One of them is Uttara Falguni at pretty much just 2 degrees before Hasta. And you got something else in Hasta, exactly.
Okay, my Mercury is in Hasta.
That's what it is.
Yeah, and my Uttara Palguni is my ascendant, or not my ascendant, but it's my nakshatra, and it's my moon. Does that mean the same thing? Like your whatever nakshatra your moon is in, that's just like the same general nakshatra that you have. I don't know too much about that yet.
In Western, you say you got your sun sign. In Vedic, your moon nakshatra is your main thing.
Okay, yeah, because that's Uttara Palguni for me, and the degree is 8 degrees.
Right, and Hasta starts at 10, so that's pretty much right there.
My Hasta is at 12, but that's still really close.
Yeah. I'm saying Hasta in general starts at 10, so they're both right there.
Okay.
Away from that cusp. So far, I guess I would need more data to really make this assessment, but I wonder if people with Hasta in their chart see these orbs, and that may be how they interpret the etheric plane.
Oh yeah. Whenever I've done that, like when I first start meditating, I always kind of see like I always just kind of see like these circles kind of like either they usually are like coming out of me and like kind of like traveling like directly like in the center of like the focal point that I'm looking at.
What I was gonna say, Trav, also check the 12 houses, because they say that's how you have those experiences too. The 12th, 8th house, the 12th and the 8th house too. Because I have the moon in the 12th house, and all my 12th are both water signs.
Would it be weird if I said I had experiences like that too?
With the orbs?
Yeah.
And do you remember if you have any Hasta in your chart?
Yeah, I got Hasta in my chart.
Okay, I think I'm onto something here. I think these Hasta people have something to do with these orbs. And with it,
would that have to do with flashes too?
I'm just collecting the experience from what you guys have said so far, and from my cousin. The thing that I'm seeing mainly is these orbs in meditation and out of meditation,
and
the manipulation of them causing an actual effect in the tangible reality. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I done had experiences with all kind of shit.
Have you seen flashes?
Have I seen what?
Have you seen any flashes
of light?
I mean, like, when you're meditating, when your eyes are closed, like I was talking about, that happened to me yesterday and the day before.
I'm not sure if this correlates to what you were saying, but one time when I was in a guided meditation, I had a yellow light start to like rise up almost like a sunrise.
Oh,
okay. From the bottom, like, from the bottom of my vision. And it kind of, it got halfway up and it kind of freaked me out of the meditation. So I've been having to do a lot of work on staying with the process, you know what I'm saying, and not letting it just, take me out, knock me off of my square, as Shango said, or take me out of the process, just let the process happen and not get freaked out by what's occurring.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That happened to me when I did DMT. I saw yellow, orange, and red mixed up.
Oh, okay.
It was predominantly yellow at first, and then it started switching up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was that when your eyes were open or when they were closed, or what were you doing at the time? Physically, I mean.
I was on DMT and I was like on the floor.
Oh, okay. I mean, like, were
floor.
your eyes open or closed?
No, they were closed. They were closed.
Okay.
Because
I've never done DMT.
My eyes were closed. And I was in a dark room.
Mm-hmm.
And I was doing a guided meditation by this guy on YouTube called Ravana Noon. He's like a dark magician or whatever. And he was doing a meditation, and I was doing a guided meditation, right along with him. And that was what was happening. And I haven't been able, I hadn't been able to, I wanted to get back to the experience so I could see what happened. I was looking for the meditation, but I couldn't find it. But I'm glad I found, these books or whatever to, show me how to get back into that, so maybe I can finish that process.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's an initiation of some kind, and I failed.
Would you say that doing DMT was it like a positive experience for you? No, did you hear me?
My fault. Sorry. Shoot, damn. I wouldn't know. I think it was. I was doing shrooms and experiencing so much stuff at that time because that's when I first truly got into like meditation and all that stuff. So
yeah,
I don't know what really helped. It could have been the ayahuasca I did at that time too. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't done that either.
Yeah.
It kind of intimidates me, actually, ayahuasca.
Ain't gonna make you feel good. Your tummy gonna be hurting.
Intimidate.
That's very intimidating.
Yeah.
I'll do it. I would do it again though.
It's throwing up that gets me. Throwing up is the worst thing in the world for me.
Oh, that's like my least favorite bodily function.
Throw up.
When I did it though, I didn't throw up.
Maybe
I had a strong stomach and I was vegan at that time. So I was vegan like for like 6 months prior to that.
Yeah.
So I didn't really throw up, but my stomach was hurting bad. She was shocked I didn't throw up though, the lady that was doing it.
Oh my God, when I grew shrooms last year, I was doing it in my room and I had ate some chicken, mashed potatoes, and greens before.
Wow.
Oh. I tell you, I threw up. I didn't even make it to the bathroom. I threw up over all my rugs, the cabinets, the counters, the toilet. I was so pissed. And I couldn't clean it up. I was tripping so bad. I was like, I gotta do this now. I can't leave it like this. Like, oh Jesus.
Now, I have done shrooms before, and that shit does hurt your stomach real bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, normally it messes up people's stomach.
But it seemed like every time. I'm sorry.
Oh, all I was saying is that
that's what I've heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, but every time I felt like my stomach like did a retch, or it like it tightened up or it hurt, is when I felt like I blasted off. It was almost like the fuel to the blasting off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was crazy because I started to realize that maybe like 2 hours in, it was crazy. It was like a 7 or 8 hour experience though. But yeah, about 2 hours in, I started to realize that I was like, dang, I could blast off with this.
Yeah.
Trav, that before when I was saying that peace that I felt within that they said the better word for it. It felt blissful, very blissful. But I couldn't hold it for too long though. I can say that. Within it, it felt like a long time. But outside of it, it was like short. It was like literally 30 seconds within that meditation. And I was trying to chase it, get it back for like a week, 2 weeks. And for some reason, my experiences happen like randomly. It doesn't happen consistently. Like when I have visions and stuff like that, they happen randomly.
So do you think you reached a level that you typically haven't reached before in that experience?
From the time I was doing that, I'll say I fell off just a little bit because my diet was way better. I was straight vegan at that time too.
Yeah, I had an experience with orbs, man. In St. Augustine, Florida. I was down there. Me and my wife was in St. Augustine, and we were just, hanging out. And we did a ghost tour of St. Augustine, and the tour guide told us, take pictures or whatever, because you might, capture something that you can't see with your eyes on the camera or whatever. So, people were doing that, but we didn't have anything but like a phone, and it was a long time ago. So the technology on the phone was, cameras was trash back then, but it was some people that had, regular cameras and, some pretty nice ones too. And so, we were driving around and we went to about 4 or 5 stops, and, people were taking pictures and, didn't see anything. And we ended up at this lighthouse that was, a lighthouse. It was right on the beach. And they was telling us a story about how when the Spaniards, I can't remember his name, the one that was looking for the Fountain of Youth, I think it was. But it was a story about when they when they were coming onto the beach, it was a war. It was like a battle between them and the native people. And there was a lot of blood. It was a lot of people that died there. And people were, it was at night and people were taking pictures. And, in the crowd, I heard, people like gasp. And, people started moving towards this one guy. And he had a picture on his camera where we were surrounded. I'm talking about everywhere with orbs. I mean, they were as far as you could see. And it was like, he had about maybe like, it was like a couple of pictures, maybe like 3 pictures on there where he was turning around and just taking them. And it was just orbs everywhere. And he was the only person that had that on his picture, but it was like right then and there, you know what I'm saying? And it was crazy, but it was cool. I'm into that ghost shit.
Yeah, I was in the Ghost Hunters when I was in college. We had a ghost hunting club.
Oh, cool.
And we went to an abandoned hospital in Tennessee. And we got some pictures with orbs. I still got the photos on my computer.
Oh, that's cool.
And I heard us sitting up on the 3rd floor with our recorder. And we heard like a chair sliding back behind us. And there was like no other chair in the room to like move. It was like only 2 or 3 of us up there at the time. It was like dead ass silent, and the chair sounded like it was like directly beside us. But yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I love Ghost.
So whenever you guys saw those white orbs or those just orbs in general, you guys thought they were ghosts?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
For me, yeah.
At the
Yeah.
time, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even know what the fuck they were. I was like, man, what the fuck are this?
Yeah. Because I mean, that's what I was told. I mean, I was into the ghost hunting stuff. That's why I took the ghost tour. I mean, that's why we went there, because I was into, all of that ghost hunting stuff. I always been into this paranormal stuff. I was a kid that loved horror movies and stuff like that. So I always been into the paranormal, and so that was a chance that we got to take a ghost hunting tour, and they had Ripley's Believe It or Not and stuff down there. So we took it in. So that's what they explained it as on everything that I had saw. So I just assumed that they were ghosts.
When do you guys feel like was your first paranormal activity for you guys?
Would this does your question, does it include just sensations that we've gotten that indicate that like another presence is there, or just like kind of perceptions that we've had of like
things like sleep paralysis, or if you felt like you astral projected or whatever?
Okay.
Shit, I remember this one time I was in sleep paralysis, and I just remember this reflective thing being in front of me like a mirror, but I was like aware that I was laying down in the position. I knew the light I had on. And I just heard this scraping sound, like shh, shh, shh. And it just kept getting louder and louder, like something was like clawing the ground, getting closer to me. And like I knew something was behind me. I'm like, oh Jesus, I see the creature behind me. And I just kind of scared myself out of it. Like, it's just a dream. Just a dream.
A little bit over a handful of years ago, I went to this one cemetery with a friend of mine who was visiting me from out of town. And we went to a graveyard at night, and he took a couple pictures of me, and like they were just orbs just absolutely everywhere in those pictures. And this was before like I had really tapped into what I'm able to do now, before I started practicing and such.
Hosta's not usually seen as a bully, but usually uses their charm instead of bronze. If Hosta is afflicted, then the amiable ways may cover up a tendency to manipulate others for personal gain. So I say that to say this next sentence: even exalted Mercury, when afflicted by Hosta, which means that Hosta and Mercury is afflicted, can resort to such tactics such as cooking the books for financial gains. I know somebody with Hosta and Mercury.
So Hosta would be the Mercury, saying Hosta Mercury. That would be the planet, or that would be the Lord.
So yeah, the Lord of Hosta is Mercury, but
Okay.
according to this book, if you have Mercury in Hosta, when afflicted in
Yeah, because I have, my Mercury's in Hosta. Cooking the books when it comes to financial things. I've reused a couple coupons before. Don't tell my mom. So Hosta hand. So if your Mercury's in Hosta, would that mean that you kind of communicate with your hands a whole lot?
So just to kind of put it in perspective, one of the most famous hostas is the lady who did that show. You might be too young to remember this, but there was Lamb Chop Sing Along.
Oh no, I watched that when I was little.
Oh, did you? She's
Yeah, I used to have a
Moon.
lamb chop doll.
She's very Hosta Moon. Again, using her hands, the puppeteer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I talk with my hands a whole lot. I'm not talking them right now because I'm drawing. So yeah.
That would exemplify the Hosta being in Mercury, because Mercury is communication, right?
Yep. Cool. That makes sense.
So speaking of hands, we got Bill Clinton, known for his scandal with Monica Lewinsky. He's got Venus in Hosta.
And he plays the saxophone too, which is a hands thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, throughout his interrogation, Clinton manipulated the meaning of words and at times made blatantly false statements in hopes of covering up his affair. So afflicted Hosta has a lot to do with manipulation of data, to protect their ass.
Yeah. When I was younger, I used to kind of be like that, in which I would lie about the most bizarre things, but very small things. But like I would lie about things in ways where I would kind of exaggerate what somebody said to me, and I would exaggerate that to in a conversation with somebody else, in which like I kind of made it sound more like this person was maybe more on my side than what they were. I don't do that shit anymore. Fuck that.
Yeah,
I
I just got
remember
into
reading
that
your
work doing that.
remember reading your nakshatras earlier, and a lot of the things talked about how you would make a good manager, basically. Good
Play
at
a game
delegating
for a second.
for others.
What?
I read something about one of your nakshatras previously about how you would make a good manager, you'd be good at delegating work to other people. Well, it talks about here as far as Hosta goes, with their two golden rayed arms, they prefer to orchestrate the daytime activities of other men. So I think the Hosta also ties into some of the other nakshatras you have. Maybe that's why people find you intimidating, because you're supposed to be boss lady.
That's weird, because I don't like telling people what to do at all. I don't like to be told what to do, and I don't like to tell people what to do.
So maybe that comes off as a bit strange, because maybe people want you to tell them what to do.
I will do it if they want it. Like I'll only give advice to people really if like they're indicating that they want it, though. And as of late, like I have been very involved in some of my friends' lives, where like I'm kind of sort of like, I don't mean to sound egotistical or anything, but like I'm kind of guiding them in a way regarding like them being able to help themselves with things.
Guiding, like hands. Let me guide it this way. That's funny.
Whoa. Hey, right.
Great. Now I'm gonna go eat some Beyond Meat on that.
Oh man, that sounds good. I haven't had it in a while. My one of my roommates, they have at his work they have Beyond Burgers, and I sometimes like ask him if he could bring me one for free.
When it's on sale, I stock up and put it in my freezer.
Good idea.
Yeah, I got plenty. I finally got smart. All my life, I've just been living paycheck to paycheck. But now, when stuff's on sale, I buy a bunch of it because I'm gonna like it even when it's not on sale.
Mm-hmm.
And now I got more than enough. My kids don't like it though. They did not even finish it.
It's a Beyond Burger.
See, it's like a burger, except, bear with me now, it's not made of meat.
It's Beyond Meat.
I got lots of Beyond sausage in the freezer.
Man, I had one of them burgers at Hardee's, Beyond Burger, and I ordered it on accident. Like, I ordered it just like throwing a number out there, and I got it, and it didn't smell like a regular burger, and I was like, man, did I order that thing you know, because I'm sitting in the front and they bring, you know how they bring you your food out. At some places they tell you to drive around and they'll bring it out the door. So they brought it out and it didn't smell like a burger. So I bit it, man. And I can't even lie. I think it was pretty doggone good. Can't even lie. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, they are good.
Meat is delicious. It is, you know. And while those videos that they show about animals being slaughtered is awful to watch and think about, um, I don't really care about that because that's karma, that's nature. It's supposed to happen. But for my personal purification, I have to give those things up.
Yeah, I just fucked up myself eating all these foods the family eats. I got a dangerous headache right now.
Mm.
Dangerous one. I'm just like, God, man.
Body,
Getting out of my patterns.
body said no. Not without with Shooty on the shelf who came into this.
I just wanted to go home. It's like it reaches a certain point, it just being out with family where it's just like, okay, I know that my time here is done. Extend beyond that, you get a headache.
Yo, Trav, I just learned something. So you can have a planet debilitated, but if it's in the planets ruling the Shaktra, it can actually be very good. I just learned that. That's crazy.
Not there yet, so no comment.
Yeah. No, because I used to be worried about my Mercury and Ravati, which is Mercury and Pisces.
Where
But
are we?
Ravati, yeah,
Oh.
before, because all I heard was negative stuff about it instead of actually looking into it myself.
Mm-hmm.
But they say Mercury in a water sign, basically in Pisces, is debilitated, but Ravati rules over Mercury anyways, so it's actually very good.
Yeah.
But I think it's the moon in the 12th house that makes me have those experiences that we were talking about earlier.
Oh yeah, I could see that. I have in my Western, I have Jupiter in my 12th house.
Indeed. Shout out to everybody in the chat. You guys are still here. Oh my goodness.
Well, Hasta is hands, huh?
Yes.
The symbol of it is hand. The symbols have to do with the mythology that goes with, the story. In this particular story, there's a particular deity who, its role in the story, they had these golden hands and everything they touched was pure and awesome. The followers of this particular deity, his enlightenment rays of sunlight shone through their minds and purified them. That's why the symbol is a hand, the golden handed one. Everything you
I
touch
heard
turns
like
gold.
King Midas, that story came from that.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
So somebody that's got Hasta would maybe do something with their hands or something like that.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So I did see something about that too. Damn, what page was it on? Yeah, you're exactly right. Let me find it. Page 88.
Hmm.
Um, without stretched arms extending from earth to heaven. What did the five fingers say to the face? Manual dexterity. Technical crafts. What the hell is it?
It's 10 o'clock.
Thanks, Max. What? 10 o'clock? What the hell?
Right?
Wow.
In an hour already? What the fuck?
Yeah. Huh.
9 hours. Geez Louise. I don't remember where it was, but it says something about would do well with hand hand-eye coordinated activities, and it listed a few sports, but now I don't see it.
Esports. That's some hand-eye coordination shit right there. Oh, you stop sitting on my leg. Ugh.
Body's naturally going into those meditation postures. Asanas. Oh, here we go. Yeah. This native excels at those sports requiring a quick hand: tennis, racquetball, ping pong, or quick mind-bending games, chess, competitive video games. His motivation is desire for competence and skill rather than the need to compete. Indeed, under the most circumstances, this native shies away from competitive arenas, preferring to orchestrate the actions of others, just as Sadvir and his two golden rayed arms orchestrate the daytime activities of men.
That actually applies very directly to me because I if I'm gonna like do something like play video games or draw or play music or play an instrument or whatever, I'm not gonna do it in competition with anybody else. Like the only thing I get competitive about is like Mario Kart. That's it. I get mad. Otherwise, I don't really care.
You say when you're playing Mario Kart, like, do you think you could describe yourself as intimidating?
No, I just like yell and squawk a lot and make weird noises when I'm upset.
That's probably intimidating.
Yeah, I would say the competition.
Alex is turning into a chicken.
The competition that comes into play, like when I'm around like other artsy fartsy people, isn't like the competitive competition. It's like, okay, this person's at this level of drawing now. Like, I had to step my game up. It's like that companionship kind of competition. It's like, okay, like how far can I take this? Like in the games I play, like League of Legends, it's like a lot of team-based strategy type games where it's like, all right, if you're outdoing people on your team, it's like overall for the best of your team.
Yeah.
And not to like prove a point,
Yeah.
Together.
Yeah, like I feel that like when I play, I don't really play many like multiplayer games, but I play I haven't played it in a while, but I play Overwatch and I play Monster Hunter a whole lot. And oh cool. And like when I play those games, I usually like take the role of like mostly healer, but I always play characters that also can do quite a bit of damage, but I'm mostly like on the healing side, which
I always start off as support, like because I feel like I can see my usefulness in that arena. Like I don't have to be killing people, and I'll keep you guys alive and like ping up the map.
yeah, that's exactly how I am. Because like part of it is, oh yeah, I want to make sure that you guys are all okay, and then a little tiny part of it, I will admit, is me being like, I don't trust any of you DPS people to actually keep your health up. So I kind of have to unintentionally be your mom.
Exactly. I was pressured into playing more of a DPS role, like with League of Legends. I was like strictly support. It's like, hey, play ADC. It's just like, with ADC, it's like you're still at your supports, mercy. And it's just like, all right, they don't know how to support like I do, so I might as well just keep playing support. Like,
oh yeah.
You get the supports who are like really used to being competitive and like get so thirsty for a kill. It's like,
Yeah. Yeah, just like you're not actually being support. Like go play DPS. Jeez. Who you trying to kid?
Thank you.
Yeah.
And it's like with art too, it's like I've noticed that I've gone through a decline in how often I produce art because I'm not around those people every day like I was, like in high school. We go to lunch. We all bring our sketchbooks. It's like, what are you drawing today? It's like, yo, you fucking drew that? Like, you're not about to outdo me. I'm about to draw this real quick. I'm about to come back to school tomorrow and stuff. All of y'all.
Yeah.
But it's just like, okay, we're all seeing where we're at and we like build off of each other's skills and look at how we draw things a certain way. It's that fresh perspective. It's not like I want to kill you competition.
Yeah. That sounds really healthy.
Yeah.
Because you guys are all supporting each other rather than, trying to work against each other for like some kind of trophy in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not a competitive person. Like some other friends of mine will just be like want to play Super Smash Brothers, and I'm like, I didn't have like an N64, like a GameCube growing up. I just sit there and get my ass kicked. But yeah, Mario Kart, like I said before, so it's when I go freaking ape mode. I just go feral. Like I never get to play it anymore, but like I only ever get to play it in an arcade. But I'm like that with like Killer Instinct that was on the Super Nintendo too.
Oh yes, hell yeah.
I get aggro about that. What is that filter?
Who did you used to play on Killer Instinct? Full Gore? Were you a full Gore
No,
person?
I was never very good with him. I was what?
Oh, you were a Cinder.
He wasn't one of my mains, but my two mains were Orchid and Saberwolf.
Orchid, Saberwolf.
I love Saberwolf.
Yeah, I'm a Saberwolf guy.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm a Saberwolf guy.
Combo.
Was the guy named Jericho? What was the ninja guy name?
Oh, what was his name?
Jago.
Yeah.
Jago, yeah. I played with him a little bit.
Saberwolf.
Yeah. Glacier too.
Orchid.
Glacier.
Killer combo. Blaster combo.
Supreme victory. Okay.
Supreme victory. Perfect.
I think they still make it.
Combo. God damn, I used to love that game so much.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I think they still make it.
Glacius.
I could never get Glacius down. Who did you like to play as?
Idol.
Really?
I used to play Cinder because his special is so easy.
Oh yeah. You just seriously
Cinder,
just like
4-4-Y, 4-4-Y. Keep doing that until he starts to turn invisible and you're getting beaten up by a pure element of fire. Him and Spinal. His
yeah,
easy too.
I played as him a lot too.
Spinal.
He kind of cracks me up though. He's just like, Rah! He's just always like squawking.
Yeah. Oh, his backstory.
I was saying Combo. Combo was pretty good too.
Oh yeah, Combo's cool.
His specials were cool.
Yeah, they were real sweet.
We played that game so much. We literally like memorized all the sound effects just because.
Yeah, I was obsessed with that game when I was little. Same with Primal Rage. Primal Rage was like my favorite fighting game.
Ooh.
So, the one with the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Man, where are you getting all these filters?
Primal Rage. I don't remember that one.
It was on Sega Genesis.
Okay.
Yeah. I used to play mostly as a T-Rex that was like red with black stripes named Diablo.
Oh yeah, I remember. Did he have feathers too?
No, but there was a kind of raptor guy that had feathers. I think no, maybe not.
Woohoo!
Did anybody ever play Shaq Fu?
Shaq Fu.
Oh, I remember
Damn,
that
they're
game.
taking it back.
Shaq Fu was pretty sweet.
Shaq Fu. Damn, that's taking it back.
Alex, did you have a PlayStation growing up?
Oh yeah, that's always been like my main console.
Did you play Crash or Spyro?
I played Spyro. I've never played Crash before.
Bet. Which Spyro did you have?
I just had the first one.
Nice.
Yeah. I've always been more of like a JRPG guy. That's mostly my stuff.
I feel that.
JRPG?
Yeah.
What's the J stand for?
Japanese.
Japanese.
Yeah, and like there's a lot of monsters and summons in like the Final Fantasy games that are directly from mythology. Like in Final Fantasy, there's an ice summon named Shiva, but Shiva's a lady in the games.
Shiva and Ifrit.
Yeah, Ifrit. There's also Quetzalcoatl too from Aztec. I can't remember if Aztec or Incan. Yeah, but yeah, Thunderbird. And there's Odin too. So Odin, Gilgamesh.
Demon. Boiling milk face has returned.
Yeah.
Did she just get kicked out? Oh man, that filter was too scary. Filter was too scary.
Does anyone play Tekken?
I wasn't a Tekken kid.
Nay.
Did any of y'all ever play a Maple Story? Or is this going to
Neopets. Gaia Online.
Tamagotchi? Nano Pets?
Postopia. Fun Brain.
Club Penguin?
Wait, y'all used to play Club Penguin?
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's see who's old. Have y'all ever heard of Tibia?
No.
Oh shit, no.
Yeah.
A lot of the games y'all were just naming I didn't know of. I played Tetris.
Tetris.
Soul Calibur was my shit. Zelda was the.
Y'all ever play
I'm
checkers?
still on Zelda.
Did you say checkers?
Yeah.
You ever played Chinese checkers?
Yeah. Who's your favorite character in checkers? The red pieces or the black pieces?
What?
Melanin all day, brother. I mean, sister. Melanin all day. I'm just kidding. It used to be red because I would go first. But then that's when I was young.
You guys should get that to play with my son.
Checkers. Or Moncala. Moncala was pretty interesting.
Oh, yeah, Moncala was shit.
That one you could. I figured that one out like the second round. Like if you go first or something, like if you, I don't know. There's some point where if you go, you'll automatically win. Unless I was playing it wrong.
You guys ever played marbles?
You guys ever roll dice?
Like in Haiti, we would put like a circle on the ground, and then you'll put like a whole bag of marbles in there, and then you'll get a marble, and you'll flick it into and whoever gets the most marbles out of it by flicking marbles, like making marbles hit it like how you play pool, but you flick it with your thumb. We used to play that in Haiti.
Okay, that one sounds pretty universal, and it reminds me of a game that us folks used to play called Pogs. They were these little paper disc things that you had to flip on top of each other.
Never heard of that.
I know that's before y'all's time. Pog, P-O-G. You can get little collectible designed ones before Pokemon on Game Boy. We was out here trading Pogs and smashing against each other.
Hey, Trav, did you play with Beyblades?
That's way after my time.
But did you play with them though?
Heck no.
Crack, I did.
Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Yeah, I definitely collected Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Hell yeah.
I was studying the occult by the time that came out.
Damn.
Pogs.
Play of the game.
I forgot you're I'm not gonna say that old, but you've been around that long, man. I keep forgetting you're not in your 20s no more.
Long gone out of those things.
Oh man, I'm so glad my phone revived itself in time to talk about Pogs. I loved those.
Resurrected for Pogs.
Yeah, like man, I wish that I still had my old Pogs because like all my favorites were like the holographic ones, and I had this one really. My favorite was one that had a cobra on it. Actually,
These children will never understand that game right there. I'm telling you, it was before Pokemon on Game Boy. You used to have to collect and trade. There were little paper circles.
Yeah.
With lines on them that you slammed on top of each other. How the hell do you even win that game?
Wait, it's so stupid. How do you spell Pogs real quick?
P-O-G-S.
Yeah.
It won't make sense now, but back in the day, for some reason, that was the hot shit. I'm telling you.
Oh no, I remember these. Yeah, I remember these.
Yeah.
Okay, as soon as you said they had some stuff on them and you would slam them down, I was like, yeah, I remember these.
I gotta spell it in caps, even though it's just Google DuckDuckGo search engine. I gotta spell it in caps.
Nope.
Back in my day, Pogs were pieces of cardboard that didn't stand for pretty ass white girl. Oh.
Yeah. It never stood for pretty. I thought it was something else.
It is something else.
So what did you do? You just put them on top of other things and
you slammed them bitches down. Just
like
dominoes.
Like dominoes, exactly.
You got to slam these bad boys.
Man, let me see what y'all talking about.
Yeah, I was born in 94, so I definitely saw these.
I saw them on the ground as a kid.
Yeah, artifact. You might dig some of these up if you dig deep enough.
Milk caps. That's what it's called.
We used to collect these things, man. How is this even fun?
Gameplay. Let's read it. Rules vary.
No, I don't remember though. Do I remember these?
Oh my god. We were entertained by some simple ass shit.
Oh yeah.
You guys used to play War with cards?
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
War.
So you slam it, and the ones that land face up, you keep them.
Pogs.
Wow. Okay. Well.
Twitter Winks. I never even heard of these.
This memory here. I think I'm frozen, but my electricity is still going. How's that happening?
You guys ever heard of Twitter Winks? Twitter Winks?
What?
I don't know what the hell that is.
Tiddlywinks?
Tiddlywinks?
There you go.
Oh yeah. Okay. This
Tiddly.
they look like something that I would have tried to eat when I was a child.
Did I say tittle? I said tittle.
Yeah, you said tiddlewinks.
Tiddlewinks.
To be honest, it still looks
There's like
delicious.
those slightly transparent discs. Yeah, I want to bite into that right now.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is about it, but
low key still looks like I would chew it up.
yeah.
Don't ever let me see this because I will put it in my mouth.
I think those are yeah. That's why I brought it up. That's crazy.
Twitter links.
I can already taste them.
Tiddly links. Oh shit.
This is definitely an old folks game.
Damn.
This just says 1955.
Oh, this is a grandma game. Oh, this one has a bunch of little
Oh, I remember the clear ones. Okay, I remember this now, but I never played them.
These are forbidden chips.
Forbidden chips. Forbidden hard gummies.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Those little plastic gummy bears that you use for counting. Those are forbidden gummy bears.
Hey, what did we learn last week about gummy bears and what their gelatin's made of?
Blue
horse nails and stuff.
What is it? Beaver anus gland?
What?
Oh yeah, I remember you guys mentioning that.
It's beaver anus gland mixed with but that's in the natural flavor. The gelatin has the horse nails, the pig nails, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
Genuinely offended.
What's that thing that you could buy at the stores now? Crap! It helps with your hair and stuff like that, and your joints.
What is that called?
Glucosamine?
Creatine? Is it creatine? No, not creatine.
Glucosamine?
Nah.
Is that what it's called?
I feel like I should know this. It produces more semen, right?
You said what?
It's called. It starts with a C.
Yeah, it starts with a C. I'm trying to remember.
Keratin. Is that it?
Okay.
Creatine.
No, not creatine. Not creatine.
You just said that probably.
Wow, I know what it is. I see it in my head. The collective confusion is making me confused.
Collagen. There you go. Collagen.
That's it.
Collagen.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what they make that out of too. Like basically animal joints to help with your joints and your hair. And it helps your hair shine and all that stuff. So they put that in gelatin.
Cocaine, says MC Maestro. Oh my God. Is it just me, or do search engine image searches turn grim pretty quick?
Are you looking at collagen?
Well, that's where I was 2 clicks ago. Oh my goodness, what a world. This is a great place to be.
What a wonderful world.
Oh, what was it? That meme you sent me.
My nigga, that's crazy.
My nigga, that's crazy.
Damn, what was it? I was singing it all day this morning.
Beautiful internet. Got to love it.
Oh my fucking God. I gotta find it.
Madman 7 put it perfectly. We have supercomputers in our hands all day, every day. There's literally no excuse. No excuse for ignorance. We carry around a supercomputer with access to all of human intelligence.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is. My nigga, that's crazy. But I don't remember asking.
I don't remember asking. Collagen. I just
kind of miss that dial-up noise sometimes, you know.
that
was nightmare.
I had net zero, whatever that is.
Oh yeah.
AOL.
I used, huh?
You've got mail.
I used to have so many GeoCities fan pages when I was in middle school. I had like a Pokemon one. I had like I was obsessed with like Jonan Vasquez and like Invader Zim and Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, and I had like a GeoCities page about that.
You remember when Hot Topic was like strictly like Hello Kitty and Invader Zim? It was like that
That was
stage,
my
like
favorite store.
back when they actually had golf things, and it was just like, all right, we're gonna introduce Invader Zim and Hello Kitty, and then that's the turning point. After that, it just got brighter and more colorful.
Yeah. Now, like when I've like I've gone in there a couple times like in recent years, and now it's just like mostly anime stuff and like Harry Potter.
Yeah. It's like Spencer's and FYE have all converged into that same thing too. And I'm like,
oh yeah,
it's just subculture stores now.
Yeah. Oh crap. I have to go. I have to have a house meeting with my roommates.
Uh-oh.
House meeting.
House meeting.
See you later.
All right.
Have a good evening. Namaste. Peace.
Namaste. Peace.
Later.
Is it just me or am I frozen?
I hear you.
MC Maestro says Trav frozen with the animation like an Apex character, right? Character select screen. What the hell is this, man? And of course, the animation stops after I say that. All right, Anubis. Now you can't be falling in love with every female on the live stream, bro.
I'm dead.
Pick one. Pick one. You have a better chance if you stick with one.
Had to call a man out like that.
It's all good. I fall in love with every female on the live stream too. Nothing wrong with it. This ain't got a damn thing to do with Jesus. So yeah. My nigga, that's crazy. But I don't remember asking.
That's what I was about to sing you when you sent me that video about sexual energy retention for women. My nigga, that's crazy.
My nigga, that's crazy. But I don't remember asking. looks like a chode.
Would y'all come to his channel if Trav looked like?
What's this gremlin doing today? What we talking about?
I can't do my
Anybody ever
sex
seen
unboxings
weird
like
science?
this.
Anybody ever seen Weird Science?
Oh, I used to love that show. That was my favorite show at one point in time.
Yeah, you look like when they turned Chet into a piece of shit. That's what you look like there.
Wow.
With the filter. the way he was shaped in his face, the way his face was elongated. It was funny.
USA up all night.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I love that.
This is Gilbert Gottfried. Yeah, I remember both hosts of USA Up.
Dating yourself. Yeah, it was Gilbert Gottfried, and then it was man, it was a chick, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
It was man. Yeah, what's
Wait,
her
what?
name, man?
What'd you say?
No, I was saying it was a chick. Wasn't it a woman?
Yeah, last I checked at least.
You really got Moldavite hype going on right now.
Greetings.
You and Tron.
He looks like a lightsaber.
Yeah, I'm gonna slide off here too, man. I'm gonna go play the Xbox for my kid, man. He want me to come play Destiny. So.
You guys playing?
What'd you say?
What are you guys playing?
Destiny.
Oh yeah. Hey, Kristen.
Yeah.
Happy to see you.
Yeah, I've been playing Destiny for a while.
Destiny 2?
So, if y'all on here in a minute, I'll get back on, man. But I'll see y'all here. I'll see y'all later.
All right, bro.
Bye.
All right. All right. Peace.
Wow, nigga, that's crazy.
I'm so mad. Now I'm happy. Now I'm mad. Now I'm surprised. Now I'm upset.
But are you those people? Is that really you? That's a
Kristen.
Trav.
So we were just talking a lot about a lot of stuff. And you don't remember anything special about... I don't know. I think I might be making a connection here with Hosta and maybe seeing visual things like orbs and that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's possible. Ahasta and Purva Bhadrapada and Shravana and Aslesha are usually known as the paranormal, mystical scene, kind of spooky stuff, ghosts. Shravana, mostly, but then you got Hasta, Purva Bhadrapada, and Aslesha that come after. So yeah, that would make sense.
So there might be something backing up my assessment. And, you know, I didn't make that claim off of one person. I saw that my cousin was definitely having that. And then Curve mentioned about seeing orbs. And then Alex and then Stuffed Dog. all of them having hasta or something very close to those degrees. So I thought that that might be some kind of connection going on there.
Yeah, it's definitely possible because yeah, they're involved in paranormal often, or in different kinds of way, whether they're charlatans or legit, or they're proving people charlatans. It happens a lot. Like Houdini, he was known to go to Lilydale, New York, where all those psychics live, and knock on their door and demand to be let in, and so he can prove them wrong and shit. So and then you have a lot of stage magicians who are hasta, and then you have psychics like who are hasta or shravana, and then like what's his name, John Edwards, he's a shravana, and Sylvia Brown is shravana, but both are accused of being and they both have hasta too, and both are accused of being charlatans. So there's like this double-edged sword, and then hasta also is involved with people who are impersonators, or who are evil people who can impersonate people, not even just like impersonations that are funny, but like if you think of Wolf of Wall Street, how he impersonated his position in his career, how he got all the real person, the real guy, Jordan Belfort, how he was able to make the money he did. He's hasta. Who played him was Leo DiCaprio, who was another hasta native. So there's this trickery, but it borderlines paranormal, supernatural that comes with it. It doesn't always. There's a lot more to it. So you can have hasta, and then have some other alignments that point you more towards fraud, more towards mafias, more towards that kind of thing. And then you can have hasta and alignments that point you more towards music, more towards impersonation, more towards like being funny and on stage or acting.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's definitely something that could come of hasta.
Trav, I have hasta in my chart, and I don't see orbs, but people's auras just jump out at me.
Yes. It's funny you say that, because with my cousin, like just before I got you guys' information, he used to always talk about seeing orbs around things, and we would correspond, and I'd help him, and he'd be practicing, and he got to the point where he would go into astral and make these gloves for himself, which I find interesting because hasta is represented by the hand.
Hands, yeah.
And he would manipulate these orbs, and he would find that it would have an actual effect in reality. So he'd see these orbs around people, and he would use his psychic gloves or whatever, and he would notice a change in them. So over time I began to think, well, I think with him seeing orbs, that's actually him seeing their aura. He's actually seeing their subtle body, but he perceives it as orbs. So with you saying that, that kind of corresponds with my theory.
Well,
I have Uttara Bhadrapada. Kristen, you said that's one of them, right? Or because I've seen the orbs, but I only have
Purva Bhadrapada, but Uttara is a lesser of a Purva Bhadrapada. Okay. So it's the people when you find like the mystics that work together, that like bring revolutionary books and information, it's Shravana, Purva Bhadrapada, and Hasta. Those three always work together. Uttara Bhadrapada is just like Purva, it's just to a lesser extent, but it's more of the Purva Bhadrapada.
George has a Purva Bhadrapada moon.
Nice.
Yeah. Gorgeous. Yeah.
My son heard that Pornhub intro, and he's like, "Is that the Grand Theft Auto music?"
Oh no.
Apparently, it's a meme now. I'm glad you said that as opposed to something else. Oh, I wasn't watching Pornhub. I was watching a meme.
Mhm.
Did I bring my earphones in with us? Man, it got all the way into the 60s here in Ohio, up by the lake.
Thanks. What's
Yeah, it was
cooler than
so
being
nice.
cool?
It was nice. It was nice. Can't wait for everything to open up because everything's closed. Everything closes for the season up here. That's on the shore. You know, because the lake freezes. Man, people were just talking about walking across the lake not even a week and a half ago. And I said, don't you fucking dare. It's about to get warm. No, it's not. I said, yes, it is. Just pay attention to the moon. It's going to get warm. No, I swear it's not. I'm like, all right, go ahead, die then. Fall in the fucking lake. And here it is, long defrosted. I hope he didn't go across the lake, man. People walk across Lake Erie in like February. They try to get to the islands or over to Canada. This was something they used to do back in the day too. But with the way the weather changes so quickly up here, it's just not safe, especially if you're way out there and then you fucking fall in. That's it. You got nothing. It's just scary.
I have a hard enough time rinsing my face with cold water after shaving. I'm not swimming in no damn frozen pool.
No.
Wim Hof can do it. I'm sure it's got its benefits, but
It does. It's awesome too, but you can get back out. You know, it's if you, could you imagine being, I think about the people in the Titanic and the babies and stuff and how there was no way oof, no, that's terrible. Not interested. Not interested. Cold showers are good for me.
I used to be able to do it, but warm shower feels so much better.
What we would do is when the summer would come, I would turn the gas off because everything else is electric, which would force us all to have cold showers. What's really strange though is I'd run the bath and just have a cold bath, and after like a minute or two, it became warm, like your body heat warmed it up. It wasn't cold or anything. I could literally lay in it and not be cold. You get used to it quickly.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. I think that's what happens because after you do sit in a cold tub for a while, it starts to get really comfortable. I guess because it adjusts to your temperature.
Yeah. I have noticed your shiny and soft skin. How are your oils?
Excellent.
I can tell they look good. Looks like it's doing good for you.
Namaste.
Namaste. Yes. Isn't it nice to be able to pamper yourself?
It's become part of my meditation routine very quickly.
Yes. Self-care.
Listening to mantras during, it's almost as if I'm rubbing the vibrations into myself.
Mm-hmm. That's cool. You know, it's funny because I've been doing a skin regimen the past 2 months, a new skin regimen.
Mm-hmm.
Around the same time you're talking about getting your oils and stuff. So I've been working on doing stuff with my skin too. So something's going on with Rohini, I think, with the skin, because I don't know, this new regimen I've been doing. I got this vitamin C serum that I made, and like, I don't know, it's amazing. It's looking good. It's looking pretty good.
Very cool.
Hell yeah.
I didn't get to make that scrub that you gave me the ingredients for yet. But,
oh yeah, you gotta try it. Well, I have a soap I'm making with niacinamide and some other active ingredients that I will send you. And once I get it made, you have to tell me what you think. That usually I don't recommend ever using bar soap on your face because it strips, but this is going to be different. It's going to be made with 100% sea buckthorn oil.
Buckthorn?
Yeah, sea buckthorn oil, which it's a very high potent vitamin C berry that has not just the juice, but it has an oil, and it is fantastic for the skin. The pH is great. It's not like with with coconut oil. You don't want to put it on the skin unless you're taking makeup off with it, because you're wiping it back off, because it's so alkaline, it dries the skin out. You need something.
What's alkaline?
Coconut oil.
It makes
So
sense.
you don't.
I was using coconut oil before, but it did not have the same effect as jojoba or
No,
shea butter.
jojoba is literally almost identical to our skin pH. That's why it's better.
Wow.
Yeah. You want an acidic? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Y'all taught me some. I mean, I don't know. People who actually do this every day know a whole lot more than people like, guys who don't do this every day.
Well, of
I
course.
learned a lot from talking to you about this.
Yeah, there's jojoba matches our skin pH better. And something else that's, if you do use coconut oil to take makeup off, because it's good for that, then you need to tone your face with an apple cider vinegar so that you bring your pH back down.
I see. The only thing is, these things take a super long time to dry.
Oh, the oils. Yeah. So, yeah, they'll take a long time to absorb.
That's it.
Yeah. So this is when face serums come in, because what they do is they make them small enough to absorb into the skin. So then you use those as carrier oils, and you can add like an essential oil and some other nutrients, so it helps to absorb into the skin, and then it doesn't sit on there all day making you sweaty or icky or itchy. You can also make things water soluble, which is a whole other thing we'll get into another time, which is much easier to absorb into the skin, because they usually make them into nano, like colloidal silver. The reason we're able to take it in is because they make them real small so we can absorb it better. So if you mix your oils add some essential oil, but be careful with essential oil. You want to use something like Lang Lang, lavender, or rose for your face, for your skin. You don't want to be putting cinnamon on there, because that shit'll burn.
Yeah, I learned that the hard way.
Yeah, it's okay to put on the lips if you want some plumping, but that shit'll still burn.
I wonder if I can ever find. I know it exists. What type of herbs and scents go well with what different nakshatras? Because I know there's herbs and scents and stuff for the different signs and planets. So there would have to be some for the nakshatras
Well,
too.
yeah, this is where Ayurveda comes into
Ah,
call.
okay.
That's how it's
Okay.
connected. Yeah.
Okay. Now, speaking of which, Amara was telling me about something here, and he sent it to me that I think that you would find very useful if you haven't heard of this already.
Uh-huh.
Since you're predicting the future and all. Hold on, I'm pulling it up.
Okay. Yeah.
So, are you familiar with the term Drakanas? Drekkanas?
I've heard the term before, but you're gonna have to refresh on what it is.
Okay. Well, I'll send it to you. I'll send you the quote that Amar had sent to me, and I thought of you immediately whenever he brought it up.
Yeah, there it is.
Purification.
I know what he did. Yeah, I heard you say what he did. I just can't wait to take him into that damn vet.
You talking to me?
No, my husband asked me a question, actually. I'm sorry.
So earlier we were talking about the padas.
Mm-hmm.
And just breaking things down numerically. 12 signs, of course, 27 nakshatras. And Amar was pointing out how they repeat every 9, right? From Aries to Cancer, basically from Leo to Scorpio, I believe. Yeah, and then from Sagittarius to Pisces, they're grouped. And then that's really cool information. And I did see those pages in Light on Life. And then just looking a bit further at the padas, I just looked at how many padas were on the wheel itself. So we got 27 signs times 4. That would come to 108.
Right, and you also have those 100. You have 108 Navamshas as well in the
Navamsha.
padas. Remember,
What's a Navamsha?
Navamsha is the separation in the padas. So each quadrant of the pada is ruled by a planet as well.
So in other words, it gets even more specific. The padas slice into different sections too. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, it's not sliced as much as where is each specific pada, it actually is ruled also by a planet. So then it's in depth even more. Do you remember when we did the Ardra, when we split all that up and then we talked about the padas, and then each one of the padas had a Navamsha that it was ruled under?
My awareness wasn't as sensitive to that as it
Yeah.
is. So that probably went in one ear and out the other.
That's okay. What I
Smile
can
on
do,
my face though.
what I could do is snapshot those notes and send them to you if you want. You have the notes in my book.
Just trying to understand here. So the zodiac signs within them have nakshatras, and the nakshatras have 4 padas. What you're saying with Navamshas is that each pada is ruled by a planet. That's a fact, but what is a Navamsha?
So the Navamsha is like one of the division. It's a divisional chart.
The
So
Navamsha
it's
is a chart.
Yeah, it's a divisional. So it's you remember the Navamsha charts?
No.
The D9 is a Navamsha chart.
So I absolutely have no idea what this is. I'm just trying to have something to grab onto so I can begin to understand. I know what the nakshatras are. I know what the padas are, but what is a Navamsha?
The Anamshas. Hold on a minute. Let me grab this book so I can pull it up so I have a better explanation for you. Oh.
I have heard the phrase Navamsha chart, but
yeah, Navamsha is the D9, but Anamsha there is.
So this is a Namsha. I was using the wrong word.
Yeah, hold on. Let me find my book here. So I'm not going to say the wrong thing. Where is the... There it is, I think. With all my Ardra stuff. Yeah, so it is a divisional chart that is within the padas. I know that, and then it's ruled by a specific sign. Hold on a minute. Here we go. Okay. Pull it up.
So just as a side note, these different charts here are a lot of, I think from what I've seen, for example, the moon chart, the whole thing is the same chart, but it turns so that the moon is the ascendant. Does the same type of thing
Yes.
happen?
Yeah, that's what, no, that's not the same thing within the divisionals. That's something different. With the moon chart, it does that though. The moon, to make it a moon chart, you just make that the ascendant.
Okay, so that just applies to moon chart. That's not how the other charts are made.
Right. Cool. Although, you know what you could, I've said this, you could, if you wanted to go even deeper into your own chart, you could do that with every single one of your planets.
But I wonder what would be the intention. Like, say I made a Mars, made a Mars chart. What's the point of that?
A Mars chart to see your Mars. What is your Mars rule? Your Mars rule is your action, your focus, where you're driven. So, and whatever house Mars is in, all that information, you want to get a deeper insight into it, then do a Mars chart.
Okay. So that would adjust the houses relationships in accordance with my Mars information.
Yeah, that will be all of your Mars information specifically.
Gotcha.
I'm having a hard time here. Oh, here we go.
Wow. Can you imagine doing all this? Well, of course you can. You've done it.
Okay. I'm trying to find my notes. Hold on a second. All right. Ardra Pada 1. Navamsha. Yeah. So it is Navamsha.
Okay.
And that just means it's a divisional chart specifically for the Pada. Remember how I told you every 2 minutes the divisional charts change?
Yes.
So this is what I'm talking about here.
Okay.
Because when you break down even deeper, when you go into the charts, when you start looking here, that's why the degrees and all that matter, because the 2 minutes could be significant, and you're in a different pada, which changes your Navamsha completely for your padas. So this is just a divisional chart for your padas. That's what Navamsha is for the pada. So for Ardra Pada 1, it falls into the Sagittarius Navamsha.
Yes.
Okay. So even though we know Ardra is Gemini Rahu, well, now we have Sagittarius here, which pulls in Jupiter in the first pada. So it keeps going. It just keeps. That's what I mean. That's literally what keeps happening. If you look into and pull back all the details, all you see is it's just like a bunch of connecting of the zodiac signs and the lords. That's really all it is at the core.
Okay. I see a clearer picture of that now.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm seeing a clearer picture of that now. So it is hyper specificity. It's getting more specific with it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. And then so we have the planets, and then the planets, which are the lords, and then the signs, right? So, and that's the core of it all when you peel everything back. But then you have, okay, so what does this house mean specifically? And then what does this house and this house mean together? Or what is, because then you're going to start aspecting. It basically just is when you have a basis of everything, the core of it, then you'll be able to unravel it all, because all it is matching each other up, basically. And once you get into the, after you get through your padas and everything, and you start getting into aspects, like when you're checking where the dispositor, so of the house, whatever the ruling lord of the house you're reading, you want to see where they're at. So let's say you're looking at Capricorn.
and you're reading your house of Capricorn and you got stuff going on in there, now you also want to look what Saturn's doing, because Saturn will tell you whatever planets are in that house, how they're going to react, because Saturn's going to also be part of that. Saturn's going to say whether it's going to be a good direction or a bad direction or a neutral direction. Because Saturn rules Capricorn.
It's 11 o'clock.
Thanks.
That's why we would do that.
Okay. So next for me, I think I need to find out what period my life is in. What are those called? The periods?
Dashas.
Dashas. I need to find out my dasha, because while it is good to do the mantra for what time it is now, for where the moon is right now, or what planet rules the day, those are good to do. It's also good, I'm finding, to do a mantra for what dasha I'm in currently.
Yeah, you can literally do a mantra based on however you're intending to focus your intent. If you wish to, like I said, to awaken and work with your K2 and combine your Rahu K2 and merge, do K2 and Rahu. If you're intending to work on a specific house, do the Lord of that house and the nakshatra, and then the nakshatra's Lord, if you wish, or the moon phases, if you wish, or you can do your dasha. And you get in dasha is you've got 3 of them, so you can do 1, you can do 2, you can do all 3. You can choose a plethora of ways to do the mantras when it comes to when it correlates to your chart.
So I guess I'm trying. I mean, for me, when I do these, my intention is for for harmony's sake, for alignment's sake. Like that's why I say okay for what day it is or what's in my chart. I'm looking for harmony and alignment. I guess I'm having a bit of. I mean, I guess if I could imagine what other use someone would have, but I don't know what else would you be doing? Like, say for example, I want to do for my Rahu K2, like you said, like what does that look like? What does that mean? Like, I want to balance my Rahu K2. Why would I say that?
Well, the Rahu and K2.
What would I hope to accomplish with that?
Well, that literally brings a balanced mind, a balance, a harmony. Rahu and K2. Remember, because your K2 is your inner genius, your inner purpose, if you want to say, but it's the thing that you are here, that you have already mastered, but it's also the genius that's within you. But it's the balanced genius, and usually it's sleeping, because everyone is Rahu. Everyone in this world is Rahu. It's very rare that they're woken up to their K2, or they're all K2 and no Rahu. So there is often no balance between the two, which will lead, everything else is out of whack if your Rahu and K2 is out of whack, because it's your left and right brain. So before everything else, that Rahu and K2 should be activated and brought together. That way, then everything else falls in line, and then you can go forward with that. That's why I brought the K2 mantra to everyone first, to activate. Yeah, go ahead.
So we're looking at another. So that's another form of alignment, basically. Alignment with, I guess, Okay, same thing I was talking about. Just a different approach.
Yep. Anybody with a creative purpose, or someone who wishes to be doing something in a creative type of way, they definitely want to activate their K2. So that can also be a goal. If you are wanting to be in the zone, as they call it, activate the K2. Some people do it naturally without knowing it, but it comes and goes. But to be in a ever-present state of that would, that's when you're activating that. That's when they talk about channeled works of art come through that K2, or works that of like movies and artwork and things that everybody in the damn world loves all together. That's because it's coming from the K2 mind, which is a
the hive mind, if you will. It's the mind of truth. So it's not like our personal identities, ego of what we think is cool. It comes from the pool of what already is. And so it just comes through that. We're the vessels it ends up coming through. And then it just rings true for everybody and everyone connects with it. And this is what's called, coming from the daemon or coming through your K2.
It's interesting because every time I get in the zone, if I'm concentrating on something creative, I've always made this noise. It's kind of weird, but I won't even notice that I'm doing it. But it's me blowing air through my teeth with my tongue pressed against it. So it goes like that.
Uh-huh.
I heard it, and I just do it. And I've always done it since I was like a kid. Everybody's wanted me to bring attention to it to stop it, but it's like now that I have like this information, and you guys talked about the law of vibration earlier, it's just like there's something that I was doing with that, like
no, for sure,
vibrating my inner ear with that too.
Yeah, and isn't it? It's so interesting how we don't know we're doing these things half the time, and then we find out later. Oh, that's a thing. That's some kind of thing that a spiritual, some kind of thing that activates some kind of thing. And that's the thing is we'll find out that we're doing this stuff naturally, or our body wants to do these things. It just feels natural to do a lot of the things that we find out in the Vedas, the practices they talk about.
Yeah, and I'll turn my head sideways or the paper sideways, but like my head always has to be turned like to the right when I draw, and I make that noise on the right side of my face too. It's really interesting.
Yeah, and you think about how some people like bite their tongue when they're really focused in a certain way, or just there's little tics that people have. So yeah, that.
Do you do that, Christian? Bite your tongue?
I don't. My mother does. I don't bite my tongue.
That. Like, yeah.
Yeah, my mom does. She bites her tongue. I tell her. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What?
Like that.
Yeah, she'll stick her tongue out, kind of like at the side a little bit, and I always make fun of her. I tell her, "Don't do that. You're gonna get hit in the mouth and bite your tongue out." Leave me alone. No, but I could tell when she's like really trying to focus or really trying. I'm like, oh, she's in her zone. Her tongue's out.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I do this. I've noticed I do this. I've noticed certain tics that I have. When I hold my mouth, when I hold back from disagreeing with people, my lips will pucker. Because it's like I stop my mouth from talking. I'm like
that, like
almost. They actually pucker outward, and then I'm like, and I take my mouth left or right, like I'm mouth washing or something, and I'm holding it in. I'm like, shut up, just let them talk. So I'm like, oh wow, that's weird that I do that.
Yeah. In basketball, I'll like bite my I'll bite my shirt like this.
Oh, my son Gino does that, and he's a genius. He's always biting and chewing on stuff when he's whatever he's doing, whether it's his.
If I'm playing basketball and I'm like this, like that's like I'm playing for like serious.
Playing for real. You're about to, you're going in. Yeah, my son's like that. That's funny. I'm in the zone mostly when I have the music on and when I'm driving. There's just something that happens to me when I'm like driving and loud music, and I get all these flashes of insight when I'm like that. So it's about something about moving forward fast. Well, that's a Mercury thing. So, but I love to just, man, I would love to fly a plane.
Me too.
I just love.
So you talked about binaural beats before, and you mentioned experiences that you've had. Now with me, yeah, they've definitely been very integral in for me for the past 10, maybe 15 years. They've been an
Mhm.
important part of my life before they got popular, like for real. I don't know
Yeah,
how I found them.
same.
They were coming out with these experimental binaural beats that supposedly simulated the effects of drugs on your brain.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what got into it.
It was like iDozer and stuff like that.
Yeah.
iDozer. Yep.
But
Exactly.
before
Yep.
I didn't really believe that, like, oh, these, at first it was like, yeah, these alter your reality. But after I started using them, I fell in love with them. But the logical part of me was like, they're not really doing that. It's kind of cool. It might work. I'm not throwing it out the window, but and that kind of stuck with me. Don't get me wrong. I still always have binaural beats. I don't even listen to freaking regular music except every now and then. It's always binaural beats. But it wasn't until studying mantras now that I finally see the connection. Okay, so these tones do have an impact on you, but it's not like I thought before, right? I had a lack of data, which blocked my logical understanding. Not that conscious logical understanding is important at all, because you don't need it. It's just to
Right.
help you eat food and take a shit when it's time to do that. But what I found was that these tones, what I thought before was you put your headphones on and they create that tone inside your empty head or some shit like that. No, that's not what happens. What actually happens is that those tones are affecting your being on a subtle level, because on a subtle level you are vibration. So when you have these tones playing in your headphones or in your speakers or whatever, it's actually impacting you on a subtle level, just like the mantras. So it doesn't matter if she's singing the mantra or if they're saying it dry as hell, om hreem clean saw,
right.
It doesn't matter. What matters is that the vibration of those words or the frequency, it's touching you on a level that isn't physical and it isn't mental. It goes beyond those things.
It
So yeah, they
does.
do work. They absolutely work.
They do. When I came upon them many back in the day, like you said, there was a study, there was a documentary where there was a clinic where they were studying these. The reason I was into it was because of my terrible night terrors and nightmares. And they were doing studies with sleep paralysis, and these sounds, they said that they could create brain waves in your head, brainwave technology, they called it. That you would be able to attain levels of consciousness that it takes monks 100 years sometimes to attain, but you could do it in 15 minutes,
right?
Because you don't have to sit there forever with the ohms, and this is what they were claiming. I was like, well, okay, this is interesting. And then they were talking about how they were people were having these experiences in their dreams while they were using them. They were helping them come out of sleep paralysis, and people were doing all kinds of, paranormal type things, which I was always into back then. So I was like, all right, this is cool. I want to try it out. And the sound, the first sounds weren't even music. It was just that woo, 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 the two sounds that played in the ear.
Yeah.
They weren't playing music. It was just and you would feel the buzz in the middle of your head. And the first time, the first like month or so, I would get some headaches or I'd get nightmares, but I knew that was the beginning period. They said that could happen. So I stuck through with it because I definitely felt something happening. I just knew that they were doing something. And then I became literally, I don't want to say addicted in a bad way. I just was obsessed, where I wanted to make sure I was doing them all the time because I felt like it was a workout for my brain, to make it super something. So I had it playing all night long during sleep. And then when I'd be up, I'd have it on when I was on the bus to and from college. And anytime I could have it on, I'd have it on, and I'd have done different ones on. And then I started doing the subliminals. And then once you have it going for so long, profound things start to happen. Profound. The superhuman shit they talk about. Yeah, that starts to happen. And then there's no, there's no denying it then when it's happening to you. You know what I mean? You are experiencing some significant things that are beyond dream state, that are beyond dreams in general. Your family's seeing something happening to you. So the stuff that was taking place was just, phenomenal.
I think the problem with the reception of binaural beats is the way that they are sold to the music. That's where the problem is. So it's not that these things are ineffective, it's just the description that was given to us is insufficient.
Yeah.
It's really nothing to do with, well, scientifically the two tones in both ears line up, and and there is some truth to that stuff, but the real transformation doesn't happen because of that.
Right. It's not physical. Right.
That's the description of the mechanics.
Yep.
And that's where a lot of science-minded people, that's why they can't go as far as we're going, because they get stuck on the mechanics of the thing.
Yep. That's it. That's it. They wouldn't even give it a try because they would think it's woo-woo. But someone like myself who gives everything a fucking try because I'm open-minded, maybe even too open, I guess, because I'm interested. I would, if it's possible, I'd like to maybe try it out. So, and I feel like people, that could be good or bad, but for me, it's been mostly good. I've experienced some interesting things because I'm not closed off to the idea of it. I didn't have any expectations going in. I just was like, oh, let's try it, see what happens. And I think that's all you could expect. I tried to explain, see, my mom has issues with sleeping, and I tried to explain to her, don't expect this to cure anything. Don't expect shit from this. Just try it. Yes. See what happens, right? My daughter was trying them, but it gave her nightmares. And then I tried to explain to her that it was like a purging. She's like, I don't want to do it. So I didn't want, she's not even 16 yet. So, she might not be even ready for it yet. So she says some of the sounds scare her. So I think that maybe there's an age limit, or I guess it depends, because my son, he had no problem falling asleep with them, but my daughter, they seem to not do well with her.
There are subliminals in like rain sounds that you can do. Like maybe she just needs them presented in a different way. Like that was for me. Like for the longest time, I could not sleep to like the music that they pair with it, you know. But when it came to the rain sounds and then having the subliminals in there, that totally helped me pass out.
Yeah, I have one that she can do, which is all wind chimes. And it matches the wind chime that I have outside. So it's called Healing the Brain Fast. And that one she has no problem with. But the really deep tones seem to cause an issue with her. And she also suffered, just like me, suffers from, well, I don't suffer from it anymore, but the sleep paralysis and the night terrors. So it seemed to, I don't know, take her, when she goes to go out of body, it scares her. So then she traps herself in that sleep paralysis state. And then, she's still got to learn it, how to work all that. But yeah, the chimes seem to work good for her.
Yeah. What would you say to someone who does have night terrors or anything like that? Like, because you mentioned like the purging process. So like, how do you explain that to them?
So what the purging process with the binaural beats? Well, then he's going to have to sit in it. He's just doing that because he wants you to get him out. Let him stay in it. So, I'm sorry, 1 second. Fuck him. Let him stay there now. I swear to God, man. Sorry about that. You could put that downstairs, maybe. Take him downstairs. Sorry, my cat is acting the fool right now. Okay, so what I would say with the binaural beats is that there could be like a good month period to where there's like this purging effect, but maybe also find ones that aren't so heavy or harsh, because usually you let them hear it, and if they get a headache right away, or if it's just they get anxiety right away, those are like too strong maybe for them. So start somewhere slower or lighter. Start with chimes. I mean, that's what I had to do with Bella. That's what I've been doing with her, with these chimes. And or what you're doing, something like that, the rain or the chimes, and slowly build up. But yeah, the purging, depending on the level of what we got going on and what the fear in us and stuff, because it's like clearing it out. So it like opens it up real quick, and then it all hits you. If you think about it, for me, it's like when you take shrooms and you're full of anxiety. it's like, oh shit, I shouldn't have done that. So maybe start off in a slower, lower tempo, something not so, hard hitting.
So would you say like the descriptions they have the binaural beats assigned to, like, all right, this one for astral projections, this one for hearing headaches. Do you say that they hold weight? Do you think that
I wouldn't. For me, see, they all tend to bend around the frequencies, the specific frequencies, the solfeggio, and people will call them all kinds of things. 528 hertz is love, and
we also have to keep in mind that we're dealing with YouTube, so they gotta title it with things.
They got it right. Yeah.
That doesn't mean they don't work, but like I said earlier, a lot of the issue with these things have to do with their packaging, not their potency.
Yeah, because they all definitely work. Like what I'm saying, my 127 hertz sun, one of my favorites, and it's supposed to be the frequency of the sun. And really, I don't pay attention too much to the title, because some of them say love and forgiveness, and I'm like, I just care if it works. So, some of them will be implemented with subliminals. So then pay attention to those titles. So this is a subliminal. It's got a subliminal underneath it. So then, yeah, pay attention to that title. But I would say the titles are not as important as just trying them out. 528 is really good. 432 is really good. 127s. These are my personal ones that I like. Those three. But I have tried many. The ones that I had those deep, profound experiences with were 528. Yeah, those were the ones that did some shit. So
yeah, I was listening to that. I plugged that into my work. We had some super violent kids recently, and I just like slipped in those binaurals, and they like totally chilled out.
Yeah, and even if 528 is supposed to be the chest, your heart, your heart chakra. So I can tell you that I definitely had a heart experience with that one. So maybe they do have some kind of connection more so than we know the titles. I can only speak to what I've experienced. Like the profound experiences were all 528, and they were definitely heartfelt, heart center experiences. So they seem to be holding up there. But something really strange. This is weird, because the binaural beat that gave me those experiences that I have been using for 10 years, I go on there to show someone the other day, because last week it was there. 3-4 days ago, it was taken off the internet all of a sudden.
Oh.
I never saved it either, because it's always been there. And I was anyone that ever has issues, I always send it to and say, do this. This will really help with the sleep or any kind of stress or anxiety or sleep paralysis. I send them this binaural beat, and I was sending it to somebody who I did a chart for, and it wasn't there. I'm like, they only had a half-assed copy of one, and it wasn't even the full one. It was only half of it. I'm like, what happened to it? I'm like, why would they take it down? So I don't know. It's gone now. That one that brought some profound experiences is gone. But
dang.
Yeah, and what's weird? See, it had and this is, I'm not someone who's into ascended master type things like that. I'm not all like, I talk to the Pleiadians and da 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 da. But this was on there. Part of it was on there where they call on the ascended masters. They do a circle basically in the middle of it, and then they basically do a calling to the ascended masters, and that's what sent me into where I went when I had my out of body experience. It was during that part of the binaural beat, because I could still hear everything, because you could still hear while you're sleeping what's going on. And it was during them calling on these so-called, I wish I could remember exactly how it went, but they talk about Melchizedek and other things like that during it. And I can't remember, the Ascended Masters and something, so on and so on. But it definitely sounded like some kind of Pleiadian type talking things that I've heard other channelers say. But it was just happened to be in the middle of this binaural beat with the other tones that I liked in it. And it's the one that sent me out of my body and into a profound experience.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's really cool. I just noticed that I looked up the 528 hertz because like I knew I had been listening to it, but I had forgotten like which one it was or something.
Mm-hmm.
And this past, and I just typed in 528 hertz, and like a couple of the videos, there was the one video that I had for the kids one week, but then there was another video that I completely forgotten about that I have been listening to for like a couple weeks straight now. That was at 528.
There's one that's 528 codon. That's the second one that I also had experiences with. That is still up. And it's the codon activator. And it goes through, it's supposed to like activate the codons in our body. And
It's
like,
unlock your codons. Is that what
Yep.
it's called?
Yep.
Yeah, I see it.
That
Try
one
that
is
out.
Yeah, try it out. That one's still here, but the other one is gone. The ones that were from back 10 years or more are all gone.
Dang.
Yeah, because there was a few other ones that I was also listening to, but they were gone a couple years ago. I feel like this person, he was like one of the first, he or she, I don't know, was one of the first people on there with the binaural beats before they got really big. And he would take some of his stuff down after so many years and then make new ones. So I don't know what that's all about, but he would do that. And this one just happened to be up so long and now it's gone. I didn't even save it or copy it or nothing.
Wow, the next song playlist is 528 hertz.
That's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I like getting that advice from you because you have the experience of it. Because like sometimes I feel like, I'm going to kind of like it's like an Amazon buy, where like you're getting the product, but you're not always sure if it's like the
gonna
best.
work. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. No, you're right.
This is one of those OG ones. They sound different. Those original ones sound different. This Unlock Your Codons ones.
Yep.
Got that old sound. That's something about it.
You're right.
Cannot wait.
I don't know if it's the synth that they use or what, but this sounds like those original ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because everything now sounds different.
Yeah, these new ones, like, they're nice and happy and cute, but them OG ones.
Yeah. In fact, when I found Trav's channel, instantly the first thing that stuck out was his binaural beats background. I'm like, oh shit, this boy knows what's up.
Classic ones. Can't get by copyright if they're not on YouTube, right?
Right. I was like, man, he's smart. He knows what he's doing. That's good.
Then make it look like an accident so nobody ever catches on.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, now the thing is that I always felt funny about talking about that part, about the fact that it does talk about the Ascended Masters. I have to go, I think I wrote what it said out once before. I have to find and see if I saved that somewhere. But I'm like, because I'm not, some things are just so woo-woo, plastic, fluffy. I'm talking to so-and-so from planet Tecton or some crazy shit, and I'm like, no, but I seriously had an experience with that at that point when they spoke those things. And the person that I told Trav this before, because I was like, wait a minute, okay, this is weird. He's got blonde hair, blue eyes. He's tall as hell. This is some weird alien shit, but I wasn't sure what it was. He didn't look like an alien. I just was like, I've heard people say these things before, like some blonde hair, blue eyed person, some tall Nordic or some shit came to me. Like, dude, did I just like have some weird alien experience? But now I know it was myself. But I understand now why people say those things, because I saw it. I saw what I'm assuming some other people have seen.
Yeah.
I'm just able to understand that was myself, the masculine version of me, or it's a reflection of me, myself, just aligning with these frequencies. I was tuning myself up, because when we merged together as one, our body, it was like exhilarating. Like there's no word to explain what it was. No sex and no love in this world could ever compare to what I felt. Nothing. It was like ecstasy times a billion, infinite. It was like insane. And I felt like a damn tuning fork, like I was being raised up. It was nuts.
Addicting, right?
Yeah. Very.
Yeah. Speaking of weird frequencies that people are able to like kind of get on that, I've been experimenting with Goetia.
Mm-hmm.
And coming at it from starting with Vedic stuff first and going into it, I'm getting what you're saying when you're like, now I understand that it's me or whatever, and it's not something different. Like, I completely understand what you're saying, because I had that similar experience with Goetias. Like, I summoned a few the other day for the first time, and it was like really, it was a really wonderful experience.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a different form that you take on, and there are different expressions to it. Like, it's not like I didn't have, the full-on description of what it says in the books or anything like that, but I had there were some images that came to my mind, but most of it was just like this, almost like just like at least for me, it was like the feeling of the form taking place. It wasn't actually, it wasn't actually like a being per se, but it was like it was like the borderline of like switching planes. Or something like that. Yeah, it was really, really phenomenal. And like and I like had my offerings and all this kind of stuff, knowing that I was connecting to an aspect of me, knowing I was doing that, but understanding that it was a piece of myself that was outside of my physical form. So I was gonna be, so I was like I was tapping into that.
Isn't that cool?
It is so cool,
because it removes all the fear completely.
Yeah.
Because you're like, it's me. It's me.
What's a Goetia?
A Goetia is, so from my understanding, we have these energy centers that are around our third eye. Mm-hmm. And those energy centers are the ones that you can tap into. They're considered like Goetia. But really, they're just kind of like these energy centers that are the inner layers of your chakras. And not just the 7 ones that are within your body, but like without too. That's how I interpret it. I'm getting a couple books on them to do further research.
Is this something that we can look up or find out more about?
Yantras, right?
Yeah. Just look up the 72 Lesser Keys of Solomon. That's like a start. You know more about them than I do, Travis. Hi.
I'm hearing about these things.
Huh?
First time I'm hearing about this.
What? Delicious?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Am I pronouncing it wrong?
No.
It's pronounced Pokemon.
Pokemon, I love that.
Pokemon Go.
Gotta catch them all, man. Why did you say that? This is the first time you're hearing about this. Are you just giving me smack? You are, but why?
Because he's a Gemini.
Right.
I see.
I'd be switching
I
up.
see.
Trying to learn just like everybody else.
And well, actually, though, I would be interested in your take on it now that you've moved forward on it. You know, like because from where you've come, your background's different. Like I feel like you started with that kind of stuff and then went into Vedic. So like
The Goetia is astrological, right?
yeah, right. Because like you're playing to Saturn.
So we're kind of coming back full circle. You know how we look at the Vedic astrology chart, not our personal chart, but the wheel in the sky laid out with all the sections sliced up. Those padas around the outskirts are a lot like how Western astrology has the what are they called? I forget the name.
Decans or something.
Decans, right?
Decans.
And each
Yep.
one of those are associated with one of the 72 entities.
Yep.
36 decans times 2, there's 72. One for the day and one for the night.
Interesting. Because I was noticing that, like, because I did it on, because let's see, my first Goetia experience was on Friday. And so I tapped in to like Venus, I tapped into all of the corresponding planets, including the Goetia that like had like similar attributes or whatever, or like, and that was the strongest effect I had. So I was thinking in my head, like, oh, like what if like on top of my daily mantras, I like also incorporated Goetia to further emphasize that to whatever it is that I'm fucking with at that time.
Did you know that each particular entity comes with its own little mantra?
Yes, but I haven't been able to find them.
Do you have Android or Apple phone?
I have an Apple, or I don't know what it is. I don't know. It's like the cheapest iPhone that they sell at Cricket.
Yeah, that's Apple.
Like on
Okay.
Android, there's a Goetia app.
What?
And it gives you all the correspondences and they're in to chant.
Oh shit!
Wait,
I'm
they
looking
better
it
have
up
one for
right
Apple.
now.
The lady
Me too.
that
I went to the Apple store immediately.
Yeah.
the lady that created that app, her name's Sarah Petroselli. She's in the Facebook group as well.
Really?
What?
What's up? That's awesome. Oh,
Yo, she needs to come on the chat sometime, man.
Yeah, it's like an I'm feeling lucky button. So you click that, it just gives you like a random Goetia to work with.
see, these are I see ones for games, but
right, like I see Goetia Guide.
Yeah, Goetia Guide, is that one?
So you get this book right here. It's written by S. Connolly. It's called The Demonolatry Goetia. And you know, I got damn near all the Goetia books, enough to see that most of them are just copycats of the others. But this one is nice as a reference because it has the N for each spirit. And also what planet it's associated with, you know, and the date, so you can see where it is on the wheel, the zodiac wheel.
Shit.
If it doesn't cost too much and you are seriously, serious about the Goetia, this would be a good little reference guide. The other ones I found, I mean, they all say the same things.
I think what I found,
To them, you can only write what the other person wrote.
what I've noticed in that a lot of these books is that they just change up the correspondence with a lot of them. Like what was it? Demons of Magic, how he kind of like altered their sigils a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of people kind of like mix up the correspondences between the two.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you guys know what the app's name is?
The Goetia guide looks pretty good.
Mine is called Goetia Guide. Yeah, it's like a
Yep.
blue.
Okay, that's the
blue
one.
symbol.
Sarah. Yep, Sarah's name is right there.
Looks like some ovaries.
Yep.
Petrocelli or S. Petrocelli or something like
Yep,
that.
that's her.
Oh, I'm getting it.
Me too. Just got that shit. You know what's funny? Last night I watched the movie The Entity. Okay. And the whole time I was thinking about it, like, okay, I wonder what she's fighting in herself. Because it's a true story. You know about the movie The Entity, right? With Doris, the lady who was getting raped by that ghost or whatever demon.
What?
Okay, well, this lady Doris, I forgot her last name, but as soon as I'll pull it up so I can give you once the thing loads. Doris something. But the movie The Entity is about a real woman. Hold on, The Entity. The Entity. Doris. Hold on a second. Her name is Doris Bither. Yeah, the Doris Bither case. It's very famous. They actually photographed these things in her home. So she was getting violently raped and attacked, like constantly. And her children saw it. And at one of the times her son was trying to help her, and it was happening in front of them. And this thing broke his arm. Like he couldn't see it, but it broke his arm. And so she went to the hospital, and they said she was nuts and all that. And then she went to the psychiatrist to try to get help. Psychiatrist didn't, he said it was all in her mind, and that it was coming from something that she's creating, the things that we know to be true, how we create our own monsters. And then it turned out that he experienced something himself. So then they ended up bringing in the whole entire parapsychology department from California, University of California or some shit like that, UCLA, to her house. And they ended up getting these pictures of these like electrical things shooting through her house and stuff. And you could see that it's not a shadow on the wall. It's like this arc of light that goes over her. And then they took these videos and she was pointing to him and everything. And anyways, it's a big case, but she was being raped by this entity. And I always wonder, and then when she left this house, it still happened. Like it had happened until the day she died. She died recently. So, and it was still happening. It just happened to a lesser extent when she moved from the other house. So I'm guessing that house was just more active. But I'm thinking, I'm wondering to myself, what is it that she was doing or that she did that was activating this? What kind of reflection was she pulling in? Because yes, she had, I guess her father had molested her. He was a preacher. So he had molested her as a child. So you've got that. And then I was wondering, is she tampering with the occult and not knowing what she was doing? They didn't say anything like that, but I wonder those things, and I was sitting here thinking, what is her fucking chart? Because she's got to be Shravana, because Shravana are the ones that are most often, they always end up seeing ghosts or have ghostly experiences. But for her to have this violent experience like of rape, there's got to be something more. I have to see her chart, but there's no details on her birth, like time or anything like that. But it makes me interested.
That's the problem with it, right? Is that they don't share enough information about, like, to all of us occultists out there or whatever. We're like, well, what is she holding?
Yeah,
like
why?
They just don't share enough information for us to be able to figure it out. I mean,
yeah,
maybe she did enact something that that she couldn't face, like a part of like a frequency or something like that, that she just, that made her reenact her childhood experiences over and over and over again. Those were her samkaras, you know?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Well, apparently, so the father's molestations weren't violent the way these were, but still, I mean, his father's molesting you. That's terrible. But apparently, she would get bit, and then and they were huge. And the one time, she said that there were two other ones there to help him. Well, they were holding her legs open, and while the other one went at her, and like she had these cuts on her back and bites all over her and weird shit, man. But you know, I know personally that from our own fear, we manifest some fucked up shit. But
yeah, like what if she had been personalizing too, like saying that her dad's molestations weren't that bad or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? Like what part of her knew that it didn't feel good?
Yeah.
And then decided to keep playing that it did. Yeah. You know, like that brings up some dark fucking shit that people are carrying on to.
Yeah, absolutely. And then it just to me, I kept thinking she is a powerful psychic, and her fear and pain is manifesting. It's turning into this demon. She's attacking herself, and to the point where other people are seeing it and experiencing it. So there's like high probability of like psychic energy with her. I mean, she's got to be Shravana. Like she has to be. I just it drove me nuts because the whole time I was analyzing the damn movie, but the movie's not the documentary. They play it up in the damn movie. But I'm thinking to myself, damn, I want to know this chick's fucking birth chart.
Yeah. I noticed I started doing that with some movies too. We saw the other night. Has anyone seen California with Brad Pitt and Juliette Lewis? Like old, it's spelled like Cali, like California.
Oh no, I haven't.
Yo, Kristen, you should watch that movie. That's got Moolah written all over it. But it has but all the characters and their relationships with each other. Like you see the nakshatras, you know, like you see the Moolah.
Mm-hmm.
You see like the what is it? I don't know. We were coming up with so different types of stuff, like possibly Ashlesha, possibly like there were like all these different potentials coming up, but it was like such a clear movie, very, very symbolic movie. Like I had seen it when I was unaware years ago and thought it was great. But then this time around, when I saw it again, I was like, holy shit. Like,
isn't that funny how those things happen? When I see movies now that were profound when I was a kid, but only profound because I didn't know why. And I see them now, I'm like, oh shit, that's what that meant. Oh my God. It's like mind blowing. I have to watch that because it's it's funny you say that because it's on my Prime.
You're supposed to
watch it. You know what's a real good movie with Juliette Lewis is Natural Born Killers.
Oh my God. Talk about synchronicities. I was so Amar was the one who wanted to see that movie because he had mentioned about Moolah. And I told him, you need to check out Natural Born Killers. And we actually made a list with that on there. That's crazy.
My daughter loves that. Yeah. That's funny. My daughter's Moolah Ascendant and she loves Natural Born Killers, one of her favorite movies. Wow. That is funny.
See, that's it.
I enjoyed it too. I'm also Moolah Ascendant.
Wow. Yeah, I fucking love that.
I'll tell you what, thank God you Mullahs got into spirituality.
It's true.
Have been some killers.
It's true. No, that's the truth, man. Yeah. Killing that ego instead of killing other people.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. Y'all would be scary as shit. I do not.
My Neptune is in Moolah, I think. It's my Neptune.
Interesting.
But yeah, which is in the third house. Yeah, which makes sense to me now that I think about it. Yeah, my Neptune being in Moolah, because Neptune is Pisces also, and my daughter is a Pisces sun in tropical, and my creative mind is very Pisces-like. My dream state is very Pisces-like. My dreams and stuff, because it's in the third house of communication. So the way I create things are very Pisces-like. So it's weird how when people say what's your sign, I go, no, that's not enough. You need to ask
No.
more, because
No.
no, that's not enough, because I usually go, what do you mean, tropical or Vedic, and do you want sun, moon, and rising, and then do you want to know what my Mars and Venus is, and then it's just like there's so much more to it, because there was this guy.
Ain't gotta do all that.
Yeah. Well, there's this guy who, remember that guy I told you about? He was on that, he was on getting interviewed, and he was saying how he was trying to guess people by their sun sign. I'm like, no, he messed up. He should have never done. First of all, you should guess by the moon sign, not the sun. We know this, right? With our Vedic, it's the moon nakshatra that is the first and most important when it comes to the way you look, and then the others follow. So him guessing the sun signs, that's why he didn't do good. That's why he did less than average, because he was going off of the tropical sun signs. But the funny thing is I can bet all the things he guessed about those people, they actually were in either Vedic or in their moon or ascendant. And it was like, you didn't have enough data there. That's why it didn't work out. That's why people think, that's why everyone's like, oh yeah, astrology's bullshit. After the whole it was a YouTube video, and the guy was like, what have you learned? He goes, I've learned astrology is bullshit. And I'm like, that's because you're not talking to the right people.
That's perfect. That's their karma. You ever like come across stuff like this, and it's even like the binaural beats, like I said, it's always been sold and packaged up in such a cringy way, yet I was still drawn to it. It's like that with astrology. Most people don't know what the fuck they're talking about, especially with magic and demons and Goetia and all that stuff. Most people don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but yet we're still here.
Yeah.
Because we're ready to receive it regardless of how it comes. We're going to search for the truth. Those other folks that are talking about floating rocks and it's bullshit, they're not at the level where they deserve to hear about it. So they turn away from it.
Yep.
Another reason why it's not important to try to save people and try to convince them. They come when they're ready.
Exactly.
Floating rock.
Yep.
It's floating rock.
It's floating rocks.
Pseudoscience.
But we're gonna drive a car in space and believe that shit. Okay.
That's why it's useless to have these big ass like movements and fights and art. Like, just learn for yourself. I don't need to prove to everyone that Earth is flat or it's under a dome or whatever.
Yes.
Belief. Like, it doesn't matter if you believe it. It doesn't
right.
matter. What matters is that I understand what I understand. And if I'm wrong, you know what I'm saying, I'll find out if I'm truly seeking for the truth.
Yep.
But I don't need to be trying to tell people that Vedic astrology is the shit if they don't want to know. The stuff that I broadcast is because I know people want to find out.
Right. They're asking. They're here to learn. Right. Well, that's the thing with that whole video was supposed to be to learn or to be enlightening and to enlighten people on it. I just feel like they had the wrong people on there. But hey, like I said, those people who are meant to see that are, going to see it for what it is. And those who want to find the truth will continue to seek. That's the thing. I continued seeking, you continued seeking, we all continued seeking. That's how we are here. So those who are meant to will.
Hey, maybe that interview, maybe for like newbies, maybe he said some words or some concepts that he probably do something that they never would have thought of.
True.
But those of us, who know, like you said, more data and different data, it's like,
yeah.
It's like I posted this video on my Facebook where this guy was like describing quantum physics and consciousness, and it was like, this new concept will blow your mind.
New.
This has been figured out already and written about for over 5,000 years. But, hell, closer to 10,000 if you really want to get jiggy. But people need to hear it for the first time, and they need to hear it from a white dude in a suit, so it's aggressive. But
Yep. Oh, people don't like to hear that either. When you tell them that this is not new. Yes, it is. Yeah, absolutely it is. Okay.
Nobody on this planet is adding anything to the fucking knowledge pool.
Right.
Nobody is smart enough. No one is purified enough.
Yeah.
Right. Unless you're over there in the Himalayas, separate from the rest of the funky tribe, and downloading some good stuff. We're all just recycling data, and you see that when you
Yeah.
get online. Recycling the same memes, the same freaking cliches. Like, unless you're doing this work that we're talking about here, you're just recycling stuff. But stick around because we're giving you that good.
That gorilla glue.
That gorilla glue.
That gorilla glue.
What is everybody exclaiming about the runts, right? What do they call them? Runts.
The runts?
Somebody knows what I'm talking about.
The candy?
No, it's some kind of weed called runts or something like that.
Oh yeah, because it's named after the candy though. Right? The flavor, runts. Yeah.
Runts and Girl Scout and all that good shit. I don't know. I'm just trying to be hip.
Ooh.
Jasmine, that's funny.
What if reality is only filtered by your perception? What if what you think is reality isn't actually reality, but what you think it is because of your opinions? And what if we go beyond our opinions? What if reality looks completely different other than what you think it is because it's how you're thinking? Just read the books, man. It's already laid out for you. You don't have to try to be deep.
Oh.
Confusing
Yeah.
everyone.
Oh man.
Elgene Dennis says, where do I get to my Vedic chart? And can our expert Vedic chart reader enlighten me a bit?
You can farfaraway.com. You can get your chart there. It's pretty good. What was that?
You must know your accurate birth time. Not my mama thinks that I was born at 7 a.m., but
Yeah.
accurate birth time, like what's on your certificate. If you don't have that, this is not gonna really pan out for you accurately. So you need your accurate birth time from the paperwork, not my mama, grandmama said.
Oh, geez.
Even I was guilty of that. So I had to get my actual certificate, and I saw that I was a whole 2 hours and 2 minutes off.
Oh, naughty.
Trust me, don't go off of what you think. Remember what mama said. Look at the paper with your eyes, touch the paper with your finger, and then type that in. Don't go from memory, don't go from hearsay.
Yeah.
Elgene Dennis says Night Creatrix's voice is so soothing.
Yes.
Oh, baby. Oh, thank you. My cousin was talking. I just got back from hanging out with my family. My cousin was just talking about how she watches ASMR videos of people just sitting in like coffee places and just reading books. And I'm just like, I thought about doing that. I even got a new mic. And
You
my friend
should.
suggested it to me. Travis suggested it to me like over the summer. I was like,
ASMR are some of my favorite. If you do it, please give me your channel because I am addicted to ASMR. But you have to like wave your hands in front of the camera and maybe do back scratching. That's my favorite.
I'm gonna be really gassy. It's gonna be a lot of flatulence in those videos.
Flatulence.
You can sell those on Pornhub.
No.
I don't want that audience.
I don't want that audience.
That audience pays, all right.
Premium quality. My scent is like Chanel number 5 of all the scents, okay? High class people only. And trolls don't get blocked.
Right.
Oh man. That must be an Aquarius thing.
Nah, like I've been thinking about like just starting off with like some of the fantasy books that I have on my shelf that like I've been holding on to. Like the werewolf and vampire things. Like,
Yeah.
shits and gigs. She was enamored by his fur coat. No, she was not a furry. But something in his eyes said yes. Yes, you are.
I wonder how much those ear-shaped microphones cost.
Oh, those are awesome.
I'm sure there's a word for them.
It's cute.
I should just get basic earbuds.
They're called the 3DOFS binaural microphones. Yeah, they're binaural. That's what they're called.
Ooh.
When I was going to college, those things were extremely expensive.
It's 12 o'clock.
Yeah, $3.99.
Wait, what do you mean 3.99? Wow. So how do all these YouTubers have them and they're all licking them and slurping on them and everything?
All right.
Because they're making a million or so views a video.
Sometimes repeat customers.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. ASMR videos, man, they are the best. And they get quick. I don't know any ASMR person who doesn't get views. And I know someone who's terrible at it and she gets views. She is terrible, but
I'm going to start doing ASMR videos, man. I want one of those ear microphones.
you should, Trev. You totally could.
Greetings.
Remember to like, share, and subscribe.
Yes, share and subscribe.
Greetings.
This is okay, Trav, bringing you the heat.
Speak on the vocal fry.
Yeah.
The one. Milk yourself first.
Milk yourself.
Where's Curve at? Is Curve still here? He was talking about milking the meat.
Oh, was he?
Wow.
He's gone.
At least it wasn't the milky eggs, right?
Milky eggs.
Delicious.
Remember the nursing home?
No, I don't remember, and I don't want to remember.
Your face. You got offended quick. You're like, no, I don't remember. I don't want to remember. Because you remember.
I only want sweet things in my 5 cents. Not that.
Ow.
That's the best.
God. Receive sweetness.
Ew. God.
It ain't sweet. That's atrocious.
It was. God.
These
The
things
worst.
are expensive.
I think I have to tell that when I have a YouTube channel. I have to tell that story and sick everyone else out too.
Bleh.
Spread it. Spread the love.
There's one thing that don't need to be spread anymore.
Man.
We need to flatten the curve on that one.
Flatten the curve.
Flatten the curve. Oh my gosh. What a world.
What a wonderful world.
I meant to buy that thing, but it's 12 o'clock, so I guess I can't now.
Ooh.
Speaking of 12 o'clock, I gotta check something.
I see skies of blue.
Oh, it's on maintenance right now, isn't it?
Clouds of white.
My nigga, that's crazy.
Right, the system programming changes. Once completed, it will take some time for the system to update.
You can't trust the system, man.
Oh, wait a minute. Weekdays at 5 to midnight. We get to March 1st to 5th. We are. Oh, okay. Thank God. I was like, oh, excuse me. My unemployment system thing for my husband. I was confused because we're supposed to get that extra 11 weeks, right? And it said that it was doing a maintenance till the 27th. Well, that was yesterday. We went in to do it, the new filing, and nothing was there. There was no new place to file. But now I went in again, and it just said that it's going to be finished on the 5th. So that's good to know. Thought I had to fucking call that damn office again and wait in line for 50 minutes. Ow.
Looks like I'll make my choice. I like this one. This one's pretty fucking dope.
I love how sparkly you are, Trev.
You can see me in real life.
The angels sing, the sky parts.
I don't ever come into human contact, so I can be as buttered up as I need to be for as long as I want.
Buttered up.
Buttered up.
Slathered.
Nice.
Good for the skin, right?
Hell yeah. Absolutely. Oh, man.
No more Jergens.
No more Jergens. No, don't use Jergens. No. They got all sorts of crap in them.
No more Johnsons. No more Vaseline.
No, definitely not.
None of that crap. Only
Good.
all from the planet Earth.
Good. Yeah, do you know that the Johnsons and literally nothing in their lotion is what you would consider a butter? It's all chemical.
And for years, we're like feeding that into our pores.
And our babies, all the Johnson and Johnson baby stuff, man, because it smelled like baby magic. I remember loving that as a kid.
Right. We all do. We don't until we know better, right? Until
Yeah.
we keep. Look at that. On every angle, we're just filled with corruption and impurity.
I know.
When there are alternatives that have always been there. That's the annoying thing about Western culture. Like they're always trying to do something new. Always trying to do something.
Yeah. Hey, Bruno, chill out, okay? Thank you.
Let's make an artificial womb. That way, anybody can have a kid.
Right.
Bro, I got asked that today. It's got quoted by some family members, and they're just like, "You gonna have kids? Why?" It's like, I don't know. I want to adopt because I feel like, it's kind of what you teach a person, how you raise them, and like adding another body to this world. I don't really know about that. And I was just like, but there's something different that happens. Like when you have a kid, like there are things that are passed down that you start to see yourself and your family.
Stop it.
Yeah, I still don't know if I want to deal with that too. But they made the analogy how my grandma, she does art, and like her grandkids are a lot of them are artists. And it's just like, yeah, but still, like, just doesn't feel like that's my thing for now. Maybe it'll change, but and then like none of us around my age were like agreeing with the kid thing. There's like, nah, it's not for us. It's not for us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Some bloodlines,
Yeah,
complete. They don't have to continue anymore because the job is done. A lot of people look at that as like, even I used to look at that as like a negative thing, like, oh, we got to keep the bloodline going. But some bloodlines are, the job is done. There's no need to continue when the job is done.
Right.
That's true.
Once I figure out what I'm here to figure out, my job will be done. I'm getting the fuck on. Why would I stay here longer in this place? That's why animals go extinct. We're like, oh, save the whatever animal. when it's time to go, it's time to go.
Yeah.
It's infinitely more intelligent than we are. I mean,
Yeah.
it demonstrated in the fact that we're trying to save the whales or whatever animal. Even if it doesn't matter how it's done, even if it's done by pollution or forest fires or whatever, nature is smarter than us.
Very much so. Yes.
If something's going extinct, that's because it was supposed to.
That's what I've always said. I said if people would just get out of the way of their body can heal itself. You don't need to stick it with all sorts of shit and put all sorts of extra stuff in it or over detox to purify. Where you're fucking stripping your insides out. You just get out of the body's way because it can take care of itself.
Mm-hmm.
Autophagy is amazing, and all you gotta do is just not fucking eat. Just fast and drink water. You ain't gotta do nothing else. The body's got it covered.
Precisely.
Somebody I know who, is a hypochondriac, runs to the ER every week, every 3 days. It's like, now when is it gonna click that maybe you're exaggerating?
Thank you.
And you might be better off without all these chemicals in your body all the time. Of course, you're starting to have problems because one, you keep running to the damn ER every week, literally. Number two, yeah, they're gonna keep giving you medicine because they're getting paid to do that, not because they care about your well-being.
People get attention for being sick, so they want to be sick. That I'm telling you.
But you know what?
My mother loves it.
You can't tell them that. You cannot tell them that. They won't.
Nope.
They're gonna get mad at you.
Oh fuck yeah.
But hey, that's the karma. Just like nature killing off things that where it's time to go. It's their karma to live that lifestyle.
Yeah.
Non-attachment. Vairagya.
Not in Virginia.
Yeah, I was having a pain in my stomach, so I went to the ER because it might be cancer. How did you go from point A to point B? Yeah, they said they didn't find anything, but they gave me these pills. This is getting worse.
Mm-hmm.
Have you tried meditation? I got too much stuff to do. I don't have time for that. Lord.
The same people that then got time for the meditation are just chilling and watching Netflix though, or going and doing all sorts of other. I mean, I don't know. I mean, even I tell people that say they don't have the time. I say, okay, you do sleep at night, right? Okay, try these binaural beats while you're sleeping. That's a start, maybe. Or I say, if you can't do the binaural beats before you go to bed, give yourself like 20 minutes at least, and then try to meditate before bed, and then you'll probably fall yourself, asleep afterwards. But that, at least before bed, you gotta go to sleep, right? There's time there, you can do it. When I was working full time and in school, like I said, that's what I did, the binaural beats constantly.
Mm-hmm. But hey, the karma determines what you deserve to receive.
Yeah.
Your actions in this life and the actions of your body's composition in the previous lives. The actions of the body compositions and each body is made up of multiple elements. So whatever bodies those elements were a part of before is carrying over to this current incarnation.
Yeah.
It sucks because you don't consciously remember having anything to do with that, but there are practices to neutralize the negative effects and harmonize positive effects so that pendulum stops swinging all crazy. and you stop generating new karma. So now you can live at a harmonious state and receive pure information from the center of consciousness. And if you do that long enough,
Mhm.
you can get up out of here with flying colors.
That's great.
I feel like I hear a male voice. That must be coming from your phone, Kristen.
You, oh yeah, my husband.
Oh, okay.
He's sleeping but talking. He's sleep talking. My dog is licking his face, trying to wake him up so he could take him outside for a walk.
Wake me up. Save me. The more I listen to this, I think this is actually one of the binaural beats I used to have. I think it's just titled differently. This is absolutely one of the ones I used to have back in the day.
The codons?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll look at their channel and see if they have more.
Yeah.
But yeah. Nice full moon weekend. Been enjoying Venus, but I'm pretty sure that whole gangbang is breaking up now.
They're going to hook up in Aquarius.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not over?
Not over. It's not to the same extreme, but they're all going to move to Aquarius. So
So it's just going to happen in a different kind of way.
yeah.
So Capricorn was Earth.
But Saturn stays in Capricorn though.
Okay. So I guess maybe a lot of this manifested in terrestrial ways, and tangible ways, objective ways. So maybe things are going to happen a bit more in mental ways since it's air.
Mm-hmm.
Air house.
We're going to have lots of things to do with media and government happening like in the next month or two. Big time.
Well, that's good for us because that
Yeah.
probably going to be producing content.
Yes.
Right.
Absolutely. There'll be lots of truth and finding out things that were once hidden, things coming to light, exposures, and some gains. But the stock market is gonna suffer.
So that sounds like what we're doing, pulling out this information to light that used to be buried in obscurity.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And when Mars and Rahu come in to each other, there's going to be and this is worldwide, warlike energies or conflicting energies, but it's going to be towards government, so much lesser towards ourselves and amongst in our own lives. It's going to be mostly out in our government and in the media. Some shit's gonna pop off with all that. There's
what about those of us who don't have government media?
Who don't have government media? You got a computer? Well, there's media. Everyone has media to some extent, I would think, almost. And so, and even if there's going to be like secondary, you hear about it, you hear about shit going on. So if it's not as intense in your own charts, you're going to hear of things going on. It depends also on where your Rahu is and where your Mars is and how it's going to affect each sign. But it could also be used for drive and like what we're driven to, like some kind of goal. So Mars and Rahu together are, if Mars is about action and there's aggression to it, and Rahu's like bombs, but Rahu is also like obsessive drive. So if you want to get something done, use this time to do it. If you are like, I have to do this, if I don't fucking do it now, I'm never going to do it. This would be a time to do it. Use those kinds of energies to break apart fucked up shit within you, old habits, bad habits, things like that. Let that be the thing that you war against.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Personally, I think that's needed right now. I think a lot of people could utilize that. But not like we're gonna have a choice. It's gonna happen anyways, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
That's good to look forward to.
That's not me, is it? That's not mine. Do you hear that background?
Yes, it is you. Wait.
No, I don't have.
What are you hearing?
I hear like sounds like someone's in a kitchen or something, and people are talking.
Oh, I thought that was you.
No, that's not me. Do you hear the laughs and stuff?
So that must be night.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, that wasn't me.
I'm gonna test it. Yep, it was her.
Oh, okay. She might not know she was. She probably thought she was on mute. Yeah. So I also would say, the Mars and Rahu is a great time for health and nutrition, or like a workout routine. Those things. Those are definitely. And you know, everyone. Usually, people want to get their shit together anyways before summer, right? So it'd be a good time to do it.
Summer bod.
Summer bod.
Oh, I've got some research to do on this Vedic stuff. Some research to do.
Oh, I see it. Don't do that to me. Okay, he's got to chill out. Yeah. Searching of the Vedics.
But I think for the time being, my focus is on the mantras. For the time being.
Nice. Cool. That's a good. It's good to have points and areas where you get a deep insight in, and then when you have a good foundation, then move on to the next area. I think that's good.
Yes.
I'm wondering, there's something that's going on with skin. I have to look into that because maybe I'm just noticing it because I'm working on my skin. So now I see everyone else's skin coming into play, but maybe it's a Rohini thing. Because my daughter-in-law, she's got Rohini too, and her skin was looking super soft and silky too.
I low-key feel like freezing or reversing the aging process.
What did you say?
I low-key feel like it is freezing or reversing the aging process.
Yes. You know that Rohini is known for being the sugar baby, the person that always looks like a child, or who brings childlike energies. Usually they don't look their age, they look very young, and they're always told that. I know that's true for me.
Definitely. I don't know my shit, but probably it's got Rohini in it. Everybody's like, you look 14. You be okay
Right.
working here all by yourself at night? I am 25.
That's funny. That's funny.
I've been getting that for a long time.
Yeah, me too. Everyone thinks my son is my husband. And that my daughter is my sister. That one was weird because I had her when I was 25. So I'm like, I wasn't super young when I had her, so I'm like, no, she's my daughter. But thanks.
People always get surprised whenever they see my brothers and they realize that I'm the oldest one.
That's funny. That's cool. That's cool though.
It happened just last night.
No.
They've all got dreads.
Is there
Oh, really? Cool.
I think about it from time to time, but I'm gonna try to grow this Afro giant again.
Nice. That'll be cool. You can do twists. Do you twist your hair when you grow it out?
You usually need somebody to do that for
Yeah.
you. I don't
Yeah.
really, you know.
Yeah, I did it for my brother-in-law when he lived here. He was tender-headed though still, even when I tried to braid his hair. Oh my God. Yeah, my husband, when I braided my husband's hair, oh my God, he is the most tender-headed person in the world.
I have to come to Ohio then.
Yeah.
So I think I'm the only person in this city who's ever uttered the words Vedic on purpose.
On purpose. He says on purpose. That's funny. Oh my God, we do have to come down to Georgia this summer. Oh, give me a reason. I want to go because Georgia, not. Yeah, my husband wants to fish down there, but I want to see all the haunted places, and I want to see you, Trav.
Oh, if you guys are gonna go to the haunted Savannah tour, I'll definitely come with.
Yes, we have to do it. Okay, now I'm gonna have to plan it.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I don't see that happening.
It's gonna happen, and we're gonna bring our camper. It'll be so fun.
Oh man, I won't want to leave. I can already tell. I'm gonna have to come.
Need a
That'll be
camping
awesome.
trip.
Hell yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm so excited that spring is happening right now. I can't even understand. Like, I'm so attached to the weather, or specifically the sun. And when the sun is is close and it's warm and there's just like this thing that turns on in me, and I feel so happy because in February, once February hits, I try my best to stay as busy as possible to not feel that. There's this weird sadness that happens, and I feel like it's because the sun is been too, it's been too dark for too long. And I don't know if it's because I'm a Leo moon, tropical, or what, but the sun, like literally, when the sun starts coming up early and up, I get this. I just feel happy all the time. So when it's gone by February, it's been gone so long. I'm like usually like ready to move down to Florida or something because I need the damn sun. So when the sun has been super bright the past couple days, and it's been warm, and I am so happy. So excited.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. I feel a lot of wonderful changes on the horizon. I mean, I feel them already happening, but
Yeah.
I can already tell, man.
Yeah. So I know. You know what's weird is I don't know. I have been doing. I've been changing for the last 6-7 years steadily, like constantly changing. But every year I look back on myself the year before. I'm like, what the fuck was I doing last year? Like, and I'm like, I should have been more aware. It's like I don't know. I feel like I'm jumping ahead much farther than when I was before. Like I feel like I'm like accelerating fastly now. So when I look back a year beyond, I'm like, damn, what was I doing last year? Why was I sleeping on these things? Why wasn't I doing this already? Compared to when, before, like I had my like reawakening, and I was just slowly just living or existing, not like doing anything with myself, just living in a house and not making anything, not creating anything, not experiencing anything of any substance. not doing anything. So it was just like meh, living. And now there's like a lot of things that are happening, and I'm like, why have I been sleeping on all this? I should have been doing this so many years ago. And I definitely feel like this year big things are happening. I just know they are.
Yeah, this is the time for it.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. Definitely. I just feel like I was sleeping or something before. Literally, I feel like I was just on a freeze mode or something.
Yeah, the rest of the world and yourself had to come to the point where, you know, you're able to acclimate to these changes.
Yeah.
So we always have to keep karma in mind, right?
True.
Seeds are within us as seeds, and they need the appropriate soil and sunlight and time to blossom, right?
Yeah. Yep. Very true. Very true.
I think honestly, we had to come. You and I both had to come to a point where we were around certain people, and
Yeah.
in a way, bring them up to speed so that we could create together. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? You and I are supposed to work together, but
Yep.
just like you get into a cold bath, and that water slowly starts to warm up to your temperature. Um,
Mm-hmm.
you had to enter this bath right here so we could warm up to your temperature.
True.
So
True.
now that the water is equivalent, we have
Yeah.
things that we can be doing.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, and when I look back, and just what I know from the chart, remember the Saturn returns tell us between 30, what was it, 38 and 42, you have that big moment of change because now you've become your mom and then your father.
Yeah.
So all this is when usually big opportunities come our way too. So and I'm 39, so yeah, that makes sense. And all the planets fully mature. Well, there's one that matures fully at 42, but the rest of them are fully matured by 32, 35. So there's this in truth, lots of us are not even sure of what's happening until our late 30s.
Yeah. I'm I'm so thankful and grateful for my path because I can look back at my old videos and I mean I don't do a full cringe, but it's almost like okay, I can see where I was getting real close. But thankfully I didn't.
Yeah.
I like to stay very in the middle with things. So thankfully I didn't go too far left or right, you know.
Yeah.
Everybody worship King Payman because this reason. A lot of people kind of videos that they're probably going to regret as they move on or stay
Mhm.
trapped in hard mindsets.
Yeah. That's one of my one of the bigger reasons for me not starting a YouTube a while ago, because I'm like, I am always shifting my ideas and concepts. I know I'll look back 5 months and go, you fucking idiot. Why did you say that?
Yeah.
But
Thankfully,
yeah, but see, this is why now I'll be like, my ideas and viewpoints are constantly growing, evolving, and I'm learning new things. So this might not stay the same in the future. So don't hold me to it.
but that's what I love about this Vedic information is because it's like pure consciousness. It doesn't change. It's like God
Yes.
level. It doesn't change. It is what it is. We
It
shift
is
around.
what it is.
Beautiful to have something to grasp onto like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think people
That's
that because we're always seeking for the new.
hmm yeah. It's good to have a science to have a basis, an understanding of. That's even with health and nutrition and stuff like that. People would, always say, "Oh, we don't know anything," and that we don't know much. I'm like, but we do. There are certain things we do know. So let's go from what we at least do know, and then work from there. We do know things like fire is hot, right? We all know that shit. So there are certain things that we do know that we can have a basis for. There's like universal laws they are what they are.
Yeah, usually when people are saying stuff like, "Oh, we don't really know and nobody really knows,"
Yeah.
You don't know. That's what you're really saying. You don't.
Yeah.
And in your worldview, since you don't know, no one else can know. That's
Yeah.
pretty mean, honestly, and egotistical for someone to say that. You
Yeah.
can't speak for everybody. And you don't know enough to make that kind of claim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, we don't really understand the human psyche. Nah, look a little bit deeper. Yeah, we do. You do.
Yep.
I'm tempted to go cook some pasta.
Pastafarianism.
Last night I made some of these spinach filled tortellini things with some Beyond sausage and pesto, and I made it look real fancy. I even took pictures of it. My kids did not want that shit.
Mm.
Nope, they tore up that Chef Boyardee's, but when it came to this, but it was so delicious. I think I'm gonna make it again. I'm gonna try my best not to become a vegan snob. Tree Marie gave me a bunch of tofu recipes or a website, so I bought some of the ingredients. I'm gonna see how that turns out.
Sprouted soy is the best kind of soy if you're gonna have it.
What is it called?
Sprouted. When it's sprouted, that means that the you've already let the bean sprout a little bit, and then you've used it. Then you use it for whatever you're gonna use it for. You are also trying to make sure it's not GMOs. A lot of that soy is not great for men, especially. But phytoestrogens are good because what they do is they cut out all the bad estrogen and then they raise the estrogen levels, but the natural estrogen levels. So that's good, especially for women. But for men, you want to be careful, and you definitely don't want to have a GMO soy or tofu. You want to do, if you can, sprouted tofu or sprouted soy when you do have it. Just a
Well, I know my stuff
little.
doesn't have GMO in it, so I guess it's
That's
good.
good. That's good. They have these soy nuggets, tofu nuggets at Heinen's. I don't know if you have Heinen's where you're at, but they're pretty freaking good. You would never know they're not chicken.
I know that estrogen in men will prevent hair loss and receding hairlines.
Well, you want phytoestrogen because it balances. Phytoestrogen keeps the negative estrogens out because bad estrogen will cause cancer, cause boobs, and it can cause, whether you have hair loss or non-hair loss, it can cause emotional issues and disturbances.
That's
It
the
can cause
beer one.
breakouts in the skin. So, and cancer.
Boobs though?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
boobs.
in beer. Like a lot of beer drinkers, how like men get like men boobs.
Yeah,
Remember?
yeah.
Because of that.
That sucks.
That's usually because of the candida and stuff going on in their gut from drinking all that beer. But
Infection.
yeah, the soy cannot be good. It can be a problem for guys. But phytoestrogens specifically are not terrible because people get confused. They go, "Oh no, it's an estrogen." Well, it's not like an estrogen per se. What it's doing is it's estrogen mimicking. So what it does, the phytoestrogen removes all the negative estrogens out of your system, and it fills it with these phytoestrogens. So then the body only holds good estrogen, and it technically raises the estrogen at levels. It'll say that you have more estrogen in you, but it's really just phytoestrogens filling the holes where those negative estrogens used to be. You definitely, if you know, like bodybuilders, male, like if you're doing like endurance running and stuff like that, you don't want to have so much soy because it's more of a female type thing to have, but you can have some of it. Just like saw palmetto, even though it's typically for men, it's actually really good for women to also take saw palmetto for any kind of hair loss. You know, the DHT blockers. It's just it's in how you take it and what you take it with, but you could definitely still take that as a woman. So it's just basically not overdoing it. That comes into play.
How perfect. I can't find a single thing to complain about in this world.
Have you any crystals, Trav? Did you own any crystals?
Yeah, I got crystals all, around in front of me.
I suggest, recommend sleeping with them in your bed on your body. If you can wrap them around like an ace bandage because you don't have a bra, or maybe even a pocket or something. But when you have it directly on the chest, specifically on the heart, and you can wrap it around there, I guarantee. Don't do it if it's a rose quartz because it'll make you speed. You won't sleep well. But like an amethyst or a Herkimer diamond or a malachite, a selenite, something like that, smoky quartz, definitely you'll sleep well. But not just that, you'll have some significant dreams too.
Okay. I used to years ago, 2, 3 years ago, but now I just keep them in a shelf near my computers.
Yeah.
I guess I can move them to my bed. What I've been
Yeah.
doing past, I guess since this year, is like wrapping myself up like a mummy and sleeping like this.
Nice. Add some crystals to it. I've been sleeping with my Herkimer diamonds, my peridot, and my malachite. And yeah, the first night I had experiences.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, every now and then I'll sleep with my moldavite around my neck.
Yes.
Not all the time, but every now and some, when it occurs to me. But
Mhm.
I guess I'll take this batch of rocks out and put them in my bed.
There you go. For me, the most profound is when they're touching the skin. I don't know how it would work for you, but because I've fallen asleep on them and it wasn't the same. But when they're on my skin directly, like on the chest, I stuff the mine under my boobs. You don't have boobs to stuff yours under, but on the chest right there, if you were like to wrap it or put something there, yeah, I think that you would have something noticeably happen or some kind of experience maybe. If anything, a rested experience at that. I don't know. I have those two huge Herkimer diamonds and they seem to, I mean, I learned about the sleeping with the crystals by accident because I fell asleep with them in my hands and had intense experiences with them and woke up feeling amazing. And I'm like, wow, I'm surprised. So yeah, they're pretty cool.
Nice.
Sleep with. 'Cause, yeah, I mean, these, I learned about the crystals by accident because I fell asleep with them in my hands and had intense experiences with them and woke up feeling amazing. And I'm like, wow, I'm surprised. So yeah, they're pretty, pretty cool. Sleep with. 'Cause,
I guess I gotta eat more soy to catch up with you.
More soy
Soy me.
to catch up with me? No, I don't eat very much soy.
No, I'm gonna have to eat more GMO soy so that I could be able to do, put the Herkimer diamonds.
You don't want GMO. You don't want GMO. The GMO soy is the bad soy. Well, no, there's a lot of the soy is bad soy. You want the sprouted soy. Yeah.
But the sprouted soy won't give me anything to put the diamonds under.
Oh, I see. You wanted boobs. Get it. I got it. I got it. Makes sense now.
Yeah.
Now I get what you meant by that. Because of boobs.
Yeah.
I'm picking up what you're laying down. I was so confused for a minute. I thought you meant like because like the GMO was going to give you some kind of Ninja Turtle superpowers or something like that. I was confused for a minute.
Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, because they technically they got their power because of a radioactive ooze.
Yeah.
So I thought like you was talking about some kind of toxic I don't know. Never mind. Forget it.
Radioactive ooze. See, technically that's melanin, right? And see, Master Splinter was a black man. Matter of fact, all the turtles represented black men, right? The oppressed.
That's why they were green.
Right. Right? See, they don't want to show the real color of the real ninjas. They call them turtles. But we know what it really was.
Even though, and they named them all Italian painters.
Yeah,
and we know all the Italians are really Moorish.
It came from the Moorish nobility, my brother. See?
Right?
Wake up, people. Wake up.
I have to find out how to do that. Oh shit, my phone is gonna die.
I'm gonna sleep with my crystals. I'm gonna try it just because you said it.
Yes. I hope that it gives you good dreams and happy thoughts.
You gotta sage before though. Before too.
Okay. I gotta order a big bushel of sage from Amazon. I was gonna get a bunch of incense, but instead I opted for those little oil burners with candles. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You can salt if you want to cleanse your crystals, you can just salt water them and wash them like that.
Do I need to do that?
You don't have to. I'm just saying if you wanted to.
It's a full moon. I could just throw them all in a bowl
Yep.
and fill it up and put it outside, right?
Yep. Yes, you could. I store all my crystals in salt.
Just like in salt.
Yeah, big ass bowl. I have big, huge porcelain bowls on my altar, and they're full of Dead Sea salt. And then I store my crystals in them, and then I have one with sand and salt that I put crystals. I like decorate it. It looks and I put essential oils in them, and the salt smells like fucking amazing. So then I put the stones in them and keeps them clean, and it's always in front of my window where the sun and moon shines through. So they're always going to be good.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
That's something I could do. Just buy some salt simply for the purpose of cleansing and put all the crystals in there.
Yeah. Get a big, you go to like the secondhand store. They've got huge, beautiful porcelain bowls there. Like that used to be washing basins and stuff or mixing bowls. Get real big, but they don't have to be real deep, just real like for serving platters, but at least like 2 or 3 inches tall. And then fill that with the salt and then put your crystals all around it. Kind of like those Zen gardens with the sand, except it's salt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like the idea of a bowl so I can just put them all in there and shake it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I got a giant container of vanilla essential oil.
Nice.
So I'm gonna have some vanilla salt crystals.
Yes, that will be great. Smells good. I could smell it in my mind.
That's my main scent. Everything.
Some. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying everything must smell like unicorns.
Heck yeah. And unicorns smell like sugar. Sweet sugar. Some lady was going through my garbage the other day because I put an antique table out there. And I went to open the door and tell her it was antique. She goes, "Oh, girl, I know you got the best garbage. I'm here every week." I'm like, "Oh, damn. Okay." So she's like, "Could you take my number down?" This is the second time actually in like 2 days that a stranger asked me to take their number. I was parked outside Dick's when my husband got his shoes with my Jeep, and the lady came up to me. She goes, "Excuse me, what did she say?" She goes, is this a stick?" I said, "Yeah." She goes, "Could you please take my number?" And I didn't even say why. I said, "Sure." I didn't even say, "Why do you want me to take your number?" She goes, "Because I'm interested in collecting Jeeps, and if you ever want to sell it, I'd be very interested." I was like, "Okay, but I'm not selling." But okay. I've got a two-door Cherokee stick shift, and I guess, well, no, they are rare. I have never seen another one ever. So every time I'm driving, I have people stop me constantly. They're like, that car's so cool. That Jeep is so cool." A lot of Jeep collectors, I guess, like it. So it's pretty cool. I'm glad I got it. I'm glad I found it for what I found it for. I should have asked her how much she would give me.
Everything has a price.
Yeah.
Ram. Yum. Bum. Lum. I love how this stuff all connects together, from the mantras to the Ayurveda to the astrology.
Yeah.
And of course to the philosophy, Samkhya. Each one of these chakra points relate to a dosha, which is Ayurveda. They all relate to certain body parts and organs. They all relate to the elements, which is like the tattvas, certain deities. And it's just a table of correspondence showing which seed mantra connects all those aspects, one sound. So it's telling me that there's a common denominator between the concept of ether, the concept of sound, vocal cords, throat, vata dasha, the color blue, the ears, and the prana, and the lungs. Those all have a common denominator in hum. They all have the same root essence. So when we're doing these mantras, we're tapping into root essences. So it isn't so much just magic words because they're magic. They affect change because they're tapping into the root essence of many things. think doing certain mantras would be infinitely better than burning sage or having some sweet candles
Oh yeah.
or some sweet crystals. I think doing mantras would do amazing wonders for cleansing the atmosphere and even people in your life.
Mhm, mhm.
Sadhguru says that if you've got these different tools that can assist you, then hey, why not take advantage of them while they're here? We need all the help we can get. Mm. So it seems as if YouTube is going to give me about 10 more minutes exactly before it stops recording.
We are at our end.
You guys have anything that you'd like to tell the world within these next 10 minutes? Does anyone in the chat have anything they would like to say or ask me or Amar or Kristen or Winter before today's meeting of energies comes to a close? Dang, no, I'm not even hungry anymore. See you at the crossroads. So you won't be lonely. What's up, Rob Fink? Haven't heard from you in years, bro. You won't be lonely. Namaste. Hmm. Anything that you see coming around the corner anytime before we meet, Kristen?
Let me see. What is it? Oh, it's the first.
Is it?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, happy first.
This is crazy. No, I'm seriously surprised. I could have sworn we were still in February.
It's the first. Yeah, my daughter's birthday is in 3 days.
New birthday.
Yes. Yes.
I have less time than I thought to eat my spinach.
It's already next month.
Already.
Sabian. Let me think. I don't not before Thursday.
Rob Fink, I am still in Georgia. I think I've been here for I think I came back here in 2011 possibly. 2012 is when I came back here. Yeah. See you at the crossroads. Are you still in West Virginia? Prince Cthulhu asks, what would be the difference between mantras out loud versus internally visualizing the mantra? Well, it works on both ends. It certainly does. But again, we're talking about different levels of being, different levels of awareness, different vibrations, right? We got the dense physical plane. You got your vocal cords, right? Actually saying it, having the vibration come out of your mouth and into your ears, into your atmosphere. You affect things on a very objective level because you're saying and you're receiving the mantra on an objective level. Now, when you have the mantras going on in your head, it's happening on a subjective level. So it's affecting these subtle realms of self, right? One isn't better than the other.
It's 1 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. Thanks, Mackenzie. But it would certainly behoove you to do them on all levels whenever possible. Not a good idea to sacrifice one for the other, you know. But it would be a more balanced approach to do these mantras on all levels. My suggestion would definitely be to find your mantra on YouTube, 108, because it's usually a round of 108, and it goes for maybe 11 to 15 minutes, sometimes 20 minutes, and just say it along with it. Just sit down in your meditation pose and say it along with it. That's going to be the best way to do it. Eventually, you'll memorize it, and as you go through your day, washing dishes, washing your car, whatever, you can still have it going through your head. Now, what mantra to do, that might take a little bit of digging, a little bit of soul searching, astral searching. But you can't go wrong if you do your moon nakshatra. And if you don't have your accurate birth time, maybe do something like a Shiva, uh, Ganesha, you know, find a deity that you resonate with and do its mantra and observe and record changes in your atmosphere. See what works for you, see what feels right.
You know what? They could you could still do your moon if you don't have your exact birth time because you have your day. So you'll have you'll have your sun and your moon, but you won't have your ascendant.
So Winter could go to Industrial and get her sun and moon, at least.
Yeah, because she could use noon if she wants. Do you know, Winter, if it was AM or PM? Do you know exactly about the time?
Oh, she's sleep.
Okay. Yeah, because that's what usually happens. What happens when people don't have a time per se, you could do their moon chart at least.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good to know. That gives hope for people who didn't have the time. Now it's not going to be your full chart, but at least your moon so that you can do your mantras for your moon.
Yeah.
Prince Cthulhu says I've been doing my K2. I just copied it 108 times in my DAW. Oh, wow. Now, like I said, you can also go to YouTube and find ones that are made for you, said by an actual Indian person. So you're going to get the dialect correct.
Yes.
And you'll also get a certain rhythm or a melody. Because another thing, there's little subtle aspects of it. Remember, there's nothing new that we can do. It's already done for us. It's best to pick up those who know what they're doing. They've got ones at different speeds and different melodies, and they do affect different aspects of that same subject matter. Right. So say you're doing one for your K2, and Kristen talked about what K2 represents. There's different levels of that, and you can hit those different levels by the different rhythms that you say your mantra in and the different melodies that you use. So it'd be good to sample a lot of different ones, see what resonates with you best, and then go from there.
Absolutely. You'll be pulled towards one. Definitely. You'll be pulled towards a place. Start.
Okay, he says I copied the YouTube one 108 times. Dope. So did they just say it once, or did you copy an 11-minute mantra 108 times?
Right.
Because usually these videos, they have it where they say it 108 times in the one video.
Yes. Yes. Usually they do, and you just say it with them.
I hate to give that misconception that you have to do it 108 times.
No, yeah, you say the mantra 108 times. But usually what I personally do is I say it along with the video 108 times so that I don't have to worry about counting. But if I do worry about counting, I use the pads on my fingers. You can use them to count if you don't have your beads.
Okay, he says he found a video where they say it just once. I mean, so if you go to YouTube and you said this is K2, you got two of them for K2. There's multiple ones for K2. But
is it